By the end of 1994, Final Fantasy VI had become Square's most successful title both critically and commercially, capturing the hearts and minds of millions of players both in Japan and North America, and dramatically raising the bar for RPGs. But with a new generation of home consoles looming, boasting spectacular 3D graphics and other capabilities far beyond what was previously possible, Hironobu Sakaguchi and his team were left with a series of difficult decisions to make for the future of the series. And the result would ultimately become one of the most important video games of all time. It was shortly after the release of Final Fantasy VI that Hironobu Sakaguchi, Yoshinori Kitase, and the rest of the Final Fantasy team would begin the earliest stages of planning for the 7th game in the series. Despite new 3D-capable consoles being on the horizon, Sakaguchi, who had a soft spot for pixel art, wanted to stick with the tried-and-tested Super Famicom. Moreover, it was far too early to tell whether Japanese role-playing games would be moving into the third dimension, and while Square were well known at this point for pushing technical boundaries through the Final Fantasy series, polygonal 3D game design was still uncharted territory for the genre. It wasn't completely new, however. The Super FX chip, which Argonaut Software had designed for Super Nintendo cartridges, had made its debut with Star Fox the previous year, and March 1994 saw Sega downsizing Virtua Racing for the Genesis through the advent of their Virtua processor, which on a purely technical level put the first iteration of the Super FX chip to shame. But not only was the performance of 3D games using these chips less than ideal, they could also be quite costly. Virtua Racing, for example, retailed for $100 when it was released for the Genesis in 1994, and while these new consoles, the Nintendo Ultra 64 and Sega Saturn, could potentially bring down these costs, this still didn't account for the actual design. So for the first few months of development, Final Fantasy VII was being produced as a 2D game for the Super Famicom. The team allegedly explored the idea of using a visual style similar to Rare's Donkey Kong Country, building 3D character models that would have frames of animation captured as 2D sprites, but they would ultimately decide to stick with Sakaguchi's preference of pure pixels. Moreover, early proofs of concept would seemingly break away from the grid-based level design of its predecessors, at least in terms of aesthetic. Sakaguchi had even written down the main story beats for the game, which saw a hard-boiled detective named Joe tracking down a group of terrorists who had blown up a reactor in New York, with the organization successfully destroying the city by the end of the game. There were other concepts thrown about as well, such as Tetsuya Nomura's proposal of including a witch, and Kitase's amendments to divide the story between past and present, concurrently experiencing events from the perspectives of a father and son in a non-linear fashion. The player's decisions in one era would affect the other, such as the stories told about the father in the present, and the things the protagonist says about their father being reflected in the past. The size of the party would also be reduced from its predecessor down to 8 characters, aiming to have a much tighter focus on involving them in the story than had been done in Final Fantasy VI. Unfortunately, this iteration of Final Fantasy VII would be put on hold, as another title Sakaguchi was producing, Chrono Trigger, a monumental collaboration with Dragon Quest creator Yuji Horii and Dragon Ball creator Akira Toriyama, was in a poor state, requiring the entire Final Fantasy team to put their project on hold and lend a hand. Chrono Trigger would be completely rebuilt from the ground up, and released to great success on March 11, 1995 in Japan, and on August 11th in North America. When the team reconvened for Final Fantasy VII, they would revisit their decision to stick with the Super Famicom and 2D graphics, and it was quickly decided that they would instead move towards 3D. But the popularity of the previous game's pixelized characters and visuals led to another decision. Do they retain the 2D sprites and place them in 3D environments, or render the characters in 3D? In order to move closer to realistic drama, they would adopt the latter approach, much to the chagrin of designers who only had experience in pixel art, though they would be trained to work with the new tools necessary to bring the game to life in 3D. But there was still the matter of how the game should be presented in 3D. This led to an extensive storyboarding process as the team figured out how the camera would move in 3D space during battles, and how to effectively use cuts. However, they still weren't certain what console Final Fantasy VII would be developed for. Square's close relationship with Nintendo couldn't remedy the lack of development kits for the Ultra 64, and the fluctuating technical specs for the console made planning difficult. Meanwhile, the Sega Saturn, which had been available in Japan since late 1994, hadn't quite proven itself to be optimal for such an experimental evolution of the genre. Rather than stall out development, however, the team would put together an experimental gameplay demo as a proof of concept for how Final Fantasy would look and feel in 3D. The impetus for this would come from computer graphics engineer Kazuyuki Hashimoto, who had sold a Silicon Graphics Onyx workstation to Square and trained their team on how to use it the previous year. He suggested that using a more standardized development environment would allow the team to experiment and feel out what did and didn't work in their approach to 3D development, and that the lessons learned could be scaled down to a console later. To help facilitate this, Hashimoto would leave SGI to join Square as a CG supervisor, and development would begin on their tech demo with plans to exhibit it at the annual SIGGRAPH conference in Los Angeles in August. The demo would be completed in about 3 months, with the lead up to the conference also seeing Square relocate their headquarters to the Meguro district of Shimo Meguro in July. Attendance reactions to the demo, which utilized 3D versions of Locke, Terra, and Shadow from Final Fantasy VI in a single interactive combat scenario, were mixed. The interface was gesture-based, using a mouse to draw symbols to execute commands or cast spells, but it stood out from the rest of the demonstrations for being a stylized, real-time, interactive piece among a sea of pre-rendered simulations and recreations of reality. But most of those who attended SIGGRAPH were interested in the technology and military applications of these machines, and hardly gave Square's demo a second thought. The most enthusiastic person to stop by their booth would be SGI's engineering director, Michael Jones, who was so impressed with the demo that he asked for a copy to share with others back at Silicon Graphics headquarters in Mountain View. He believed that what Square was doing with their technology was a glimpse into the future of video games. However, the question still remained: what console would Final Fantasy VII be developed for? Nintendo's partnership with SGI would suggest a smooth transition to the Ultra 64, but internally it was pretty evident that the console's use of cartridges would be a major restriction. The demo alone was 20 megabytes, and experiments with porting assets from the demo to the Ultra 64 led to a frame rate that was significantly lower than the already sluggish 15 frames per second produced by an SGI workstation. Even the Ultra 64's planned disk drive accessory, the 64DD, would be nowhere near enough to realize the team's ambitions for the game. While the complexity of models could be scaled back to accommodate the capacity of cartridges, this would fail to provide anywhere near enough space for the numerous lengthy, pre-rendered cinematics the team wished to include. For this reason, Sakaguchi knew that they needed to utilize CD-ROMs, which could store up to 650 megabytes of data, over 200 times the capacity of the 24 megabit cartridges used for Final Fantasy VI. And while the Sega Saturn would briefly be considered, Final Fantasy VII would ultimately find its home with a newcomer to the console space, one whose presence ironically began with the development of a CD-based add-on for the Super Famicom.
Hey, plumber boy, your worst nightmare has arrived.
PlayStation.
You are not ready.
How do you know PlayStation is not a normal game system?
While the first game console to primarily use compact discs for its games would hit the market in the 1990s, CDs themselves were a technology born of the 80s, and while CD-based add-ons for home consoles would become available by the end of the decade in Japan, early on the benefits of the format amounted to little more than high-quality music and voice samples, as well as reduced costs to press games to discs compared to cartridges. The trade-offs, however, were consumers needing expensive, specialized hardware for the console they already owned, and and long load times. It was in 1988, the same year that saw the release of the CD-ROM for the PC Engine, that Nintendo would agree to allow Sony to develop a CD-ROM add-on for the then upcoming Super Famicom. This came through the insistence of Sony engineer Ken Kutaragi, who had also developed the sound hardware for Nintendo's 16-bit console, supposedly without the knowledge or approval of Sony's higher-ups. And yet, despite Nintendo agreeing with the proposal, they didn't have much faith in it or the format. Their reticence towards CDs would lead to them making a deal that would be much more favorable to Sony than they had thought. Not only would the electronics giant be producing a CD-based add-on for the Super Famicom, but they would also be granted the right to produce their own hardware that could play both these new CD-ROM games and Super Famicom games. Moreover, Sony were given carte blanche to develop their own CD-ROM software without needing Nintendo's approval, nor paying royalties. Combined with Sony's acquisitions of various media companies at the end of the decade, including CBS Records and Columbia Pictures, and the opening of their own game publishing division, Sony ImageSoft, it seemed like the growing conglomerate was attempting to muscle in on every aspect of the entertainment world. It was at the 1991 Summer Consumer Electronics Show that Sony would unveil the fruits born from their deal with Nintendo, a Super Nintendo with a CD-ROM drive called the Nintendo PlayStation. But the day before Sony's reveal, the Seattle Times reported that Nintendo was instead partnering with Philips, one of Sony's biggest competitors, for their CD-ROM ventures. However, the ultimate result of that wouldn't be an SNES CD-ROM drive, but several infamous games for the Philips CDI featuring Nintendo characters. Nintendo would be the odd one out, as both Sega and NEC would ride out the next few years with CD add-ons for their consoles, though their success on that front is debatable.
You still don't have a Sega CD? What are you waiting for, Nintendo to make one?
Meanwhile, Sony hadn't given up on their PlayStation. At the behest of then-president and CEO Norio Oga, Ken Kutaragi would continue to pursue the development of Sony's own console without Nintendo's involvement. And while he led the charge on creating a powerful system able to render cutting-edge 3D graphics, developers and publishers on both sides of the Pacific had begun to grow frustrated working with the likes of Sega and Nintendo. Both companies' strangleholds on the production of cartridges, which had a lead time of 10 to 12 weeks to manufacture, meant that publishers were unable to react to the demand for a given title in a timely manner, and orders had to be made according to sales forecasts made months ahead of time. And for Western developers, who were experimenting more with full-motion video and 3D graphics, expensive cartridges were highly unfavorable. Sony seemed to have the answers to everyone's woes with the PlayStation. CD-ROMs were significantly cheaper than cartridges, and orders could be fulfilled in 7 to 10 days. The console itself was very capable. Sony themselves offered support for developers, and the initial lack of first-party development studios meant that third parties had less competition from the platform holder. Of course, this wasn't entirely true, as Sony would acquire Lemmings developer Psygnosis well ahead of the console's launch, but even so, the conditions were very favorable for third parties. The PlayStation would be released in Japan on December 3rd, 1994, mere days after the Sega Saturn, for 39,800 yen. The initial lineup of games was light, with the big standout being a high-quality port of Namco's arcade game, Ridge Racer. The console would initially lag behind the Saturn in sales, but it would begin to bear fruit as Sony continued to successfully court third-party developers to the platform. Titles such as Kingsfield, Jumping Flash, Motor Toon Grand Prix, Tekken, Battle Arena Toshinden, Wipeout, Mortal Kombat 3, Suikoden, Twisted Metal, and more would all be released around the world by the end of 1995. And in North America, where the Sega Genesis had been stiff competition for the Super Nintendo, Sony was able to completely deflate the Saturn and its $399 price point at the first ever Electronic Entertainment Expo, with one of the most effective presentations in the convention's history.
$299.
By the end of 1995, the PlayStation had sold 3.4 million units worldwide, eclipsing the Saturn's flat 3 million, and it was only gaining momentum as the Nintendo Ultra 64, now without the Ultra, still had yet to hit the market. This was obviously good news for Sony, as it proved that they could compete in the console space, but it also meant that they had met the expectations of Square's new president and CEO, Tomoyuki Takeichi, who had previously been helping to manage the company's finances at Shikoku Bank since 1990. While in early negotiations to bring Final Fantasy VII to the PlayStation, Takeichi told Sony representative Yuji Takahashi that Square wouldn't even consider their offer, as generous as it was, until the PlayStation sold over 3 million units in Japan. Meanwhile, Square were still working on their SIGGRAPH demo while running countless tests to finally come to a decision on what platform they would develop the game for, and the results consistently didn't look good for the Nintendo 64. Several programmers such as Ken Narita and Hiroshi Kawai would express their frustrations with the hardware and make suggestions as to what Nintendo should do to make the console more suitable for their work, and even Square USA Vice President Shinichiro Kajitani would echo the programmers' concerns. But Nintendo President Hiroshi Yamauchi was less than receptive. After discussing the situation with Square's founder and former president, Masafumi Miyamoto, who after leaving the company would remain its majority stakeholder, the decision was made to go back to the negotiating table with Sony. There was a bit of a discrepancy in my research at this point, as while Tomoyuki Takeichi wouldn't consider bringing FF7 to the PlayStation until Sony sold 3 million consoles in Japan, according to Sony themselves, they wouldn't reach this goal until sometime between May and November of 1996, by which time Final Fantasy VII was well into development for the console. Yet, in an interview with Matt Leone for Polygon's Oral History of Final Fantasy VII, the expanded print version of which has been a vital resource for this video, Shigeo Maruyama, the chairman of Sony Computer Entertainment at the time, said that Yuji Takahashi came back to Takeichi as soon as the PlayStation hit 3 million in Japan, saying, quote, "We did our part, now you can do yours." However, this supposed discrepancy may be the result of Takeichi's negotiating tactics. To quote Hironobu Sakaguchi on the matter, quote, "I wasn't directly involved with the negotiations, but with any negotiation you're going to have to bluff a little bit, so it wouldn't surprise me if we didn't need Sony to sell quite that many." End quote. Even if that 3 million target wasn't an absolute necessity, Maruyama understood why Takeichi demanded such a number from a business perspective. He suspected that selling 3 million copies of Final Fantasy VII would be when Square would break even on the game's development costs. In any case, Sony were excited to work with Square, offering them a very favorable deal which included, among other things, a particularly low royalty rate on each copy sold. In Simon Parkin's The Never-Ending Story, published in the January 2018 issue of Edge, Shinji Hashimoto, who at the time was a producer at Square, recalled Kaz Hirai and Andrew House were adamant that Final Fantasy VII was going to be an indispensable title for Sony. So indispensable, in fact, that Sony not only agreed to publish the game outside Japan as part of a package deal with 5 other Square titles, but to put forth a massive marketing budget of $40 million, half of which would be spent on North America alone. It was decided Square would part ways with Nintendo and join forces with Sony for the next Final Fantasy. The response from Nintendo varies depending on who's telling the story, with Sakaguchi recounting that Hiroshi Yamauchi wished them luck with no hard feelings, Hiroshi Kawai recalling that Nintendo basically said to never come back, Yoshihiro Maruyama believing that they basically brushed it off, and Hisashi Suzuki claiming in an October 2001 interview with Nihon Keizai Shimbun that Nintendo became embittered after Square made disparaging public comments about Nintendo's management, and supposedly convincing Enix to jump over to Sony as well. Regardless of initial feelings or how, when, or why Nintendo became standoffish with Square following their departure, the result was that Nintendo's doors would remain closed to Square for nearly a decade afterward. Meanwhile, the general public was none the wiser about Final Fantasy's shift in platform. While the PlayStation was holding its own against the Saturn, the Japanese public hadn't quite warmed to it. But that would begin to change on the night of January 7th, 1996, with the broadcast of a TV commercial announcing that Final Fantasy VII would be exclusive to the PlayStation, with a December release date. The cat was now out of the bag, and public anticipation would begin to accumulate, as Hironobu Sakaguchi, Yoshinori Kitase, and the rest of the expanding Final Fantasy VII team were hard at work creating the first 3D game in the series. After inking the deal with Sony, Square began to scramble to establish the infrastructure necessary to bring Final Fantasy VII to life. Their North American offices would be relocated from Redmond to Los Angeles to be closer to Sony. The company would spend over $10 million on SGI workstations and servers to create pre-rendered full-motion video scenes, and by extension hired more than 100 computer graphics artists from around the world, bolstering the development team from about 30 people to 150. And they all had barely a year to finish a project which was being touted internally as the medium's next great leap forward. To accompany such technical ambition, Final Fantasy VII would need to tell a story that was far grander than the series had done before, not just for the spectacle of 3D visuals, but to emotionally connect with players in more profound ways. The team began to slowly drift away from Sakaguchi's original outline for the game, with Tetsuya Takahashi and Kaori Tanaka pitching a story steeped in Jungian psychology and meditations on religion. However, their ideas were deemed to be too dark and complex for Final Fantasy, but the two of them were given the go-ahead to spin their idea off into their own game, Xenogears. Just as it had been before everyone hopped over to Chrono Trigger, Sakaguchi would be the one to ultimately decide on Final Fantasy VII's core theme: life. It was an idea which had been stewing in him since his mother's tragic death during the development of Final Fantasy III, one which had seeped into every entry since then, but had hardly been explored in great detail. In his grief, he had begun to think of life in what he described as a mathematical and logical way. Sakaguchi's original outline for the game even had wrinkles of this theme, in the form of an energy source tying all life in the world together. Quote, "I had imagined a world years before, and its core themes about the way we treat the Earth, and the idea that, when we die, we turn into energy and are assimilated into the Earth, and reborn somewhere else. I knew that this was the game where we would win or lose the war, so I decided to bring the world out." End quote. This concept may have been spurred by his own grief, but it may have been fueled even further by the growing unrest in Japanese society in the 1990s. The economic prosperity of the 1980s had long passed, and things still weren't looking too bright by the mid-90s. Japanese citizens would begin to protest nuclear power following corporate cover-ups of dangerous incidents, as well as question the ethics of human cloning as the prospect became more tenable. 1995 was a particularly fraught year for Japan. An earthquake in Kobe on January 17th devastated the Hanshin region, the second most populous urban area in the country, with immense damages which exposed just how vulnerable the country's infrastructure really was. The Osaka-Kobe metropolitan area was practically destroyed in mere moments. 40,000 people were injured. Approximately 6,400 lost their lives. And the Japanese government would come under fire for their plotting and inadequate response to the disaster, which included rejecting foreign assistance. Barely 2 months later, on March 20th, the Tokyo subway would be hit by a coordinated sarin gas attack, orchestrated by the notorious AUM Shinrikyo doomsday cult, leaving about 5,500 people injured and 13 dead. This would be the first of several terrorist attacks in Japan that year, as an explosive would be set off in a public restroom at Tokyo's Narita National Airport on May 12th, thankfully with nobody present. And in June, a member of AUM Shinrikyo would hijack a plane before takeoff, holding 365 people hostage, demanding the release of the cult's recently arrested leader. To quote University of Delaware lecturer Rachel Hutchinson via the New York Times in February 2024, "People were feeling powerless after these natural disasters and terrorist acts. The bedrock of society was shaking." Ultimately, by the end of 1995, Sakaguchi's original story for Final Fantasy VII would be reworked significantly. It would still be set in a modern urban city, but it wouldn't be New York. There would still be a pervasive mystery, and an antagonist the party would be trying to track down, but no more Detective Joe. It would be a modern drama, but with a, quote, strong sci-fi feel, and at the center of it all would be the source of all life on the planet, the life stream. But beyond these core concepts, Sakaguchi would be largely hands-off with the narrative this go-around, opting instead to focus more on gameplay for this installment. But because the battle team was made up of long-time, experienced developers, Sakaguchi found himself taking on more of a producer role here. He would, however, conceive of the core gameplay element, a modular character building system with a greater level of customizability and control than the Magicite system from Final Fantasy VI. This system would be based on special spheres, which the staff wanted to have a cool name for, but Sakaguchi instead wanted a name that could resonate even with younger players. According to Yoshinori Kitase in a 2012 interview with Famitsu, Sakaguchi believed that they couldn't just think about what was cool if they really wanted it to be universally accepted. To this end, Sakaguchi would christen these spheres, and the system as a whole, Materia. While Sakaguchi busied himself with the battle system, he would entrust Yoshinori Kitase to not only fill the director's chair once again, but to flesh out the new direction the story was taking, alongside Tetsuya Nomura. While every previous installment saw a wealth of contributions from the entire development staff, the greater visual fidelity and capacity for more realistic character expression and animation for Final Fantasy VII would demand greater consideration of time and manpower to create a comprehensible experience. To this end, Kitase and Nomura would be joined by a relative newcomer to Square, Kazushige Nojima, to distill everything that the team was uploading to their server into a cohesive scenario. While he had only just joined Square in 1994, Nojima was by no means a newcomer to the games industry. He had previously worked at Data East as both a writer and a director, with his most significant works being the Glory of Hercules series, for which he served as one of the main writers, and he would be the sole writer, as well as director, for the fourth installment. He had joined Square to celebrate his 30th birthday, immediately being thrust into the director's chair for Bahamut Lagoon, and it was shortly after its completion in late 1995 that Yoshinori Kitase would onboard him to Final Fantasy VII. Nojima's work on Glory of Hercules III, which featured an amnesiac protagonist, was what piqued Kitase's interest in him, as he wanted to heighten the focus on the mystery which would pervade the game's story. To this end, Nojima would draw on the tone of the 1983 film adaptation of The Girl Who Leapt Through Time, without directly referencing or drawing parallels to the film itself, at least not in a way that anybody but him noticed. The role of overseeing the game's visuals, both real-time and pre-rendered, would fall to Yusuke Naora, who had previously been a field graphics designer on Final Fantasy VI and Chrono Trigger, with his work on the latter serving as the basis for his vision for Final Fantasy VII. For Chrono Trigger, he had experimented with putting together a single, seamless background image for the trial scene, and while this was a memory-intensive endeavor, it was one which ultimately paid off. With the limitations of sprite-based graphics now no longer a concern, Naora sought to do the same for all of Final Fantasy VII's backgrounds using pre-rendered backdrops, with the goal of creating a, quote, lived-in feel through excessive visual details. While Naora would also adjust character designs based on context, he would not be their originator, nor would series veteran Yoshitaka Amano. Instead, the task would fall to Tetsuya Nomura, whose previous design work for the series had largely been for monsters, though he had also created Setzer and Shadow for Final Fantasy VI. While Amano's art had come to be a major defining aspect of the series since its first installment, this has been allowable by virtue of an implicit understanding that the images on screen were an abstract representation of the events and people within the narrative. They didn't need to perfectly replicate Amano's art, rather they complemented each other. But during Final Fantasy VII's development, Amano would be spending his time opening exhibitions and establishing studios in France and New York, and would still be in the latter for some time afterward. As such, he wouldn't have been able to dedicate time to character design as he had before. This, however, would merely support rather than drive the decision to promote Nomura. The shift to polygonal graphics meant that the layers of abstraction inherent to the pixelated visuals of past titles were starting to break down, and as such, a complementary shift in art style was necessary. Amano's artwork is beautiful, but as powerful as the PlayStation was, it would prove difficult if not impossible to faithfully replicate his wispy and ethereal style. But the celebrated artist would create several pieces to promote the game, in which he would reinterpret Nomura's designs, as well as design the game's logo, just as he had done since the series' fourth installment, going through over 30 designs before it was finalized. Nomura's approach to creating the core cast for the game was simple. He started with a hero and a heroine, and then moved on to concepts that he personally thought were fun or interesting. And while he would deliver his designs with handwritten notes on their personalities and backgrounds, they would be further expanded upon by Kazushige Nojima and other event planners, such as Takashi Tokita, who was previously the scenario writer for Final Fantasy IV and one of the 3 directors for Chrono Trigger, and Jun Akiyama, whose affinity for one character in particular led to a sizable side quest being dedicated to them. The general atmosphere at Square during the game's development was electric. They barely had a year to bring it all together, and the team was crunching like mad. But according to programmer Tatsuya Yoshinari in an oral history of the game, everyone was highly motivated and energetic, with little to no sign of burnout among the staff. Every day saw tangible progress, and all the while the public were eagerly anticipating what Square was expecting to be the herald of a seismic shift in the medium. To capitalize on and amass greater fervor, Square would include a demo for Final Fantasy VII with their very first game released for the PlayStation, the 3D fighting game Tobal No. 1. Seemingly thanks to this demo disc, which also included previews for Final Fantasy Tactics, Bushido Blade, and Saga Frontier, Tobal No. 1 would become the #1 best-selling game in Japan the week of its release, with nearly 400,000 copies sold, and it would go on to sell approximately 752,000 units by the end of the year, making it the 8th best-selling game of 1996 in Japan. And while it would have been a foregone conclusion that Final Fantasy VII itself would have ascended further up that list, it would have its release date pushed back from December to January 31st, 1997, with its international releases to follow later that year. While Square were confident in Final Fantasy VII's domestic success, the same couldn't be said for their hopes overseas. Unfortunately, the inclusion of a demo disc hadn't garnered nearly as much interest in Tobal No. 1 in the United States as it had in Japan, as it would barely sell 99,000 copies. And while Final Fantasy VI had sold decently well in the territory, about 400,000 copies, this was far below the company's hopes of 1 million. Final Fantasy VII was facing as much of an uphill battle as its predecessors, as not only were Square and Sony trying to market it in territories where RPGs carried a stigma of being slow and monotonous, but it was also the 7th game in the series. The numbering system, which had been used in North America to account for the 2nd, 3rd, and 5th games not being localized, was being dropped, and Europe had never received a single entry in the series before 7. Mystic Quest had been released there, but the Final Fantasy name had been scrubbed. But Square had 3 things going for them. First were the game's visuals, which stood out from pretty much anything else on the market. Second was their partnership with Sony, which saw them publishing the game outside Japan and paying for the marketing. And third, Square had final approval on all international marketing materials. Or, more specifically, Hironobu Sakaguchi was the one who would give final approval, much to the chagrin of Andrew House, Sony's vice president of marketing. Sony's international marketing for Final Fantasy VII, which included print ads, TV commercials, and brand deals, would be defined by 2 elements: a strong focus on the game's visuals, notably its FMVs, and aversion to the terms role-playing or RPG, as Square felt it would be marketing poison. They would also feature a new version of the Tobal No. 1 demo as the headliner for the 2nd PlayStation Underground demo disc in 1997, along with a playable demo of Bushido Blade. Slowly but surely, anticipation for Final Fantasy VII began to grow in North America. Pre-order numbers were steadily climbing. EB Games and other retailers started to display large standees and other ads for the game. And the English version QA testers from UC Irvine talked about their friends' and classmates' burgeoning excitement for the game with Square LA staff. Print ads would aggressively emphasize the relative impotence of cartridge media compared to CD-ROMs, as a not-so-subtle jab at Nintendo. And TV commercials would boast about how the year's most revolutionary blockbuster couldn't be seen on a cinema screen, but on the PlayStation. For once, it finally seemed like everything was coming together for Square in the territory, as Final Fantasy VII would be released in North America on September 7th, 1997. For the first time since Final Fantasy IV, the game boots up to a new rendition of Nobuo Uematsu's iconic prelude for the series, which accompanies a series of staff credits over a static backdrop. Nothing flashy, and certainly a step down from the opening credits of the past 2 games, but it quickly makes up for this after starting a new game. A sea of stars, the low, droning, and far-off chorus of ethereal voices. It's unsettling and mesmerizing all at once, until those stars begin to rise, and we are met with a young woman's face as the otherworldly noises give way to strings. She's in a dark alleyway, illuminated only by the green energy emanating near her feet. The score begins to swell as she comes into the light. The drums begin to pound as an automobile cuts her off, and the camera continues to pull back, further and further, to show us the totality of this metropolis. Until... the tension is released. With the title card, the music becomes more hopeful and uplifting, before returning to the realm of uncertainty as we are brought down into another section of our urbanized setting. A train station, where a small ragtag crew of vagabonds leap from the locomotive after it comes to a stop. They incapacitate the guards posted on the platform and quickly make their way into the industrial complex beyond. This is Avalanche, an eco-terrorist cell led by a burly, dark-skinned man named Barret Wallace. Their objective is to destroy one of the massive Mako reactors which provide power to the city of Midgar. As Barret explains, Mako is the literal life force of the planet itself, and as the Shinra Electric Power Company continues to siphon it, the planet in turn grows weaker and weaker. But their newest recruit, a young man with spiky blonde hair and a massive sword named Cloud Strife, isn't swayed by Barret's moral crusade, despite having once been part of Shinra's elite soldier program, and presumably knowing about the company's cruelty firsthand. He's just a mercenary, here to get paid and move on. They successfully plant a bomb and destroy the reactor, but back at their hideout under a bar in the Sector 7 slums, the bar's owner and Cloud's childhood friend, Tifa Lockhart, is able to convince him to stay on to take down another reactor. Their infiltration is successful, but they're cornered as they try to make their escape. It was a trap staged by President Shinra himself, who thinks little of Avalanche but is surprisingly cordial with Cloud, who he knows only by his reputation as a defector. After all, he can't be expected to know every soldier's name unless they become as notable as the legendary Sephiroth, who was Cloud's inspiration for joining Soldier in the first place. The President unleashes an experimental techno-soldier, the Airbuster, to kill the trio. They emerge victorious, but it explodes upon defeat, destroying the section of the catwalk Cloud was standing on, and leaving him hanging on for dear life while Barret and Tifa watch helplessly from the other side. The explosion from within the reactor causes Cloud to lose his grip and fall hundreds of feet to the ground below. But the former soldier is much more durable than he appears, as sometime later he awakens in an abandoned church in Sector 5, having crashed through the roof and landing in a small flower bed. He's greeted by a familiar young woman, a flower girl with whom he briefly crossed paths in the chaos following the first reactor bombing, the same young woman from the game's intro cinematic. Cloud apologizes for crushing her flowers, but she notes that they're surprisingly resilient. People say plants can't grow in Midgar, but that doesn't seem to be an issue here. The flower girl introduces herself as Aerith. Don't worry, we'll get to it when we get to it. And she asks Cloud to be her bodyguard when she notices a suspicious character waiting at the church's doorstep. For just about all her life, she's been pursued by the Turks, a group within Shinra who normally scout for potential soldier candidates, but are also involved in other unsavory work, such as espionage and murder. Cloud brings Aerith back to her house, which is surrounded by flowers, and her mother, Elmira, asks that he leave while Aerith is sleeping. But Aerith sneaks out to help guide Cloud back to Sector 7, only for the pair to catch sight of Tifa riding in a carriage bound for the mansion of Wall Market's most notorious sleazebag, Don Corneo. After going through the effort of disguising Cloud as a woman to gain access to the mansion themselves, they meet up with Tifa inside, who tells them she's here for information. The trio corner the Dawn and learn that Shinra, in order to wipe out Avalanche, plan to drop the Sector 7 plate and crush the slums below, killing an untold number of people above and below in the process. Avalanche try to prevent this, but not only are they mere seconds too late to stop Reno from pressing the button, but the Turks' leader, Sung, kidnaps Aerith, noting that their orders were to capture the last of the Ancients. Cloud, Tifa, and Barret are barely able to escape the devastation, but the rest of their crew die with all of the civilians. The only other survivor was Barret's young daughter, Marlene, who Aerith brought back to her house in order to keep her safe. Elmira tells the trio that Sung found Aerith when she was on her way home with Marlene, and Aerith went with him willingly on the condition of Marlene's safety. Grateful to Aerith for saving his daughter, Barret joins Cloud and Tifa to infiltrate the Shinra headquarters to free the Flower Girl, but after reuniting with her, they're all captured and brought to President Shinra himself, who explains that the Ancients, or the Cetra as they were called, can lead them to the Promised Land, which they expect is abundant with Mako. Shinra's ultimate plan is to construct a new city, Neo Midgar, on this Promised Land, where they will siphon up untold amounts of Mako to accrue even more money and power. The party are imprisoned, but after a while, Cloud wakes up to find the door to his and Tifa's cell open, and the guard killed. Trails of blood are smeared all along the walls and floors of the upper echelons of the building. They look to have come from the container for a headless specimen called Jenova, the very sight of which had led Cloud to experiencing a brief but powerful migraine. Following the blood trail leads the party up to the president's office, where his fresh corpse is slumped over onto his desk, with the long blade once wielded by the deceased legendary soldier Sephiroth piercing his back. One of the Shinra executives, Palmer, witnessed everything, and tells Cloud and the others that Sephiroth said he wouldn't let the company have the Promised Land. But before anyone can get excited about this great soldier returning to fight against his corporate masters, Cloud rejects the notion that Sephiroth's return is anything but a bad omen. With Sephiroth having come back from the grave, Shinra on high alert, and Rufus Shinra, the son and successor of the late president, seeking to rule the population with fear, the party make their escape from Midgar to save the planet from the terrible crisis that has begun to unfold. Thus begins Final Fantasy VII. It's certainly a departure from its predecessors, but at this point, that's to be expected. Final Fantasy has thrived on reinventing itself and exploring new settings with each entry, the most radical of which was Final Fantasy VI with its Industrial Revolution and steampunk-esque motifs. But even with the inclusion of factories and magitech, there was still a strong presence of the classical medieval fantasy elements which had been mainstays since the beginning, and while there have been major sci-fi elements present since the original game, they tended to be held back until much later in the scenario. Final Fantasy VII dispenses with the classical medieval fantasy veneer in its entirety, instead recontextualizing various elements to fit its more contemporary urban setting. The evil empire is now an evil corporation. Barret, the party's ranger, doesn't use a bow and arrow, but a machine gun grafted to his arm. Chocobos and airships are still around, but so are cars, motorcycles, and even a space shuttle. I've heard plenty of people describe Final Fantasy VII's aesthetics and motifs as being cyberpunk, and while that is partially true, I would argue that it falls slightly more in line with dieselpunk, given the strong focus on Mako as a natural resource that ties into every aspect of the game's world and narrative. Though, to be completely honest, FF7 as a whole is more than any particular punk genre could encapsulate. The general premise is also surprisingly not that far removed from Sakaguchi's original concept. There's still a prominent terrorist group that blows up a reactor, something or someone hunting them down, and the protagonist embroiled in a mystery while chasing after something. It's just that now the story follows those terrorists instead of someone chasing them. This pursuit further sets apart Final Fantasy VII from its predecessors, whereas every previous installment had a singular antagonist to contend with at a time, even in Final Fantasy VI, where Kefka was lumped in with the Empire until he hijacked the game's second half. Final Fantasy VII sees Cloud and the others pursued by Shinra while attempting to track down Sephiroth. This helps give the story some consistent forward momentum, as well as a bit of variety in opposition. But the key element which makes Final Fantasy VII stand out from its forebears, as well as its contemporaries, is its visual presentation. Pre-rendered CGI cutscenes weren't exactly new in 1997. There had been other games on the PlayStation which featured them, such as Namco's Tekken series, Camelot's Beyond the Beyond, Capcom's Resident Evil, Atlus's Megami Ibunroku Persona, and Konami's Vandal Hearts. Even Square's own Tobal No. 1, which in part was sold on the back of its packed-in demo for FF7, sported a CG opening. But Final Fantasy VII cinematics were far more ambitious and plentiful than its contemporaries. While most of the games that came before used these scenes in minor ways, as introduction or ending sequences, tone setters, or general rewards for continuing to play, rarely were they used as a tool to help tell their stories beyond bookending the overall experience. Of the examples I've given, Persona was the only one which did all of these as well as help provide exposition. The result was about 20 minutes of pre-rendered video, which dwarfs every other example I've given. And while these cutscenes definitely have their own artistic merit and flourishes, they still suffered from similar issues as the rest. Simplistic cinematography and lighting which often serve to highlight the artifice of the scene. I have more thoughts on Persona's cinematics in particular, but that will have to wait for another time. As we've established, Square spared no expense when it came to acquiring the hardware and manpower to produce CG cinematics for Final Fantasy VII, which have a total runtime of roughly 50 minutes. And the results are not only gorgeously detailed with a strong emphasis on lighting and camera movement, but also strong integration with the rest of the game's presentational aspects. Whereas FMVs in other games tended to be pretty separate from the actual gameplay, Final Fantasy VII is quick to break down the barrier between them. The opening cutscene seamlessly leads into the real-time visuals, as the final frame of the FMV is the same image as the pre-rendered background layer of the train station. The changeover is pretty obvious on a modern display, but on a CRT, it's much less noticeable. This technique is used all over the place and is often enhanced by retaining the in-game models over the playback to allow for a seamless transition between the FMVs and the static backgrounds. And watching those FMVs without the in-game models over them is honestly kind of jarring. Similarly, pre-rendered backdrops were also not a new concept. The aforementioned Resident Evil is particularly noteworthy for its use of fixed camera angles and static backgrounds, but the inspiration came from Infogrames' seminal 1992 survival horror game, Alone in the Dark, for MS-DOS. These would be used in place of environments produced in real time in order to save on system memory while still producing detailed images. The team wanted the world to feel like it had been lived in long before the player's arrival, and they succeeded. Midgar is the poster child for this, a dystopian city divided into 8 sectors which were once their own towns, but their original names have been lost to time. Each is split by a gargantuan plate that separates the prosperous upper city from the slums and shanty towns on the polluted ground below. In the brief periods when you're on the top side of this giant pizza, you can see that things are clean, ornate, and orderly, but underneath you have to navigate mounds of garbage, debris, and urban decay. The Undercity is filthy, littered with ramshackle buildings, abandoned construction equipment, and derelict train yards. Just through the environment, you can gather that Shinra probably did have a meaningful presence down here at one point, but once the plates went up and those who could afford to do so moved topside, they left the people below to suffer in squalor beneath their steel sky. Many of those who live down here commute to the plate for work, but they don't make nearly enough gil to permanently relocate there. Through using these pre-rendered backgrounds, each area attains its own visual identity. Unlike previous installments where sprites and tile sets would be reused for certain types of areas, notably towns and caves, and thus led to some aesthetic homogenization, here, any reuse of a background would be much more apparent. As such, each area is far more distinct than they had been before, whether it be through aesthetics, detail, or camera angle. There's no mistaking Midgar's wall market for Junon, or Calm for Rocket Town, for example. Colors pop much more than they ever did in previous entries, whether they be from neon signs peppering parts of Midgar, or from careful use of shadows to draw the eye to certain environmental details. One such notable aspect is the signs and billboards in Sector 8 advertising a play called Loveless. It's an inconsequential piece of set dressing that's mostly here to add flavor to the world and imply that, while this world is definitely a big sack of crap, there is still art and culture. But a careful examination of these posters also tips off that they're a reference to real-life art and culture, specifically to Irish-English rock band My Bloody Valentine's 1991 album of the same name. It's a bit of a deep cut, but it's interesting that this album would be given a shout-out like this, since its particular use of distortion, hazy vocals, and dreamlike ethereal qualities would be the impetus for the shoegaze subgenre of alt and indie rock which would take hold in Japan. I definitely recommend giving it a listen. But there is one instance where the reuse of these background layers is used to enhance the storytelling and instill a sense of unease. The incident which saw Sephiroth fall from grace saw him burn Cloud and Tifa's hometown of Nibelheim to the ground, killing many of its inhabitants. Yet, when the party passes through on their journey, the town is completely intact and populated. The people here take offense when Cloud tries to tell them that he grew up here or that the town burned down 5 years ago. There are also a lot of people in black coats strewn about town suffering from some sort of psychosis, each with numbers tattooed on them and murmuring about Sephiroth. that they can hear his voice, that they must go to a reunion. There's a report hidden away in the town that reveals that Shinra actually reconstructed it to cover up the incident and conduct some experiments, with these cloaked figures being the test subjects. Despite all of this, the world isn't totally grimy and downbeat. There are some bright, colorful, and even pastoral sights to be seen along the way. The Chocobo Farm is an idyllic little place, seemingly one of the few places on the planet that is completely untouched by Shinra and Mako. The sun is shining, the grass is green, and the Chocobos even dance for you. It's one of the sillier moments in the game, not that there aren't a lot of them, but it's these lighthearted moments that add levity and charm to the world. The gold saucer may have some extremely loose and obscure ties to Shinra, and the fact that it's built on top of what used to be Barret's hometown is nothing short of horrible, but it's also a hub for leisure and light entertainment. Ride the roller coaster, race chocobos, stay the night at a haunted house, and take part in various other little distractions while you forget about just how bad things are outside. Tragic? Yes. Indicative of a ruling power that wants to distract the populace from how bad they've made things for them? Absolutely. But it still presents some fun digressions for the player as well. On a slightly less sinister note is Costa del Sol, a resort town known for its sunny beaches. There's no narrative significance here, just some optional dialogue and the opportunity to buy a villa, which realistically has no real purpose after you get the airship. You do get to see Professor Hojo, the morally reprehensible head of Shinra's science department, relaxing with some women on the beach while working on his tan, despite wearing his lab coat. If you confront him, he'll exchange some mild pleasantries, ask Aerith how her mother is doing, and then kind of wave you off. It's kinda funny, though what he says to Cloud ends up having more weight as the story unfolds. The only downside to the use of pre-rendered backgrounds, minor though it may be, is visual clarity as it pertains to navigation. Because everything is part of the background image, it can at times be difficult to ascertain which parts of the scenery are interactable or where the path forward is. Perhaps the most notorious example in the early game is the crumbling highway in Sector 6, where you have to walk down this red pillar and move underneath a piece of road, and then up another beam which isn't part of the backdrop but has its lowest point obscured from view. I can understand the design language at play. The red draws the eye, and the shadows cast by the rebar are meant to signal that you're meant to go down and under. But the first time I tried playing this game, that part left me totally stumped, and I don't think I'm alone in that. This somewhat extends to finding paths to another screen, which isn't always obvious. Thankfully, this would be somewhat addressed in the international releases of the game. In the original Japanese version, pressing the select button will add a pointed cursor to Cloud so that the player won't lose track of him. The international versions would expand on this by adding color-coded arrows to exits and interactable environmental pieces. It doesn't totally solve the navigation issue, but like I said, that issue is a minor one. It doesn't ruin the experience, but it can lead to irritation when something meant to be simple and straightforward initially comes off as a puzzle. None of this applies to the world map, thankfully, which is rendered in full 3D. Not only does this create a visual separation between the small-scale areas you explore along the way and the macro scale of the wider world, but it emphasizes the world's scope more than the use of Mode 7 did on the Super Famicom. The third dimension breaks down many of the layers of abstraction which had come with the use of 2D sprites. Mountains are no longer simply understood to be impassable. They're impassable because they're physically too steep to climb. Hills and valleys are part of the landscape in addition to plains and deserts. And because you spend so long in Midgar before finally reaching this part of the game, anywhere from 4 to 6 hours depending on your playstyle, seeing that bright blue sky feels all the more freeing. You hardly saw the plate above you in the Undercity because of the fixed camera, though you always understood it to be there. But now, the sky's the limit. The actual sky, not some artificial corporate construct. But between both of these modes, the designs of the characters remain consistent. The general design philosophy is an extension of Kazuko Shibuya's sprite work for the previous games. Their proportions are much more stylized and leaning towards chibi than realistic. This even extends to a fair amount of the pre-rendered cinematics. It's not that the hardware couldn't handle producing higher poly models that more closely resembled real people, as showcased in the game's battles, but it was a conscious stylistic choice. Sakaguchi wanted the characters to be expressive, and because the camera in the field was fixed due to the pre-rendered backgrounds, unlike in battles where the camera could move around 3D space and zoom in, he paid close attention to the sizes of characters' heads in order to accomplish this. This desire for expressiveness is the foundation for these designs. The exaggerated features facilitate the character's ability to emote physically regardless of where the camera is placed. At a resolution of only 240p, some of these wide shots could make certain parts of a realistically proportioned character model practically invisible and reduce their expressiveness, so I can understand the decision to give them big heads and cinder blocks for forearms. Even in 1997, there were people who hated this look. I personally find these models to be pretty charming, even when Aerith's dress or Sephiroth's hair are physically bending like cardboard. It helps that they're animated with these proportions in mind, so before too long you either get used to them or stop really noticing. The animations themselves aren't spectacular, but they do more than enough to bring the characters to life, and each of their lives have been affected, in some way, by Shinra. But Shinra's presence and influence extend far beyond the party or Midgar. There's hardly a square inch of the planet that hasn't been tinged by the Megacorp's ambitions and insatiable greed. In addition to the 8 Mako reactors dotting Midgar's perimeter, they've also been built at Fort Condor, Junon, Gongaga, Corel, and Mount Nebel, though disaster would follow in several of their wakes. Gongaga's reactor exploded, killing countless townsfolk and rendering a large chunk of the area a barren wasteland. Corel was a mining town before the locals sold the mine to Shinra in exchange for a reactor, but after it was supposedly targeted in a terrorist attack, Shinra razed Corel to the ground in retaliation. Most of those who survived would establish the ramshackle village of North Corel shortly after, while the massive Gold Saucer amusement park would be built over the ruins of their home. And Mount Nebel would be the site of the very first Mako reactor, but it would also house some of Shinra's darkest secrets regarding the soldier program, the discovery of which set Sephiroth down his path of villainy. Shinra's goal is a simple one: money. Everything they do is for the express purpose of lining their own pockets. And with the exception of Reeve, the head of urban development, each of the company's executives is on board with whatever will make them the most gil and quashing any potential threats to their pocketbooks. Avalanche's destruction of one of Midgar's reactors identifies them as just such a threat, and so the company retaliates by dropping the Sector 7 plate when they learn that the group is operating out of that part of the city. The thousands, if not millions, of additional lives which are lost in the process are seen as little more than collateral damage. The shots of the devastation, juxtaposed with the president's view of it all from his ivory tower, present a chilling encapsulation of how the upper class view those economically beneath them. To the rich, the exploitation of the poor is simply a means to an end, and this is accomplished without a single word of dialogue. To really drive home just how little they actually care about the lives of others, Reeve's protests about the destruction of Sector 7 and plans to rebuild it are coldly dismissed. In fact, the company plans to hike up electricity rates for the remaining sectors to make up for the revenue that would be lost from a whole eighth of the city's population suddenly not paying their bill. There's a conversation which crops up here and there throughout Final Fantasy VII regarding how Mako has raised people's quality of life. Through extracting Mako from the planet, they have electricity, as well as the various creature comforts of modern living such as television and radio. But this obviously comes at the cost of the life of the planet itself, as Mako is spirit energy extracted from the life stream, from which all life on the planet is born and to which it all returns when they die. If you want to be a bit macabre about it, you could even say that by harvesting this energy, Shinra are harvesting the souls of the dead. And because the life of the planet is dependent on this spirit energy, extracting it with Mako reactors will eventually kill the planet itself. I'm just going to rip the band-aid off now. Shinra's exploitation of the life stream is analogous to climate change. The life stream itself is a catch-all for natural resources, especially oil, and how its extraction and use actively harms natural ecosystems over time. It is impossible to discuss Final Fantasy VII in any meaningful way without bringing this up, as even by the end of the 1980s, climate change was a known quantity, though it was referred to as global warming at the time. Similarly, the Shinra Corporation having power which exceeds that of the government is a blatant critique of capitalism. The company seeks profit over all else, even to the detriment of the people who make them their money. It's made clear early on with the destruction of Sector 7 that they do not care about people's lives, only their money. The Shinra Electric Power Company is a capitalist's wet dream. Price fixing, price gouging, control over the means of production and distribution, and literally owning politicians. Mayor Domino's office is not only located in the Shinra building, but he himself is basically a glorified librarian. He doesn't even make policy, he's just a mouthpiece for Shinra, and he despises them for it. Shinra's exploitation of its workers has left them to fend for themselves in the Undercity, which is filled with garbage and polluted air. They don't even make enough gil to move up to the Plate, which has cleaner air and a higher standard of living. The literally vertical class divide in Midgar is exceptionally wide, as a direct result of Shinra's greed. This social commentary is especially noteworthy considering the state of the Japanese economy during the 1990s, as I not only mentioned earlier in this video, but have broken down in greater detail in my video on Final Fantasy V. Final Fantasy VII approaches these topics with the subtlety of a sledgehammer. Through exaggerated depictions of these issues, the game lays bare exactly why they are truly lamentable. If corporations are allowed to operate however they so please in pursuit of profits, then any damage incurred along the way is simply the cost of doing business for them, including but not limited to mass murder. The fact that the company operates as a nation unto itself, complete with their own military, epitomizes this. Junon, their military center, even houses a massive cannon, the Sister Ray, as its defining feature. The town seems to have been built around it. If the planet dies, so do the people living on it, and this is made all the more apparent when the planet attempts to defend itself by activating the various weapons. Powerful kaiju who awaken from their eons-long slumber to protect the planet in times of crisis. If the planet is a living organism, which it is in this setting, then the weapons can be seen as the immune system defending it from disease or infection. And right now, that disease is humanity. All because of the selfishness of a small group of rich people, while the general populace is either ignorant, complacent, or dependent on them. There's a fair amount for the player to chew on here, but not all of it is so well considered. For example, as previously mentioned, while Mako is basically a catch-all for any natural resource, its closest real-world analog is oil, as both are extracted from beneath the planet's surface to be refined as a power source. But Mako is harvested and refined using reactors, as one would expect of nuclear power, and the dangers presented by the Mako reactors is consistent with the fears and reservations that people had about nuclear power at the time, both in Japan and abroad. One could even compare the explosion of Gongaga's reactor with that of Chernobyl, though obviously far less severe, as Gongaga, while still suffering major losses and still having debris from the explosion being discovered, is still habitable. When looking back on how the team tackled these themes in Final Fantasy VII, Yoshinori Kitase would be somewhat embarrassed at how unrefined he felt their takes were, but also wouldn't outright deny that the team were drawing on real-world issues in the first place. To quote the man himself from a 2021 interview with The Gamer, quote, "We created a story based in a fantasy world, with fantastical concepts like Shinra and Mako, but these are deliberately made abstract enough that they can be superimposed and compared to things in the real world. The environment and the way people think has changed a lot between 1997 and 2021, but the idea of the life of the planet can be seen as a timeless issue, regardless of the era we find ourselves in. I hope that each player can face and come to terms with the issues facing them through the story of Final Fantasy VII." End quote. Some may see this as somewhat cowardly, a dilution of genuinely intriguing commentary or insight to avoid running afoul of some people's sensibilities. But by simplifying the subject matter a bit and putting a degree or two of separation between fantasy and reality, you can engage more people and thus have the potential to get a wider reception for whatever it is you have to say. This is especially prudent for those who see games, movies, TV, etc. as escapist entertainment. Sure, there will be those who decry any form of what they see as moral grandstanding on principle, but there will also be those who had previously never considered that these things could be more than just entertainment. And if you can engage those people with your message, you can open up a whole new world for them, encouraging them to engage with all media on a deeper level than they had before. And the portal to this engagement is through Final Fantasy VII's colorful cast of characters, all of whom have their own baggage with Shinra. Like much of Final Fantasy VII, the main protagonist and player character, Cloud Strife, is something of a remixing of some of the series' earlier character archetypes, but with an added twist. He's a former first-class soldier who has defected from Shinra, similar to Cecil and Celeste from FF4 and 6. Like Celeste, who was experimented on as a baby to become a Magitech Knight, Cloud has been augmented with Mako to bring him to his physical peak as part of Soldier. He even has the bright green eyes to prove it. But these similarities are more of a baseline than a blueprint. In terms of design and personality, Cloud is a far cry from most of his forebears. Originally, he was going to have a more slicked-back hairstyle so that his character model wouldn't use too many polygons, as well as to better contrast with Sephiroth's long hair. But Tetsuya Nomura decided to forego this, and spiked Cloud's hair up a bit more so that he was more easily recognizable as a main character. His trademark Buster Sword was also originally smaller, but would eventually be redesigned to reflect Nomura's concept of unrefined steel, and he would even refer to it as the giant kitchen knife. Every so often, I see people point toward Kentaro Miura's popular Berserk manga as the inspiration for this, as the protagonist, Guts, also brandishes an unwieldy blade of similar length, though not nearly as wide. While I'm willing to believe that it may have been an influence on Nomura, the man himself has never said as much as far as I've been able to discern in my research. However, he has said that he based the basic image of Cloud facing off against Sephiroth on that of legendary samurai Musashi Miyamoto in his duel against Kojiro Sasaki in 1612. Sasaki was well known for his swift technique with a comically long sword, but Miyamoto met him in battle with a similarly large bokken, a wooden training sword, which he had just carved out of one of his ship's oars. Like Miyamoto, Cloud is a highly skilled swordsman, as one might expect from someone who is among the best of Shinra's military. But when we meet him, he's far from what one would expect of a typical hero. He's here to blow up the reactor, but he's not a part of Barret's cause. The only reason he sticks around is because his childhood friend, Tifa, asks him to, and even then, he cloaks this small concession in selfishness, demanding more money than the first run. He has no love for Shinra, obviously. He did defect after all, but he's also completely uninterested in the fate of the planet or the people he's working with. This draws Barret's ire, while the other members of Avalanche, Biggs, Wedge, and Jesse, at least try to level with him, but with little success. Aloof is an apt way to describe him at this point. Cloud is a bit of a blank slate for the player to project themselves onto at first. He isn't devoid of character by any means, but there's enough empty space on the canvas for players to fill in as they please. The game even presents small opportunities to help define Cloud through small actions and dialogue options. These are often tied to a hidden affection system which determines who Cloud goes on a date with at the Gold Saucer towards the end of Disc 1. Whoever has the most points between Aerith, Tifa, Yuffie, and Barret by a certain point in the game will be Cloud's date. It's quickly made apparent that not all is right with Cloud. He has strange lapses in cognition, occasionally hears voices, and has some major gaps in his memory. He left his hometown to join Soldier because he wanted to become a great hero like Sephiroth, and he promised Tifa that he would come to her rescue if she's ever in trouble. He makes Soldier, but his grand return to Nibelheim ends up being the end of this dream. Cloud explains to the others what happened shortly after escaping Midgar, after reaching the town of Calm. He and Sephiroth were sent to Nibelheim to investigate reports of monsters coming from the reactor, and inside they found horrifically mutated humans within the Mako purification tanks, with a large, sealed chamber marked Jenova above them, the same Jenova they saw in the Shinra Tower. Sephiroth's mother was also named Jenova, and upon seeing the mutated monstrosities sealed in the tanks, he began to question his origins. Soldiers are infused with Mako as part of the program, and Sephiroth had always been told that he was a special case among their ranks. Distressed, he sequestered himself in the basement of the Shinra mansion in Nibelheim for several days, engrossed in countless books on the development of the secret Jenova project. He learned that respected scientist Professor Gast uncovered a seemingly dead organism, an ancient, that he formally dubbed Jenova. The Jenova project aimed to produce people with the same power as the Cetra, who according to these texts, moved from planet to planet in search of the Promised Land. Sephiroth was the first result of the project, and the Soldier program followed suit. This revelation led Sephiroth to believe that he was the true heir of the planet, whereas everyone else, those who broke off from the Cetra for an easier life, as the book said, robbed his dear mother of her rightful place as the planet's ruler. Thus, he saw all of humanity as traitors, and he resolved to take the planet back from them. He razed Nibelheim to the ground, murdering countless people, including Cloud and Tifa's families, as he made his way back to the reactor to retrieve what remained of Jenova. But as he approached the remains of his mother, he was confronted by Cloud, and Sephiroth's reign of terror would meet its end then and there, though Cloud doesn't remember exactly how it ended. What makes Cloud interesting isn't that there's a mystery to him that must be unraveled. It's the fact that he's shrouded in mystery and the player character that makes him engaging. He isn't just an avatar for little Timbly to live out a power fantasy. He's a complex character in his own right. But because the mystery of Cloud is such a major driving force of the story, I want to hold off on having a full discussion about him until much later. From the moment you meet Barret Wallace, it's evident that he's the most hardened out of any party member in the game. He's a righteous crusader against Shinra, having formed his own rebel group, Avalanche, to combat the company any way he can. He's angry, distrustful of Cloud, and driven. He's also the only member of the party that is also a parent, as we learn after destroying Reactor 1. As gruff as he is, Barret is a caring father to his young daughter, Marlene, readily embracing her the moment he returns to their hideout in the slums. You immediately understand that she is his world, and this is reinforced when Aerith's mom, Elmira, calls Barret's priorities into question. As much as he wants to spend every waking moment with his little girl, he also feels that he can't resist fighting the injustice that the Shinra are inflicting upon the world. He knows that their actions are killing the planet and can't sit idly by and let that happen. Moreover, he is self-aware regarding this. He isn't flippant about how what he's doing is more important. Barret knows he could be a better parent, and he wants to be, but his drive for revenge against Shinra for everything they took from him is his greatest character flaw. Originally, Barret lived in the coal mining town of Corel when the Shinra company proposed the town to build a Mako reactor there. The stipulation was that they would have to sell their coal mine, which would put countless people out of work in exchange for a more modern energy source. After all, nobody really uses coal anymore. It was a prospect which Barret wasn't all that thrilled about, but understood as something necessary for their town to keep up with the modern world. The only other holdout was his friend Dyne, who Barret ultimately had to convince that the change was worth losing the mine. Unfortunately, after there was allegedly an explosion outside the reactor, the Shinra burned Corel to the ground while Barret and Dyne were out of town. Some troopers found and tried to exterminate them as well, with Barret attempting to pull Dyne back up from over the edge of a cliff, but he lost his grip and Dyne seemed to fall to his death. It was this incident which led to Barret losing his right arm below the elbow, which he replaced with a detachable machine gun, though before the technological setting of the game was set in stone, it was originally set to be a crossbow. In a form of self-repentance, Barret would vow to raise Dyne's orphaned daughter as his own. The fact that Marlene is adopted, however, is never a point of contention with her or Barret. As far as they're concerned, he's her daddy, and she's his little girl, and that's that. The few survivors of the Corel massacre would resettle a bit northward as the shantytown of North Corel. They share Barret's hatred of Shinra, of course, but without the means to do anything about what happened, they shift the blame to Barret for encouraging the town to sell their coal mine and let the company build the reactor in the first place. It's important to note that it's never made clear whether there even was an explosion at the Corel reactor, or that it was set off by one of the townsfolk if there was an explosion. Either way, Shinra used a terrorist attack as an excuse to raise an entire town of suspected dissidents. The survivors have every right to be angry, and their resentment of Barret is understandable given that he helped facilitate the sale of the mine. But all of this feeds into Barret's own sense of self-loathing. He harbors immense guilt for what happened to his home and to his friend. Sure, the ordeal led to him opening his eyes to exactly who Shinra are and the damage they cause, as well as to him finding renewed purpose as a freedom fighter and a father. But that doesn't ease the pain. He's a passionate man, but he's also become violent and short-tempered, and this has led to his passionate nature being somewhat corrupted, as his desire for revenge against Shinra has begun to consume him. This is what Barret's arc is all about, questioning himself about why he fights and what he's really fighting for. At first, he preaches about how Shinra is killing the planet, which is true, but it becomes evident as the layers of his character are pulled back that his acts of eco-terrorism weren't driven by his politics as much as his anger. Elmira grilling him about leaving Marlene at home while he goes out fighting for his cause is the start of him gradually realizing that his priorities are skewed. When he's challenged on them here, he even admits that his logic is circular. When he learns that Dyne is alive in the desert beneath the gold saucer, Barret is aghast at how much his old friend has changed since the incident. Like Barret, Dyne lost his arm that day too, and has become incredibly bitter and angry. But whereas Barret recognized that their tragedy was caused by Shinra, Dyne, having lost his wife and daughter, lashes out against the world at large. He has nothing left to live for, and sees the world as being filled with nothing but cruelty and sorrow. All he has now is his own gun arm, grafted to his left arm to mirror Barret's, and he just wants everything to end. Dyne starts to hit his breaking point when Barret tells him that Marlene is actually alive, saying that he'll kill her so that she can reunite with her mother in the afterlife. Barret ultimately has to fight his former friend to knock some sense into him, after which Dyne realizes that he's not the person that he used to be, that his hands are soaked in blood, and so much time has passed that even if he were to reunite with Marlene, she probably wouldn't know who he is. He gives Barret his pendant, asking him to give it to Marlene, before casting himself over the edge of a cliff. Dyne is who Barret could have become after the Corel incident. They both lost everything. Their homes, their friends, their wives. But Barret found a reason to keep living in Marlene, and as he eventually realizes much later on, he fights Shinra to make sure there's still a world left for her to live in when he's gone. What happened to Dyne and Corel wasn't Barret's fault. He was as much a victim as the rest of them. The difference is that he was able to move past it and focus on his future, while everyone else is stuck in the past. Barret isn't a saint by any means. His attack on Reactor 1 was, unambiguously, an act of terrorism. Barret is an eco-terrorist. And while his intentions are noble, as Cait Sith points out much later on, they still got a lot of innocent people killed. The shades of gray with which Barret's actions are painted help make him a complex and engaging character, although not everyone would see him as such. Some American players and critics would instantly draw comparisons between Barret and African-American actor Mr. T, best known for his roles as B.A. Baracus on the A-Team in the mid-1980s and Clubber Lang in Rocky III. He even calls Cloud a foo during their gold saucer date. More to the point, Barret's short temper, propensity to swear, and comparisons of his localized dialogue to Ebonics led to some seeing him as a racist caricature, a stereotype of the angry black man, both at the time and in the years to follow. But as has been noted since then by writers such as Jeremy Parrish and Levi Buchanan, this was almost certainly the result of ignorance rather than malice. Barret is a product of this unfortunate ignorance and lack of consideration. Kazushige Nojima has even said as much. Quote, "I don't want to talk about this in too much detail, but personally maybe I didn't put enough thought into the black and gay stereotypes, into how they would be received. I kind of learned from the reaction I got. Especially with the racial discrimination, I wasn't very aware of what I was depicting in the scenario, and it wasn't until someone told me about the criticism that I became fully aware of what I was putting into the story." End quote. Now, I don't really blame Nojima or Nomura or anyone else for this. Barret being something of a stereotype is a result of coincidence and circumstance. Moreover, I don't think that it makes him a bad character. If you were to change his skin color and make his speech patterns closer to everyone else's, his substance would still be intact. That doesn't suddenly make him not a caricature, nor does it mean that people aren't allowed to take umbrage with him, but it does make him an actual character who, as I've demonstrated, can be discussed at length without bringing up these elements. Born and raised in the same town as Cloud, Tifa Lockhart relocated to Midgar after Sephiroth burned Nibelheim to the ground. Like Cloud, she lost all of her friends and family that day and has had to rebuild her life from scratch. When we enter the story, she's the proprietor of the Seventh Heaven Bar in the Sector 7 slums, providing a base of operations for Barret and the rest of Avalanche. And while she shares similar anti-Shinra sentiments, she's not quite as accepting of Barret's methods. It's because of her that Cloud even takes part in Avalanche's missions, and she acts as the mediator between him and Barret early on. While she's highly proficient in hand-to-hand combat, she isn't big on violence and considers it a last resort. Despite her hesitance and even occasional shyness, Tifa is a fairly proactive character, ready to put herself in harm's way to get information from Don Corneo. When a situation becomes dire, she'll jump into the fray to do what she feels is right or necessary, though when she gets overwhelmed, she defers to the people around her. Tifa is an extremely empathetic character, but her closest tie within the party is, understandably, with Cloud. She shows a great amount of concern for his well-being, and their relationship has an effervescent romantic undercurrent. However, there is much about Tifa which requires further narrative and thematic context beyond the scope of just a character analysis, so we'll wrap back around to her in due time. While she initially appears to be a mild-mannered florist from the Sector 5 slums, there is much more to Aerith Gainsborough than meets the eye. Sure, she grows and sells flowers and appears as dainty as one would expect of a young florist, but growing up in a rough neighborhood means that she isn't the least bit naive. Not that you would know it at first, since her blunt attitude makes her come off as flippant, such as when she asks Cloud to be her bodyguard in exchange for a date. It's enough for you to do a double take when you realize that, despite the innocent persona she puts on, Aerith is actually pretty spunky and hard-headed. She readily throws herself into danger to help people she doesn't even know. When Tifa is being taken to Don Corneo's mansion as a potential bride, she comes up with the plan to dress Cloud up as a woman so they can also be potential candidates for the Don's lecherous desires, thus backing Tifa up or keeping her out of harm's way. Similarly, when the Turks are preparing to drop the Sector 7 plate, she goes to Seventh Heaven at Tifa's request to save Marlene without question. And when she was found by Sung on the way back to her house, she willingly gave herself up on the condition of Marlene's safety. This unflinching propensity to help those in need could be attributed to the reason why the Turks and Shinra are so interested in her in the first place. She's the last of the Cetra, the ancient civilization who communed with the planet. I've referred to Elmyra as Aerith's mother a few times so far, and while she calls her mom, the truth is that Elmyra is her adoptive mother. Her birth mother, Ifalna, was a full-blooded Cetra who passed away after escaping the Shinra building with a young Aerith. Elmyra was at the train station waiting for her husband to come home on leave from the Wutai War, but he never arrived. It was there that she happened upon a dying Ifalna and a precocious Aerith, who Ifalna pleaded with Elmyra to take care of before passing away. The only memento Aerith would have of her birth mother would be a white materia, which, according to her, does absolutely nothing. Elmyra, overcome with loneliness, not knowing whether her husband was even still alive, took the young girl in. The two bonded quickly, and it wasn't long before Elmyra learned that Aerith was far from ordinary. Shortly after taking her in, Aerith would sorrowfully tell Elmyra that someone close to her had returned to the planet, which she initially wrote off as the girl having a colorful imagination. But a short time later, a representative of Shinra would arrive at their home to deliver the news that her husband had indeed been killed in action. Growing up, Aerith had to contend with the harshness of the Undercity, the Turks trying to bring her back to Shinra, and regularly hearing voices from the Life Stream. She knew she was a descendant of the Cetra, but kept a low profile for her own safety. Of course, this wouldn't deter the Turks very much, but possibly because they knew she was the last of her kind, they never tried to hurt her in their attempts to apprehend her. Even before her heritage is revealed, her nature is alluded to by her flower motif. When Cloud wakes up in the Sector 5 church, where Aerith grows her flowers, the two note that flowers don't tend to bloom in Midgar. The church and Aerith's house are the only places where you can see flowers growing in the city, and they're the two locations which are tied specifically to Aerith. It's a visual reflection of her having an innate connection to the planet and the life stream. This on its own makes her an important character, but what's more important when connecting with the player is her relationship with Cloud. They first cross paths during the chaotic aftermath of Reactor 1's destruction, during which he can buy a flower from her for 1 gil. They get more properly acquainted after the failed attempt at destroying Reactor 5, and Aerith asks Cloud to be her bodyguard when she sees that Reno has come to try and bring her back to Shinra. As he escorts her back home, they banter a bit. She teases him about his seriousness, and she sneaks back out to follow him as he tries to head back to Sector 7 in the middle of the night. Cloud reminds Aerith of her first boyfriend, who was also in Soldier, but he's been gone for some time. Combine this with how she teases and flirts with him, and it feels like a budding romance, which in turn creates a bit of a love triangle between the two of them and Tifa, who even seems to act a tad jealous about it at times. But whether Aerith is actually interested in Cloud in that way, or if it just seems like it because of her demeanor, is left ambiguous. Of course, when it comes to the affection system to determine who Cloud goes out with at the Gold Saucer, Aerith not only starts with the most points, but is given priority over the other characters in the event of a tie. While there is no canon when it comes to this scene, it seems clear that the development team wanted players to go out with Aerith. Doing so would bring her promise to go out with Cloud in exchange for being her bodyguard full circle. And, at least in my opinion, it feels like the most natural turn of events for these two characters up to this point. She teases him and gets him to open up a little bit over the course of the story, and this can be seen as the culmination of that, even if what they end up doing together is largely platonic. I like Aerith. She's a fun character whose free-spiritedness acts as a wonderful contrast to Cloud. And while she isn't always quite so forthcoming about her heritage, it's not for the sake of secrecy so much that she isn't quite sure of that side of herself. She wants to learn more about her people, but because they're long dead, there's not much in the way of options there. Yet her confidence never wavers, and while she's pretty chipper, she's also surprisingly grounded. And while we're talking about her, we may as well address the elephant in the room. When Final Fantasy VII was originally released in 1997 outside Japan, her default name when the player is prompted to name her is Aeris. To the English-speaking tongue, this sounds much more natural to say than Aerith, and can even be interpreted as her being the heiress to the planet, since she's the last of the Cetra. Moreover, it sounds closer to her Japanese name, Erisu. However, there is plenty of contemporary evidence which supports Aerith being the correct name. For example, Tetsuya Nomura's original concept art for the character has Aerith written in the corner. The Japanese guidebook, Final Fantasy VII Official Establishment File, released only 6 days before the game itself, refers to her as Aerith in the Latin text. In the West, it wasn't uncommon for the character to be named Aerith in magazines like Computer and Video Games and Electronic Gaming Monthly too. And, perhaps most significantly, if you sequence break and skip past the event which allows you to name her yourself, her name defaults to Aerith, not Aeris. So, with all of this evidence to support Aerith, where did Aeris come from? Firstly, it should be noted that Aeris is not an incorrect way to localize Erisu. Because there is no TH sound in Japanese, an S sound would be used in its place. So Su could be localized as either being an S or TH sound, depending on the context. And according to Richard Honeywood, who joined Square's internal localization department towards the end of Final Fantasy VII's development, though he didn't work on its localization, her name is meant to be a loose portmanteau of air and earth, which unfortunately didn't fully come across in localization due to a lack of communication between the English and Japanese staff. Just as well, at an earlier point in the game's development, Aerith would have been a geomancer, or at least something close to it, before rigid jobs were entirely scrapped for this installment. Basically, Aeris was one of many flukes of Final Fantasy VII's localization, which I'll discuss in more detail later. As for why her name defaults to Aerith if you skip the part where you name her, well, your guess is as good as mine on that front. During the party's raid on the Shinra building to free Aerith, they also freed an intelligent quadruped who Hojo had designated Red 13. Like Aerith, he's also the last of his kind, and Hojo had intended to force the two of them to procreate in order to have more test subjects for both species. Red wasn't keen on this, but played into Hojo's assumption that he was a primal beast long enough for the others to spring him and Aerith from containment. Despite his bestial appearance, something of a cross between a wolf and a lion, with a flame burning at the tip of his tail, Red is actually quite intelligent and speaks like any human would, though he is quite reserved and only tends to speak up when he feels it to be necessary. The idea of a four-legged party member came from Nomura, as there had never been such a character in the series before. This actually led to some difficulties during development with regards to his movement in the field. Kazushige Nojima recalled in an interview for the 10th anniversary Ultimania that, quote, "When he turns around, his tail and body end up going into the wall." Because of his bestial nature, he originally wasn't intended to speak, but over time this was changed. His name, Red 13, also wasn't the name Nomura originally gave him, but the initial name wasn't all that interesting in his opinion. Other members of the team wanted to have a character with a number in their name, and Nomura chose 13 specifically because it was considered unlucky. Of course, as Red himself suggests when you meet him, this isn't his real name. Upon entering Red's hometown at Cosmo Canyon, he's greeted warmly and referred to as Nanaki. It's here where we learn about his species, his tribe, and his backstory. Red's tribe was originally one in tune with the planet and were guardians of Cosmo Canyon. His mother died protecting this canyon from the invading Gi tribe long ago, but he resents his father, Seto, for leaving her to die alone. Nanaki is the last of his kind, burdened with the responsibility of protecting Cosmo Canyon and the shame of being the son of a coward. It's this responsibility that led him to joining the party in the first place. He even told everyone as they were leaving Midgar that he was only sticking around to get back home, and that was it. It's only after his adoptive grandfather, Bugenhagen, the wise man who operates Cosmo Canyon's observatory, shows him what really happened to his father all those years ago that Nanaki turns around. Yes, Seto did leave Nanaki's mother, but it was not an act of cowardice. He helped to stop the Gi invasion, with his body being turned to stone by their poison arrows. Bugenhagen believes that even now, Seto continues to protect Cosmo Canyon, and he urges his grandson to go with Cloud and the others to try and save the planet. Nanaki, confident that his home will be safe under the watchful eye of his father, heeds his grandfather's word, assured in the knowledge that he is not the son of a coward, but of a noble hero. Red's story is touching enough on a surface level, but it also enriches his character in a thematic sense. His ancestors adored the planet, but if we're to take his words at face value, the only part of it that they protected was Cosmo Canyon. Being the last of his kind, he was prepared to let the story of his people end here, on the land they had treasured and protected so dearly. Not only because it's what his kind has always done, or because he is the last, but also as a form of penance for what he thought was his father's great folly. When he learns that Seto actually gave his life to protect them all back then, and his spirit continues to watch over the canyon now, Nanaki is no longer beholden to this. And if he still wishes to bear the responsibilities of his ancestors, then he can go off and try to save the planet they so cherished. Like Bugenhagen says, even if it may be hopeless, isn't it at least worth trying? It's this idea of legacy which held him back, but also sets him free. Is it not a greater honor to those who preceded him to fight to save the world than to stay in their own tiny corner of it? To actively work towards something they would see as admirable, rather than wait around and react to something in a manner which was merely expected? Personally, I think so. And this is why I think Red 13 is a solid character. Of course, this all goes without mentioning the Native American influences that went into Red's character and background, such as his true name being chosen to deliberately invoke a Native American feel, some hair beads, head feathers, and face paint, and several tribal tattoos spread throughout his body, with the sole exception being the 13 that Hojo put on him while in captivity. Unlike with Barret, I haven't seen anyone cry foul or express any sort of reservations about this, and if I had to pinpoint why that is, I'd probably have to say it's down to these elements merely being shorthand or flavorful. There isn't much in the way of stereotypes to pick up on here that aren't purely aesthetic. Red's speech is distinct and clear, for example. Bugenhagen shows us the planet and elucidates the situation it's in, but this is more of an expansion of what was already understood and was facilitated with modern technology, rather than with something like peyote. As a result, unlike Barret, Red doesn't come across as a caricature despite enough elements being there that someone could cry foul if they were willing to make that reach. As a result, like Barret, he ends up being an actual character beyond the stereotypes, even if those influences are more firmly embedded in his character. When Cloud and the others explore the Gold Saucer, they come across a peculiar character in the form of Cait Sith, an anthropomorphic cat riding a large Moogle toy working as a fortune teller. Cloud decides to humor him and asks if he can tell him where Sephiroth is, and after a couple of dud fortunes, the cat is surprised when Cloud is given one that says, "What you pursue will be yours, but you will lose something dear." Surprised at seeing a fortune like this, Cait Sith's insatiable curiosity leads to him forcefully inserting himself into the party. For a while, he doesn't really do much. You can use him in battle like any other party member, and he has some dialogue if he's in your active party, but stays in the background until after the Gold Saucer date. It's only then that his true nature is revealed. Cait Sith is actually a Shinra spy, a robot being remotely controlled by an employee at Shinra HQ. He was hired to infiltrate the party, keep tabs on you, and hinder your progress if possible. As part of this mission, he steals the keystone to the Temple of the Ancients and delivers it to the Turks, but he spills the beans when Cloud confronts him about it. However, his time observing the party has led him to begin reflecting on his own life. Everything Cloud and the others do is done without expectation of payment or recognition, whereas he sold out to Shinra long ago, and he's not so sure he's okay with the state of the world. Even though he's been outed as a spy, he wants to continue their journey together, and Cloud and the others only allow this because he's holding Marlene hostage. Obviously, they don't want something to happen to her, not that Cait Sith feels good about taking hostages. Cait Sith is a mercurial character. He's a known traitor who is only allowed to stick around because the party doesn't want him to hurt Marlene. But as soon as this information comes out, it's evident he's having second thoughts about it all. He atones for his betrayal by sacrificing himself, or rather, his robot body, so that they can acquire the black materia before the Turks or Sephiroth can, and this sacrifice carries with it a certain finality and sense of pathos despite a second Cait Sith coming in to replace him moments later. There's a strong suggestion that, contrary to it being a remote-controlled robot, Cait Sith does have a certain degree of autonomy independent of his controller, who as it turns out is Shinra's head of urban development, Reeve. Ultimately, he ends up playing the role of a double agent for the party, allowing them to eavesdrop on Shinra's executive meetings. He grows to care for them like a true friend, laments that his final fortune for Aerith and Cloud would crush Tifa, and helps Tifa and Barret escape their public execution in Junon. Like Barret and Red 13, Tetsuya Nomura had the idea of Cait Sith early on in development. Specifically, the idea of two characters as a single party member was something he was keen to do for a while, though for a time he wasn't sure if the cat would be riding a fat Moogle or a fat Chocobo. I'm not entirely sure if he realized it or not, but Nomura had already done the concept of two characters as a single party member in Final Fantasy VI, as Shadow had his dog Interceptor occasionally helping out. However, whereas Interceptor's involvement was random, Cait Sith and his Moogle are inseparable. The cat uses its megaphone to command its steed, I guess we could call it. So the two are a package deal, seemingly by necessity, slightly setting them apart from Shadow and Interceptor. However, the Moogle is only a toy and has no personality of its own. Unlike Interceptor, the Moogle does not bite nor have a soft spot for any particular party member. It feels nothing. It says nothing. It understands nothing. It can only stare bleakly into the ether. its eyes wide and its head devoid of thought. So in that sense, I think it's a bit of a stretch to say that Cait Sith is two characters as a single party member, since only one of them is an actual character. But also, considering how different his role is in this story, I feel that extended comparisons to Shadow are somewhat missing the point. Cait Sith somewhat falls in line with the trickster archetype, much like his inspiration, the mythical Kotshi from Celtic mythology. Similar to the fairy, Cait Sith is a mostly black cat with a white belly, the ability to stand on its hind legs, and, while he doesn't transform into a human, is often controlled by one. The connections are a bit tenuous and not all-encompassing, but they are there, especially in the name, which has been the subject of confusion for many. Is it pronounced phonetically or more like the original Celtic? I've been pronouncing it phonetically this whole time because I've heard at least 3 different ways to pronounce the name of the Celtic fairy, who incidentally is not unanimously considered a fairy, and Square Enix coming out last year and saying that it is pronounced phonetically has just added fuel to the fire rather than extinguishing it. In my opinion, as long as we know who we're talking about, you can just straight up call him Reeve for all I care. Years ago, when Shinra was still primarily a weapons manufacturer, they developed a rocket engine that could potentially launch mankind into the stars. During the Wutai War, they began to fund a space program to do just that. The person chosen to pilot the rocket ship was a man named Cid Highwind, who had previously developed aircraft for Shinra, namely a dual-propeller plane named the Tiny Bronco, and a massive airship named after him. Having conquered the skies, Cid was now finally within reach of achieving his dream of being the first man in space. Everything seemed to be going according to plan. The countdown had begun. 3 minutes until liftoff. But as Cid began to settle into the cockpit, the alarm sounded. One of the engineers, Shira, was still in the engine compartment. Despite Cid's confidence, she knew that the rocket's oxygen tanks weren't quite ready for launch. She disregarded Cid's pleas to get out before the engines cooked her alive, but she was willing to sacrifice herself for the sake of the mission, and so was Mission Control. Cid, however, wasn't, and he aborted the launch at the last minute to save her life, knowing that another attempt at launching the rocket would take at least 6 months of preparation. But a second attempt never happened. Shinra cut the budget for the space program, and then pivoted to Mako when they realized how profitable it was. Meanwhile, Cid stayed in Rocket Town, embittered by the thought that Shinra only ever saw him as a number on a balance sheet, and living in the shadow of the rusting rockets overlooking the town. A constant reminder of a dream unfulfilled, and a testament to Shinra's callous disregard for anything deemed unprofitable. All he has now are Shira and the Tiny Bronco. Like Cait Sith, Cid is a mercurial character, although with him it's more because of his personality than his morality. He's demeaning, coarse, and abrasive. Swears and other harsh language pepper his dialogue, and while this demeanor can lead to moments of comedy, it can also easily come off as abusive, particularly towards Shira. She's lived with Cid ever since the launch incident, believing that Cid not being able to live his dream is her fault, and wanting to atone for her mistake, as it were. It's an entirely platonic, but also complicated arrangement between two damaged people. Cid wasn't going to get somebody else killed over his dream, and while he knows he made the right choice that day, he still resents Shira for putting him in the position where he had to make the choice at all. Shira is also an extreme doormat with low self-esteem, but that isn't because of how Cid treats her. During the launch, she said she didn't mind if she died a horrible flaming death if it meant knowing all the oxygen tanks passed inspection. Of course, his treatment certainly wouldn't help, but it doesn't appear to be the cause. Adding on to this is that as you get to know him after he joins the party, you realize that Cid is the kind of person who uses insults in a complimentary manner as well as disparagingly, though based on the context and body language, I think it's fair to say that he isn't complimenting Shira most of the time. Cid joins the party for two main reasons. Firstly, while Sephiroth is their primary target, they know that they're going to have to tango with Shinra along the way, and after how they used and discarded him, Cid is more than ready to clap back. Second, and more immediately, just before Cloud and the others blew into town, Cid had received word that Rufus was coming to town, but rather than discuss the possibility of restarting the space program, the new president just wanted to take the tiny Bronco, the last remnant of freedom Cid had left. He's not in this for the planet. He's in it for petty revenge. As a result, Cid initially comes across as pretty unlikable for a lot of the story, but this begins to change during Disc 2, after Cloud and Tifa are separated from the others for a little while. During this time, he assumes the role of party leader, and is surprisingly well suited to it. His confidence means that he's less likely to hesitate when tough decisions need to be made, but is willing to listen to his comrades' input first. After Cloud and Tifa come back into the fold, however, they all learn about Shinra's plan to use the old rocket to try and destroy Meteor, the astronomical object Sephiroth is summoned to deal untold damage to the planet. This whole leg of the story is a can of worms we'll discuss in due time, but for now we're just talking about Cid. Cloud, Cid, and the character of your choice board the rocket to prevent its launch and secure the huge materia packed inside. Unfortunately, Palmer, the head of the space program, launches it while they're inside and locks the autopilot. As the Shinra number 26 hurtles toward its own destruction, and with the huge materia in hand, the party heads for the escape pod, only for Cid to be pinned down by a blown oxygen tank, the same one that Shira was worried about all those years ago. As it so happens, the rocket launched with her on board as well, and realizing she was right all along, Cid apologizes for lashing out at her. With her help, they're able to free Cid and escape the doomed rocket, leading to Cid finally taking in the vastness of space through the pod's porthole. This experience completely changes his view of the world. Before, he thought their planet was massive, practically unending, but seeing it among the stars made him realize how small it, and they, really are. Until now, he's been a man of science above all else. But through all of this, he's come to see the planet as a scared, sickly child that needs to be protected. And now he's ready to step up to do just that. He's fully committed to the cause and recognizes the true gravity of the situation. It's a great arc for someone brash and scientifically minded like him, and it makes me really appreciate him. But of course, there's still the matter of how he treated Shira. His apology to her is incredibly understated and can easily be disregarded as being for the insult he made at that moment. And even if his apology was unambiguously for how he had treated her for the past however many years, I can understand if some players wouldn't forgive this behavior. Even if he never laid a hand on her, and there's no indication that he has, abuse, even if only verbal or emotional, is abuse. However unintentional, and even when there is an attempt at atonement. It certainly doesn't help that the text doesn't engage with this aspect of Cid's character in any significant way, meaning that his biggest character flaw can feel like it has nothing to do with his growth. However, I believe writing him off entirely based solely on this flaw without engaging with the material is a bit short-sighted. Again, Cid is a complex and mercurial character. His treatment of Shira is unjustifiable, but the resentment that led to it is understandable. And that's part of what makes him an interesting character to me. Not necessarily likable, but definitely interesting. Of course, your mileage may vary. During their journey, it's possible for the party to be attacked by a mysterious ninja while traveling through a forest. After beating her, rather than going right back to the world map, you'll find her lying on the ground, defeated, with a save point nearby. If you ignore her and use the save point, she'll swipe some of your gil and vanish. If you check to see that she's alright, she'll insult you and challenge you to another round. And if you show disinterest, you can recruit her instead. This is Yuffie Kisaragi, the youngest party member at merely 16 years old. She's cocky, energetic, brash, impulsive, and single-minded, showing complete disinterest in anything unrelated to the acquisition of Gil or materia. And while she willingly joins up with Cloud and company, she doesn't hold them in particularly high regard for most of their time together. She even insults them in a particularly juvenile way when they first meet. Should you take the time to head over to Wutai after getting the tiny Bronco, the reason for her attitude is made clear. It's Yuffie's home, and the fallout of Shinra's war with Wutai has led to their culture being slowly stamped out as their capital is converted into a tourist trap at the suggestion of their leader, Godo Kisaragi, Yuffie's father. Frustrated at the dissolution of their culture and her father's apparent kowtowing to corporate interests, Yuffie has taken it upon herself to try and accrue as much materia as she can to empower her countrymen to take back their home. This is why she partied up with Cloud and the others. She took them for suckers. And so, while they're ambushed by Shinra soldiers on the Wutai continent, Yuffie takes advantage of the chaos and absconds with as much of your materia as possible, 48 at the very most, not including what you've already equipped to her, and prioritizing that which is rare and high-leveled. She gives it all back after you save her from Don Corneo, but along the way you learn that she and her father have a very strained relationship. She sees him as a washed-up coward, while he sees her as rowdy and ungrateful. As much as she yearns for Wutai to return to its former glory, it's clear that Yuffie still wouldn't fit in with the culture because of her disdain for authority and unwillingness to abide by their people's customs for their own sake. But it's also during these verbal spats that she accidentally lets slip that, despite her initial intentions, she does actually respect Cloud and the others for doing what she wished her father would, stand up and fight against Shinra. Little does she know that Godo isn't the has-been he seems to be. He is still the mightiest warrior in Wutai, and his placement as the 5th guardian of their pagoda is proof of this. Yuffie is stunned by this revelation, especially when he drops the facade of a drunken loser and fights her with all his might. He even commands her to fight him with the intent to kill, because otherwise he may end up killing her. But it's not a threat, it's a test. A test of her mettle, to determine if she'll be able to succeed him as the leader of their nation, and much to Godo's delight, Yuffie passes. Seeing the power that her father and the other guardians possess stupefies her. Why, with all their might, are they not continuing to fight Shinra? Godo levels with her, telling her that, after they were defeated, he began to wonder what it meant to have such tremendous strength in the first place, and what it was really good for. Crushing your foes? Or making yourself feel big and important? He realized that the kind of strength they have would lead to others wanting to test them, and that would lead to more conflict. If they continued to display their true might, they would be no different than Shinra. And so Godo decided that Wutai should conceal their true might so they won't draw attention to themselves, and Shinra would get off their backs. That way, Wutai could still thrive, even if not in the same way as before. But as this test goes to show, their culture won't be wiped out. It's only after Godo lays it all out in clear terms that Yuffie finally understands and comes to terms with why he allowed their village to become a tourist trap. They may be strong, but they're ill-equipped to fight Shinra. While it may not be the most honorable decision, at least this way Wutai will continue to survive and thrive. And so, at her father's insistence, Yuffie continues to travel with the party in their fight against Shinra, and as a capstone, he pulls her aside to ask her if they'll need their materia after they've finished their quest, reaffirming that he has no intention of letting Wutai grow weak. And yes, later Yuffie will ask you to sign a contract to hand over all of your materia. While this entire subplot can be started at any time between recruiting Cid and towards the end of Disc 2, I personally think it's best experienced as soon as possible, not just because the material rewards are more significant the earlier they're acquired, but because small aspects of Yuffie's character feel as though they fall more in line with the version of her that's already experienced character growth. If you wait until the last possible second to go to Wutai, then she will have already helped Cait Sith free Barret and Tifa from being executed, which I otherwise wouldn't see her go to the trouble of doing even for their materia. Just as well, Cloud saving her from Corneo despite her stealing their materia could lead to, or reinforce, the little crush she has on him that's only seen in her gold saucer date scene. It's only a mild crush, and only expressed through a spontaneous peck on the cheek, but she's also an impulsive teenager with little life experience, and to Cloud's credit and Yuffie's chagrin, he doesn't show any interest in her that way. It's this impulsiveness and arrogance which makes Yuffie a vivid character, if a bit grating at times, although the version of her we ultimately got was in some ways a bit removed from earlier concepts. At one point, she was going to be a foul-mouthed 25-year-old bounty hunter and possibly an ex-soldier. Her family would have had a poor reputation for being involved in dirty work, with her mother having passed away when she was little, and her absent father leaving her in the care of High Priestess Izayoi at the temple for most of her life. In this scenario, Izayoi would have been the active ruler of Wutai until the true hierarch, 15-year-old Sasame, came of age. The way you would recruit Yuffie would have been focused on various different wanted posters of her that you would have seen posted in different towns. The posters would have had different descriptions of her, which in turn would have affected her stats when she joined the party. To recruit her, you would have had to spend the night at an inn, as there would be a chance she would attack Cloud in the middle of the night in an effort to collect the bounty on his and the others' heads. However, she joins them instead when Barret tells her they're after Sephiroth, who has a much bigger bounty on him. She would have wanted money for reasons similar to why the final version wants materia, to empower Wutai to fight back against Shinra, who would have wanted to build a Mako reactor there but were met with strong opposition from the locals. Rather than using brute force, Shinra would instead heavily tax the goods that were imported to Wutai and send in a representative, a woman named Sarah, to court favor with the people in the hopes of eventually convincing them to allow them to proceed with their plans. And among those who would have bought into Sarah's corporate propaganda was Sasame. Upon Yuffie's return to Wutai, the money she had stolen from the party would be rejected by Sasame for being ill-gotten goods, believing that the girl acquired it by way of murder. Sasame resents both Izayoi and Yuffie, the former because she treats her like a child, and the latter because of the preferential treatment Izayoi gives her. Sarah, the Shinra propagandist, would take advantage of this by telling Sasame that the people Yuffie has been traveling with are terrorists, that Yuffie herself defected from Soldier, and that Izayoi knew all of this and protected her because she cares about Yuffie more than her. Sarah's ultimate plan would have been to destroy the 10-faced mountain overlooking the village and build a Mako reactor over the ruins. Sasame would come to realize that she was being used and ask why the party are going out of their way to help them when they have no personal stake in what happens in Wutai. Barret, having lived through a very similar experience in Corel, tells her that he knew someone once in a town like this who was taken in by Shinra's lies and ended up losing everything, and he won't let it happen to anyone else. Barret's reason to help in this earlier version may offer a hint as to why it was rewritten. Redundancy. It may not have been a carbon copy of his backstory, and indeed could have acted as a cautionary tale about history repeating itself when nobody learns from others' mistakes, but from what we know, it seems like it focused less on Yuffie's character and more on Wutai itself. As the deadline drew closer, the idea of cutting Yuffie entirely was proposed to streamline the little time the team had left to finish the game. The proposal was obviously shut down, and Yuffie stayed in, with many of her scenes being conceptualized and implemented by event planner Jun Akiyama, who had grown quite attached to the character. The compromise here was that she would become a completely optional party member. You could play through the entire game without even knowing she existed. Though I still recommend recruiting her because her story helps flesh out the world and characters of Final Fantasy VII in ways that make the experience feel more complete. And while her cocky attitude can be a bit much, it tends to be played more for comedy than anything. Her heart is in the right place, but she's in over her head, and the game knows this. However, Yuffie wasn't the only character considered for the chopping block, as there is a second party member who players can very easily miss. In the basement beneath Shinra Mansion in Nibelheim rests an enigmatic figure burdened by his past sins. Formerly a member of the Turks, Vincent Valentine was romantically involved with a scientist named Lucretia, but at some point, Hojo recruited her to help him with his research for the secret Jenova project. This involved injecting her unborn child with Jenova cells, and the result would be the first and most powerful member of Soldier, Sephiroth. Vincent was aghast at the nature of the project, but he was unable to do anything about it, as when he confronted Hojo, the mad scientist shot the Turk square in the chest. But rather than simply allowing him to die, Hojo performed a series of dubious experiments on him, turning him into an undead monstrosity capable of transforming into a host of ghoulish forms. With his failure to stop his beloved from being used as a lab rat weighing heavily on him, and seeing himself as an abomination thanks to Hojo's experiments, Vincent shamefully sealed himself away in a coffin, hoping to be forgotten. This was obviously all decades before Cloud and the others find him down here. They fill him in on what's happened since then and what they're up to, and initially Vincent is uninterested in tagging along. It's only when they start to leave the basement that he asks them if they think they'll cross paths with Hojo at some point, and decides to join them in hopes of confronting the man who took quite literally everything from him all those years ago. As the vampire motif would suggest, Vincent is a moody, brooding character. He comes off a bit frigid and aloof, giving the impression that he doesn't care much about what's going on around him. Cloud even comments on this in the lead up to the final battle, leading Vincent to apologize for giving off such a cold aura. His design stands out from everyone else, which contrasts dramatically with his overall presence in the story. It's ironic that Vincent is a purely optional party member, since a good chunk of the backstory regarding Jenova and Sephiroth is only revealed when you meet him, and then reiterated visually if you go out of your way to find Lucretia herself much later on in one of the most remote areas in the game. Like Vincent, she's racked with guilt over what she sees as her sins, taking part in the Jenova project. She's Sephiroth's birth mother, but she never even got the chance to hold her son before he was taken away for the sake of the project. She tried to kill herself, but because of the Jenova cells inside her, she was physically unable to, so she fled to this cave, far away from civilization, hoping to be forgotten. She had heard that Sephiroth died 5 years ago, but knowing how durable the Jenova cells have made him, she has doubts that he's actually dead. She dreams of him often, and despite never actually having any sort of relationship with him, she still thinks of him as her son. Vincent, not having the heart to tell her that Sephiroth has gone insane, tells her that he is, indeed, dead. This isn't the full extent of Vincent's story, but it is almost the entirety of what could charitably be considered his side quest. The rest of it entails fighting up to 11 random encounters before returning to Lucretia's cave, where in her place are the death penalty, Vincent's ultimate weapon, and chaos, which unlocks his final limit break. And while his story concludes elsewhere, it's only if Vincent is present for the final confrontation with Hojo towards the end of Disc 2, where it's revealed that the insane scientist is Sephiroth's father. Vincent has a visceral reaction to this, which leads him to realizing that he was one of Hojo's countless victims. He shouldn't have sealed himself away all those years ago. Hojo was the one who needed to be put to rest. Even without the additional knowledge that Vincent brings to the table, Hojo being an absolutely depraved madman is made abundantly clear, as it becomes apparent as the story unfolds that a lot of the bad things that happen are because of him and his experiments. Sephiroth is just the tip of the iceberg. But learning that Sephiroth is his son, which you'll learn regardless of who's in the party, also slightly reframes Vincent's thoughts on the villain's parentage up until now. Lucretia's willingness to participate in Hojo's research was murky. It's not entirely clear whether she consented to bearing Hojo's child, which is harrowing in and of itself, but because of her relationship with Vincent and the way this information is conveyed, it was also unclear whether Sephiroth was conceived before or after she agreed to help Hojo. It's entirely possible that she and Vincent spent a lovely evening together before she got involved in the Jenova project. Vincent could have privately thought, or at least suspected, that Sephiroth was his own son, adding yet another sin to the counter. After all, if he already knew that Hojo was the father, why would he react like this? Of course, this is merely one way to read the text. Vincent doesn't bring up the subject of Sephiroth's father before now. In fact, he doesn't talk very much at all. But this wasn't always the case. Earlier concepts for Vincent called for him to be more of a lady killer, with an early character bio describing him as attractive. This version of him was much more verbose, with a propensity to speak eloquently as well as sarcastically. His backstory was also a bit different. Rather than a Turk, Vincent would have been a detective who would usually be called in to investigate things that go bump in the night, like aliens and vampires. Most of them would end up being nothing of the sort, but his reputation would lead to a rival of Shinra hiring him to look into Hojo's research. Every other investigator that caught wind of this job declined because of the horrifying voices echoing through the lab at night, but this only piqued Vincent's curiosity. He would have gone undercover as a reporter looking to write a story on Hojo, all the while getting to know Lucretia, who by this point was already working with the mad scientist. Vincent would learn that the voices at night came from the animals that were being used as test subjects, writhing in pain in their final moments. And while questioning Hojo on the morality of the Jenova project, he would call Vincent out as a spy. Lucretia would have backed Vincent up on the matter, but Hojo would have drugged her, rendering her unconscious, at which point Hojo would have begun experimenting on her for the project. Vincent would have fallen into a trap in his attempt to save her, with no recollection of what happened next. All he would have known is that Hojo had done something to him, and he'd be afraid of what it could have been. This setup would have been paid off the first time he transforms using his limit break in battle, after which it would have been revealed that he can't remember what happens when he changes. From then on, he would have been able to change outside of battle, which would have led some characters to react differently to him during dialogue scenes. Also of note is that, during their first meeting, Vincent would have found the name Cloud to be somewhat familiar, though whatever significance this may have had isn't clear. This early idea for Vincent's backstory may have been inspired by the character of FBI agent Fox Mulder, played by David Duchovny, on The X-Files, which at the time of Final Fantasy VII's development was astonishingly popular in Japan. Its Wednesday night 8 p.m. spot on TV Asahi drew in about 15% of Japanese viewers, and its debut was at #1 in the TV ratings for its time slot, with this success also extending to home video sales. At the time, contemporary American TV shows rarely did well in Japan, which led Japanese networks to be very particular about which shows they imported. Cultural differences, the cost of dubbing the show into Japanese, and the possibility that the show could be suddenly cancelled in America all hung over broadcasters' heads. The only channel that seemed to see success with American imports of the time was Wow Wow, a premium satellite channel which at the time was airing Japanese dubs of Friends and The Simpsons. The X-Files was a major exception to this, as much of the show was driven by its visuals and tone as well as dialogue. But some would allege that the tragedies that had befallen the nation in 1995, which we've already discussed, may have left a lingering sense of anxiety in much of the Japanese populace, which strengthened an already existing cultural interest in unexplained phenomena. Whatever the reason, The X-Files was surprisingly successful in Japan while Vincent Valentine was conceptualized, and while the version of him that we ultimately got is a far cry from Mulder, pretty much everything about his character in the final game is still dripping with those pulpy horror influences. The storytelling philosophy of Final Fantasy VII, as it pertains to its party members, is an evolution of its predecessor. While Final Fantasy VI intertwined several of the stories of its 14 characters in with the core narrative, the World of Ruin half of the game effectively made the resolutions to their arcs optional. The only characters whose arcs had to be seen to completion to finish the story were Setzer and Celeste. Of course, most people would see many of the others through to the end, since only the most knowledgeable players would be willing or able to rush to the end with only those two, Edgar, and possibly Sabin. Final Fantasy VII instead weaves the arcs of its characters into the fabric of the main narrative, with Yuffie and Vincent being the only exceptions as optional party members. As a result, those who play through to the end will do so with a crew of fairly well-realized characters who have each gone on their own journeys of self-discovery and actualization. Moreover, unlike FF6, every party member experiences significant growth by the end of the story, provided you do Yuffie's side quest and bring Vincent to Lucretia's cave and the final confrontation with Hojo. It helps that just about every character has their own specific dialogue for every scene of the game, a step up from FF6, which often used generic dialogue that could be spoken by almost anyone with sparing use of character-specific dialogue in scenes where they weren't required to be present. It's not much, but it helps each of them maintain a consistent voice and presence for as long as you keep them in the active party. None of them feel redundant or superfluous, even the optional characters. Everyone either has a unique personality that adds to the group dynamic, or has personal history or experience which expands our understanding of the world and other characters. Cloud was in Soldier and has a personal history with Sephiroth. Aerith is the last of the Cetra. Tifa is the only connection Cloud has to his past. Red 13 has no particular beef with Shinra despite having been captured by Hojo, but his reverence for the planet runs counter to Shinra's goals. Cait Sith is an extension of a Shinra executive who begins to fight against the company from the inside. And Barret, Cid, Yuffie, and Vincent have all had their lives basically ruined by Shinra, but in different ways which show just how many cookie jars the corporation has their hands in. Energy, aeronautics, military and arms manufacturing, espionage, and scientific research. Everyone has their part to play, and while some are obviously more developed than others, I would say that Final Fantasy VII's party is more well-rounded in terms of characters than its predecessor. That's not to say I think they're all better than FF6's individual characters. I still find Terra and Celeste to be much more compelling than most of them. But whereas FF6 had a wide cast of 14 characters who ran the gamut from 1 to 10 on an arbitrary personality scale, FF7's cast, at least to me, sits more comfortably in the 4 to 9 range with only 9 characters. Of course, personality and character development, like any aspect of storytelling, aren't things you can quantify, hence the scale being arbitrary. There is no real objective method of assessing this. In other words, it's all vibes-based, it's personal opinion, neither of them are objectively better than the other. Something worth noting, however, is that Yuffie and Vincent being optional has a minor impact on the game's presentation, specifically regarding FMVs. I haven't really called attention to it much, but Final Fantasy VII shipped on 3 CDs as a result of the data requirements for pre-rendered video. If the game had no FMVs, then the entire game could probably fit onto a single disc. In fact, aside from parts from the very beginning and very end of the game, the only difference between the 3 discs is the FMVs that are on them. You could use Disc 2 in place of Disc 1, for example, and the Disc 2 FMVs with the corresponding index numbers would play instead. Otherwise, nothing else changes. But while everyone else is depicted in at least one of these FMVs, Yuffie and Vincent are not. This came about as a consequence of storage limitations, as accounting for whether the player had recruited either one of them, both, or neither for every relevant FMV would have quadrupled the space on the disc taken up by video. While further compression would have been an option in this scenario, many of these scenes are already heavily compressed, and compressing them further could have led to artifacting that actually would have been visible on a contemporary CRT. I've been using FMVs from my PS1 playthrough throughout this video, hence why they seem fuzzy, but these compression artifacts would be practically invisible on a CRT. Ultimately, their exclusion from the few FMVs that did feature most or all of the party isn't that big a deal, but it carries with it the light suggestion that they are unessential. And strictly within the context of the core narrative, I don't think that's entirely untrue. But Yuffie and Vincent don't weaken or detract from the story either. In my opinion, they enrich it by bringing their unique experiences and perspectives on aspects which otherwise are never brought up. Without Yuffie, the war with Wutai would simply be background details, but now we can see the war's tangible effects. And Vincent sheds valuable light on Sephiroth's backstory which the villain was never privy to, adding to the tragedy even if there's no tangible effect on the narrative because of it. Yuffie and Vincent may be optional, but they are also invaluable, and this extends to Final Fantasy VII's gameplay, which acts as the great equalizer for every single member of the party. As the 16-bit era of Final Fantasy wore on, a pattern began to emerge which saw the latest game synthesizing and remixing elements from its 2 immediate predecessors. Final Fantasy V took the job system from 3 and combined it with a more involved story and defined characters, like there had been in Final Fantasy IV. Final Fantasy VI's characters were mechanically bespoke, also like FF4, but the Magicite system allowed a level of freedom and customization slightly more in line with FF5. Final Fantasy VII continues this trend by stripping down the unique gameplay qualities of its party members, a la FF5, for the sake of customizing their abilities and builds, like FF5 and 6. Nobody is inherently able to use magic, steal, or anything of the sort, just basic attacks and using items. Instead, such actions must be equipped to their weapons and armor as materia, small orbs of refined Mako which contain a bit of the planet's very essence and the wisdom and knowledge of the Cetra. This game's version of crystals, basically. The materia system is similar to the Magicite system from Final Fantasy VI in that sense. However, it's not only impermanent, but much more granular. In FF6, after earning enough ability points, a character will learn whatever spells were tied to the Magicite they had equipped. Then you slap on a new piece of Magicite and learn some more. Here, a character will only be able to use a spell or ability for as long as the respective materia remains equipped. Take Restore off of Aerith's Rod, for example, and she can't use Cure. With this granularity came the need to open up the player's ability to equip multiple materia, with each character's capacity being restricted by their equipment, which has now been limited to just their weapon, a single piece of armor, and an accessory. You can only equip materia to weapons and armor, which are capable of having up to 8 materia slots, with some slots being paired to enhance some of their effects. If you pair an elemental materia with, say, ice or bolt, then your weapon will deal damage of, or your armor will resist, the corresponding element. Similarly, pairing an all materia with restore or fire will enable you to use cure on the whole party or set every enemy ablaze. But the system can get much deeper than that as you go through the game, with materia such as Counter, Slash All, Death Blow, Double Cut, Quadramagic, and Final Attack opening doors to creative strategies if you're willing to experiment. For example, linking Final Attack, which has your character use whatever is linked to it when they've been defeated, with the Phoenix Summon, will revive all downed party members while dealing a fire-based attack against the enemy. Of course, the system does have limits, and these limits are imposed by a materia's level. With exceptions like enemy skill, which is this game's equivalent to blue magic, each materia levels up as you gain AP from battle, and as it levels up, its effects either become more consistent, more powerful, or you're able to use it more often. An all materia, for example, initially only allows you to use a spell on multiple targets once per battle, going up to 5 once it hits its maximum level. The same goes for summon materia. A summon can only be called in a battle as many times as its corresponding materia level. Moreover, until you reach the deepest parts of the final dungeon, it takes a while to level up most materia. Not so long that you won't have a few maxed out by the time you hit Disc 3 in a casual playthrough without much grinding, especially considering the existence of weapons which have double and even triple materia growth, with the trade-off of having not so great stats. And just as well, not every materia needs to be maxed out to be at their most effective, but for long stretches of the game, progress on them is slow. It's only when you get to a point where you do have some materia leveled up, and you now have access to spells like Cure 2 and Bolt 2, and then Cure 3 and Bolt 3, do you realize that the AP curve was much more carefully tuned than it initially appeared. So long as you keep the materia you want to use equipped consistently, you'll be reasonably comfortable for the duration of the near 40-hour odyssey ahead, 50 hours if you go out of your way to do all the side quests. Additionally, maxing out a materia, while not always necessary, always yields a valuable prize: a second, fresh copy of that materia, free of charge. This is useful for the plentiful amount of unique materia throughout the game, but it can also be used to make oodles of cash in the endgame, as maxed out materia can be sold for a much higher price than at level 1. The all materia is especially good for this, selling for well over 1 million gil when it's maxed out, which I was able to do by the time I hit Medeal. Mastering every materia of a particular category, however, can also net you an even more useful boon: Master Materia. Later in the story, the party set out to prevent Shinra from gathering 4 huge materia. It is possible to fail at this, but if you succeed, then the red, green, and yellow huge materia can combine the individual materia you've maxed out into Master Summon, Master Magic, and Master Command materia, respectively. They have all of their respective skills within a single piece of equipable materia, making them obscenely useful, but you really have to put in the work to get them and make sure you don't accidentally miss those pieces of materia that can be permanently lost, like Ifrit, Bahamut, and Ultima. But by the time you unlock the Master Materia, you may not even need them. They're mostly bragging rights. The materia system is simple to grasp without trivializing the combat or homogenizing party members. Part of this is because you can often just set it and forget it, but you aren't punished for adjusting your materia or swapping them onto other party members. Once you equip it, they can use it. And because the number of active party members has been dropped down to 3, with Cloud being a permanent fixture for the vast majority of the game, specialization is more important than it's ever been. Swapping characters in and out of the active party is simple as well. You can do so at any save point or at any time on the world map via the PHS, or personal handset, basically a cell phone, reflecting their ubiquity in Japan at the time. It's a minor detail, but one which I appreciate in grounding this simple feature within the context of the game's world. But as essential as a party member's materia setup is to define their role in combat, they all still have their own inherent attributes that will affect how you use them. They each have their own unique stats, of course, which can be affected by the materia equipped to them, but more significantly, each character has their own set of special attacks called limit breaks, which are able to be used after they've taken enough damage to fill their limit gauge. These moves are as flashy as they are powerful, and most characters have up to 4 levels worth of them to unlock, with their final, usually most powerful limit break needing to be learned from special manuals that can be acquired later on. Only 1 level of limit breaks can be used at a time, and not all of them are linear upgrades from previous ones, but even the ones that seem underpowered can surprise you. The idea of limit breaks was coined by Tetsuya Nomura, who wanted to expand on the desperation attacks from Final Fantasy VI. In that game, there was a 1 in 16 chance that a character could use their desperation move while in critical health, but because of how conditional they were rarely seen. Rather than expanding on that for mechanical reasons, however, Nomura wanted limit breaks to exhibit the characters' personalities in combat through unique animations, suggesting that the mechanical uniqueness may have been a secondary concern. It's mostly through a combination of limit breaks and available weapons that a player is likely to determine who will fight alongside Cloud, whose stats are among the highest in the group. Anyone can equip any armor, accessory, or materia, so anyone could theoretically be the healer, tank, thief, etc., but it's those elements combined with their inherent stats which can push a character into a certain role over others, and shape them into the mold of one of the series' job archetypes, despite there not being anything resembling a job system. Tifa, for example, is a martial artist, attacking with punches and kicks, effectively making her this game's monk. Her limit break is unique in that each successive technique she unlocks isn't a bespoke attack, but rather an additional move she performs in a sequence of up to 7 blows, with a slot machine mechanic determining whether each blow will land, miss, or be a critical hit. Meanwhile, all of Aerith's limit breaks are purely supportive, such as healing the party and curing ailments. Combined with her meager offensive capabilities, she's positioned to be the party's white mage. Her level 4 limit break, Great Gospel, is especially powerful, completely restoring the party's HP and MP, curing status ailments, and even granting temporary invincibility. And you get it in the first disc. Barret's machine gun makes him just as effective in the back row as he is in the front, making him this game's equivalent of a ranger, and his limit breaks largely fall in line with this, but his high HP and his effectiveness from the back row also make him a good tank. Cid's spear and his starting limit break, Boost Jump, position him as a dragoon, which is fitting considering that he's a pilot. Cait Sith only has 2 limit breaks, dice and slots, with the former dealing random damage and the latter having a wide range of effects based on the results. He's a gambler, and the inconsistency inherent to them leaves him to be one of the least reliable party members, with the other being Vincent. Vincent's limit breaks see him transform into different monsters based on the level of limit break he has equipped. The Galleon Beast, which resembles the series' iconic behemoths, Death Gygus, a pastiche of Frankenstein's monster, Hellmasker, who looks to be an homage of horror movie icons Jason Voorhees from Friday the 13th, and Leatherface from the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, and Chaos, an infernal demon. They're all reasonably powerful, but they share one critical flaw. When Vincent transforms, you can no longer control him, not even if he's knocked out and then brought back up. This unfortunately restricts what roles Vincent can reliably fill, since you don't want your healer to fly off the handle in the middle of a boss fight. Thankfully, you aren't forced to use a limit break as soon as it's available, but that availability comes with one major caveat. When a character's limit gauge is filled, the limit command completely replaces the basic attack command. While this wasn't really an issue with desperation attacks, as they only had a small chance of activating under certain conditions, with limits it takes away the most consistent offensive option for that character until you activate their limit break. Of course, they can still use magic and such, but the basic attack is the only option which doesn't use any kind of resource like MP, and there are often times where you won't want to use a limit break because you're saving it for a tough fight. It's a minor flaw, but it crops up often enough to be worth noting, especially in relation to Vincent. But that's not the only negative quality of Final Fantasy VII's combat. The presentation can also be a bit of a detriment. Not the graphics or art style, which I find to be solid, but the effervescent giddiness at being able to depict these battles in 3D evident in the animation. Combat has slowed down a bit compared to the past couple of games or so as a result of longer, more complex animations and camera movement trying to convey a more cinematic presentation. It hasn't exactly slowed to a crawl, not entirely, but the pacing of battles can feel much more plodding compared to its predecessors due to the lack of the snappiness that came with those 2D sprites. Bosses that change phases, like the Guard Scorpion, the game's very first boss, take longer to transition between them as a result of some of the abstraction from the older games being stripped away. It's not enough for its tail to simply snap upward. It has to rise in a manner which feels natural in order to maintain the verisimilitude of the game world. Summons are especially guilty of having long animations, with the absolute nadir of this phenomenon, aside from one particular attack used by the final boss, being the summon Knights of the Round. It is, by far, the most powerful summon in the entire series up to this point, consisting of 13 powerful strikes from the mythological King Arthur and his trusted council, each one easily capable of hitting the damage cap. That's up to nearly 130,000 damage off of a single summon, but it comes at a high cost. 250 MP, and an animation that lasts roughly 85 seconds at a frame rate of 15 frames per second. That last point may seem like a jab at a seeming inability to optimize the game for a higher frame rate, but I actually find it to be a part of something much more clever. The standard refresh rate for televisions in NTSC regions, such as Japan and North America, was 60 Hz, as a result of electrical standards. The PlayStation's video output frequency, like every other console released in these territories, matched this, meaning that it was also capable of updating the images it produced up to 60 times per second. In order to create an image with relatively smooth, consistent motion and responsiveness, games would have to target and maintain a frame rate of either 60, or something that could divide 60 into a smaller whole number. Final Fantasy VII's battle animations cleanly fit into this, as 15 is 1/4 of 60. It's one frame shy of the 16 frames per second that early filmmakers had adopted, noticing that it was the point where the human eye began to naturally blur moving images together. Although, being a video game, something closer to that 60 FPS mark would be more desirable for the sake of responsiveness. But that's the thing. While the battle animations are rendered at 15 FPS, the battle menus, the part players actually interact with, refresh at 60. This not only makes them as responsive as ever, but also makes the little slot minigames tied to Tifa and Cait Sith's limit breaks easier to manipulate, since they scroll so smoothly and stop on a dime. It's such a small detail in the grand scheme of things, but a more responsive system can make battles feel faster. This doesn't negate my point about longer animations, but it does make them a bit less of an issue. As solid as FF7's combat is, though, it's not the only mode of play to be found. Far from it. While the materia system may be an evolution of FF6's Magicite, Final Fantasy VII's abundance of minigames is an aspect all its own. The idea of these additional modes of play came about after the main scenario was largely complete, in order to provide a wider variety of content for players to engage with, and the result is what can be charitably described as a mixed bag. Some are technically impressive, like the G-Bike escape sequence, which plays decent enough. Others feel completely superfluous, like the submarine and Fort Condor. The former can be brute-forced in mere seconds, while the latter, despite having numerous battles that can be fought over the course of the story for various rewards, which aren't even exclusive to this minigame, can be completely ignored until it becomes a narrative imperative, and even then, you can lose on purpose to speed things along without consequence. There are also a host of minigames that are played out in the field over the course of the story, hitting a button in sync with the other characters, marching in step while incognito, a squats competition with a bodybuilder, the occasional timing-based jump puzzle, like the dolphin one. There's a lot here, and while I appreciate the attempt to break up the monotony a bit, so much of it feels hackneyed and, well, not very good. The minigames, which have their own modules like the aforementioned G-Bike, Fort Condor, the submarine, and others like snowboarding and the shooting coaster at the Gold Saucer, which is the central hub for so many of these, definitely feel more fully formed and polished, but again, they're not all that great. At least at the Gold Saucer, the rewards you can receive are truly substantial. The Battle Squares arena may not be a minigame in the same sense as the others, but the rules imposed on you during your battles differentiate it from any given random encounter. The rewards make it worthwhile, as the battle points you earn here can net you Cloud's Final Limit Break, Omnislash, the Championship Belt, which boosts strength and vitality by 30, and W Summon, which allows the user to cast 2 summons in one turn. Aside from noting that a handful of these minigames play at a buttery smooth 60 frames per second, there isn't all that much else to say about them. They're here, they add a bit of variety, they do their job. But rather than joy or relief, all they elicit from me is a bit of a groan as my eyes roll back into their sockets. They're frequent, but most are mercifully short. None of them are required to do more than once, and with one major exception, the ones at the Gold Saucer can be completely ignored. But it's that one which has to be played at least once for story purposes that is also the key to unlocking Knights of the Round. Chocobo racing is fine enough as a minigame, but there is so much more to it than simply racing birds. There is, in fact, an entire chocobo breeding mechanic that players can engage with, which yields not only various different breeds of chocobos, but can also grant them access to parts of the world map that are otherwise completely blocked off. Blue chocobos can cross rivers, the green ones are able to climb mountains, black chocobos can do both, and the coveted gold chocobo can cross oceans as well. The breeding mechanics themselves rely on the chocobo's natures, which change depending on where in the world you capture them, the food you give them, and the number of races they've won. The gold chocobo is obviously the most desirable, as it has the best racing stats and allows you to travel to the small islands that has the Knights of the Round materia waiting for you. Of course, there is an alternative method of acquiring a gold chocobo. Simply defeat the Ruby Weapon Superboss and present the Desert Rose key item it drops as proof of your victory to a man in Calm. He'll give you one for free, though with the caveat that it isn't well suited for racing or breeding. But if you want to skip all that anyway, that shouldn't matter. Except the Ruby Weapon is one of the hardest bosses in the entire game, very likely one of the last challenges a player will overcome in their time playing Final Fantasy VII. Knights of the Round isn't a requirement for clearing it or the other super boss, the Emerald Weapon, but it tips the odds in your favor significantly. It may as well be essential. So if you want Knights of the Round and something to actually use it on, you're going to have to engage with the breeding and racing for a little while. If you know what you're doing, you can achieve this goal within about 3 to 4 hours. It's tedious, repetitive, and monotonous, but you can guarantee yourself a gold chocobo with just a bit of patience. And with how powerful Knights of the Round is, I'd say it is absolutely worthwhile if you intend to take on the super bosses. Like Final Fantasy V's Omega and Shinryu, the Emerald and Ruby weapons represent the apex of challenge on offer. To overcome them, you have to have a strong grasp of the materia system and how to maximize efficiency. This is especially the case for Emerald Weapon, whose Eretam attack, materia spelled backwards, deals damage to the entire party equal to the number of materia each of them has equipped, multiplied by 1,111. The maximum safe allowance is 8, but you're going to need max HP from at least 1 HP plus materia, the esoterically obtained underwater materia in order to negate the fight's 20-minute timer for taking place on the ocean floor, and whatever else may be necessary to tear through its 1 million hit points. To make it even more daunting is the 4 eyes it regularly regenerates, half of which take away more than 500 MP, and the others dealing significant damage. In this phase, the boss effectively gets 5 or more actions in a single turn until you destroy all 4 eyes, each of which has 25,000 HP when the damage cap is 9,999. There is a consistent strategy involving Knights of the Round, however. By equipping W Summon to use it twice in one turn, and having your other 2 party members use Mime, you can use Knights of the Round 6 times in a row. Even if the materia isn't leveled up enough to use it twice in one round, the second attempt at casting it will still be mimicked successfully for 5 casts. It takes a while to go through all of the animations, but with this strategy, you can beat Emerald Weapon before the timer runs out if you happen to forget to equip the underwater materia, like I did. Not one of my best moments. Your reward is the Earth Harp, which can be exchanged in Calm for a complete set of Master Materia. Not a bad reward considering that it's possible to fail to save the huge materia or miss a handful of materia that are required to max out to get Master Materia from them. Whereas the battle against Emerald Weapon is a sprint, Ruby Weapon is a marathon. You're going to be in it for the long haul. It has incredibly high defense. So high, in fact, that it's completely invincible at the start of the fight. And if you start the fight with the entire party at the ready, it will permanently remove 2 of them from combat. The trick is to start the fight with 2 of your 3 party members knocked out, so that it will plunge its tendrils into the ground and have them pop up behind you more quickly. One of them will decrease your MP, and the other will deal damage normally. At this point, you can actually deal damage to it, but even Omnislash will barely tickle it. If you have Final Attack linked to Phoenix, you can let Ruby Weapon knock out your last party member so that they can revive everyone, provided they have enough MP to do so. Phoenix's attack will heal Ruby Weapon since it absorbs fire damage, but it's a negligible amount. You have to be careful about using Knights of the Round, as it will counter that specific summon with Ultima, but Ruby Weapon is susceptible to paralysis, so you can use Dazers on it to prevent it from reacting for a short window, then go to town with Knights of the Round. After it's taken a certain number of turns, it will remove 1 party member, and then 1 more after another set number of turns, leaving you with 1 party member who can barely scratch the Goliath if you don't kill it fast enough. I managed to cut down a lot of its 800,000 HP with Knights of the Round while it was paralyzed, but the status wore off while going through the Mime sequence. It was only thanks to a few spare hero drinks, which can raise strength, defense, magic, and magic defense up to 4 times, along with a healthy stock of Dazers, X-Potions, Turbo Ethers, Elixirs, and Mega Elixirs, that I was able to stick it out. These 2 fights do what any good super boss should. They push both the player and the game systems to their limits in creative ways. They provide an overwhelming but fair challenge. You just have to be willing to fail many times while learning how to overcome that challenge 1 step at a time. Even when your setup is optimized to the best of your ability, victory is not guaranteed. There is still room for the boss to turn the tide just enough to get the upper hand and put you on the back foot, and you have to be prepared for that too. Can they be frustrating? Yes, but defeating them wouldn't be nearly as satisfying if you didn't struggle the whole way, especially since these aren't mandatory fights. But they weren't always a part of the Final Fantasy VII experience. The closest thing to a super boss that was in the original Japanese release was Ultimate Weapon, who isn't even all that difficult. It only has 100,000 HP and recycles the same gimmick as Doomgaze from FF6. You have to find it wandering the skies, fight it, and then track it down again should it escape. The reward for beating it is one of the game's ultimate weapons, Cloud's Ultima Weapon to be precise, which is great. But aside from the final boss, there isn't really anything to use it or anyone else's ultimate weapons on in the Japanese version. Interestingly, the inclusion of Emerald and Ruby weapons in the international versions was accompanied by a significant expansion of the FMV where all the weapons awaken at the Northern Crater. In the Japanese version, it's obvious that they're waking up, but only because you saw one of them slowly waking up in the background environment during dialogue. But the international version shows all of them, Sapphire, Diamond, Ultimate, Emerald, and Ruby, ascending from the depths of the planet in all their glory, to scour the globe and eliminate that which has been doing the planet harm: humanity itself. There were a lot of small changes made to the international versions of Final Fantasy VII, much more than just the inclusion of super bosses. For example, Diamond Weapon, the one that attacks Midgard towards the end of Disc 2, wasn't a boss in the Japanese version, and when it was made into a boss in the international versions, an unused weapon for Yuffie was able to be stolen from it. However, most of the other changes and additions are fairly minor and hardly worth much discussion. I'll note some other important ones later, but there is one aspect of the English language version of the game which unfortunately leaves a significant black mark on the whole experience. One that, if you've watched this far, you likely have already picked up on. The localization. As mentioned earlier, after Square inked their distribution deal with Sony, they moved their North American division from Redmond, Washington to Los Angeles. But not everyone would be part of that transition, most notably Squaresoft's in-house localizer, Ted Woolsey, who had previously localized games such as Secret of Mana, Final Fantasy VI, Chrono Trigger, and Super Mario RPG for the territory.
I was invited down to do the Final Fantasy VII, work on the localization and the marketing and everything else, and that was my intent. Quite frankly, at the time, we had a kid, and we went down to LA. We were invited down. Mr. Sakaguchi was there. The whole team was there. We were looking at the new headquarters of the buildings down there on the water. It was kind of a nice spot. We went looking for houses, rental places, just to get a place, a foot in the door, and my wife actually had lived and went to UCLA for 4 years, and she just woke up, and we had a talk, very early one morning, and just decided that we just didn't want to be living in Los Angeles. All due respect to LA, I love going down there and hanging out and going to E3 in the past and all these other things, and I've got friends and relatives down that part of the world. But we like living up here. We love the rain, the fog, the depression, all that stuff.
The separation between Square and Woolsey was amicable, and the company even helped him get a leg up on establishing his own company, Big Rain, which would merge with Crave in 1997. The ultimate result of this merger would be Shadow Madness in 1999, but I digress. Localization for the North American release of Final Fantasy VII began as far back as November 1996, after all of the text for the Japanese version was finalized. In the May 1997 issue of Electronic Gaming Monthly, Seth Louisi, the producer for the North American version of the game, would claim that there were approximately 50 people working on the US translation of Final Fantasy VII. But the reality was that there was primarily just one person working on the English translation, Michael Baskett. While Baskett was afforded some assistance from Japanese speakers, the vast majority of FF7's script was translated solely by him. Communication with the original development staff was slow, and some decisions had to be made in lieu of consultation. Richard Honeywood purports that this is how we got not only Aerith, but also Barret, as a more direct translation of the latter would have been Bluett. Now, I don't believe that Louisi was lying when he said that 50 people were working on the US translation. He was a Sony producer, and whatever direct involvement he may have had with the actual translation, which was being done in-house at Square, is unclear. Given the amount of text and the need to change how the game displays that text to properly accommodate the English language, I believe that Louisi merely misspoke. He may have meant to say that there were about 50 people working on the US version of the game, including Michael Baskett, engineers, programmers, and, of course, Sony's marketing department. But what they didn't have were editors or a review process for localization. There was a quality assurance team, but according to Richard Honeywood, they were just finding their feet. There wasn't much money being put into the process either, as unlike with cartridges, the costs of blank CDs were significantly cheaper compared to having a surplus of cartridges to test with. For most Japanese developers, it was an easy way to wring a bit more money out of a game that had already been made, and while Hironobu Sakaguchi and Square wanted Final Fantasy VII to do well in America, the company seemed to hold to this mode of thinking as well. When you consider that Sony were the ones footing the bill for both publishing and marketing outside of Japan, it makes sense. Why put in all the extra cash when your business partner is going to distribute it, as well as spend tens of millions of dollars marketing it for you? The result is a localization which is rife with typos, grammatical errors, awkward syntax, confusing phrasing, and myriad inaccuracies to the original Japanese script. The most egregious examples can even lead to wildly misunderstanding what is actually going on. The quality of the localization is made apparent as early as the first boss battle. It raises its tail, and Cloud is supposed to tell Barret not to attack while its tail is up or it'll counterattack. And he does say this, but the way that the text is separated makes it seem like it's encouraging you to actually attack before it tells you that it'll counterattack. But contrary to what many would probably tell you, as poorly handled as it was, the English localization doesn't really omit anything. Practically everything is still there, it just isn't all quite so explicitly laid out in plain text. You have to read between the lines and pay attention to the visual storytelling in order to parse it. And while I've seen the occasional assertion that information was stripped out of the English script out of a naive belief that Americans wouldn't understand a more complicated story, there has been no evidence to back this up as being the intent, just inference based on what is or isn't in the English script. If I haven't made it clear either in this video or in previous ones, I do not know Japanese, and as such, I cannot personally attest to how the localized script differs from the original. All I can say is that, after reading a lengthy summation of what was supposedly left out of the English version, my reaction was basically, well, yeah, I got all that just fine. And I wasn't the only one to share this sentiment, however anecdotal it may be. But I think part of the misunderstanding of Final Fantasy VII's finer details and narrative beats comes from the mystery surrounding so much of it. We're given information, we take it at face value. We are presented with more information which may or may not contradict what we previously knew. There are some major twists which throw everything we thought we knew into question, and eventually, all is revealed and the pieces snap into place. It's the ambiguity and questionable choice of words for some of this, however, which can obfuscate those details. Is the localization poor? Yes, undoubtedly. Borderline comically so. This script are sick. But I don't blame Michael Baskett for it. He, like Ted Woolsey before him, was given an impossible task, and frankly, I'm surprised the script is as legible as it is. If not Baskett, then the management at Squaresoft would be another candidate to blame for the way it turned out. But this wasn't just a Square or Sony problem, it was an industry problem. Again, why spend a lot of money to make a new game when developers could pay a little bit of money to translate an existing game into another language and release it abroad? Final Fantasy VII being a major tentpole for Square and a huge technological and artistic leap for the company doesn't suddenly not make it a commercial product to sell for profit. These things, sad as it is to say, are not mutually exclusive. And that's a shame, because Final Fantasy VII, as well as every piece of media which is translated to other languages for international export, deserves better than this. But there is more to storytelling than just the script. There are the visuals, the world design, the animation, and of course, the score. Just as when the series transitioned from the Famicom to the Super Famicom, the switch to the PlayStation presented new opportunities for Nobuo Uematsu's work as a composer. Because the console used CDs, high-quality Red Book audio was now on the table, but taking advantage of this would have led to significant load times, leading him to rely on the PlayStation's sounds chip instead. Uematsu would compose Final Fantasy VII's soundtrack over the course of about 8 months, with the very first piece he composed being for the game's opening cinematic. Yoshinori Kitase showed him the scene, asking him to start there. When Sakaguchi finally saw the scene complete with music, he simply said, in English, "Very good." Final Fantasy VII would mark a significant stylistic departure for the series composer, focusing less on melody so as to not overpower the game's visuals. To match the game's cinematic presentation, he would shift his approach to something more akin to that of a film score in order to complement and support the visuals. The result is a soundtrack which is as diverse, moving, and impactful as past entries, if not more so. The wider range of visuals throughout the game, be it the FMVs, pre-rendered backgrounds, or character animations, work in tandem with Uematsu's score to instill a much more vibrant emotional range than before. Infiltrating the Mako reactors wouldn't be nearly as tense as it is without having this tremendous sense of scale, and the score makes it even more daunting by incorporating hints of the industrialized processes integrated into the composition. Clanging metal and the sound of exhaust are driven by this pounding drumbeat that emphasizes the gravity of the situation, and you're only minutes into the story. It's a strong hook. And this sense of foreboding is carried over into the Shinra theme, which aggrandizes the corporation with an intermittent, haunting choir, a repetitive rhythmic drum beat, and a similar metal clang as the one heard in the Reactor theme. And the basic melody is recalled brilliantly when infiltrating Shinra Tower, stripping the track down while retaining the tension. Only now it's much more subdued, perfectly fitting for a covert operation like this, assuming you didn't decide to go through the front door guns blazing. And as appropriate as it would be for Midgar's soundscape to be dominated by music that would reinforce the sense of oppression felt throughout the Undercity, there's a surprisingly diverse range of tones to be heard. Probably my favorite is the somewhat dissonant The Oppressed, a groovy, bluesy track which acts as the de facto theme of the seedy wall market. It has no right sounding so upbeat, considering that you're here to save Tifa from the lecherous Don Corneo, but it makes sense once you consider that people come to wall markets for pleasurable company. Contrast these with the game's main theme, which scores the world map and is recalled in other tracks. Like the characters as they first leave Midgar, the track starts with a deep uncertainty about what lies ahead, but after the first minute, it gains confidence and security in itself. There's an optimism there that wasn't to be found in Midgar. I especially love how the main theme evolves into the airship theme. After spending upwards of 25 hours hoofing it on foot, finally we can take to the skies in the ship that Cid built with his own two hands. I like to think this is what's playing in his head while he's at the helm, having finally reclaimed at least something that Shinra stole from him. It's so triumphant. On a similar wavelength is the battle theme, which eschews the opening bass line which had characterized previous Final Fantasy battle themes in favor of a more immediately energetic start and building up from there. It's a bit more frenetic than its predecessors, but with that comes a bridge which I find to be a bit more restrained than the bridge of FF6's battle theme, giving the rest of the composition more room to breathe. That flute solo feels like it embodies the nature of the conflict at play, the small unit standing in opposition to forces powerful enough to easily overwhelm them, but so long as they can break through, there is still hope. Among all of the minigame tracks, the G-Bike theme is my clear favorite. It isn't even a contest. It's not a complex track, nor particularly notable in isolation. It's all about how it's used in the story. The name of the track says it all. It's a chase theme, and it fits the bill. Of course, the Gold Saucer, the minigame hub, can't go unmentioned. It's a playful earworm that lives rent-free in my head. It's just so cheerful. We've already touched on Shinra's musical motifs, but Sephiroth's theme, Those Chosen by the Planet, is a soul-stirring harbinger of his presence and power. You know something bad is about to happen when you hear that bell. The question is, for whom does it toll? In stark contrast to this are the Turks, Shinra's special operatives. Despite their allegiance, they aren't just corporate lapdogs, nor are they uncaring monsters. They each have personality and a sense of self-worth beyond their job, something which their newest member, Elena, has to learn from her superiors. If they're off duty, they're off duty. They're not going to give up their precious free time just because the people they've been tracking down for weeks finally showed up, especially not when their interests are currently aligned, if only for the moment. And this becomes just a bit funnier when you realize that one of them, Rude, has a crush on Tifa, with his AI in battle being programmed not to attack her unless she's the only one left standing, and even then, there's a chance he still won't attack. I like the Turks. They're pretty fun, and so is their theme. Each party member gets their own theme as well, as was the case in Final Fantasy VI. They each do a good job of encapsulating their characters, whether it be the use of a harpsichord to reflect Vincent's classical horror motifs, or Red 13's being driven by a drum circle evocative of his Native American inspirations. The one that stands out to me the most, however, is Aerith's, first heard when we meet her properly in the Sector 5 church. It's a calming piece, emphasizing that this place is something of an oasis from the rest of the decaying Undercity. Likewise, Aerith herself gives us, and Cloud, a bit of a reprieve from everything else going on at the moment. Except this isn't the version of her theme that immediately comes to my mind when thinking about her character. But to talk about that version, we need to talk about that scene. Up until now, I've been holding back on discussing a lot of the narrative in detail because so much of it hinges on key characters, events, and revelations which are so tied into the mystery that unfolds throughout that each of them needs plenty of room to be discussed in any meaningful way. A decent amount of information you're given in Disc 1 is deliberately misleading, and if I were to follow up that information with the truth, then the impact of that truth would be completely deflated, especially when removed from the context of its reveal. But now that we've firmly established our heroes, our villains, the worlds they inhabit, and their goals, at least as we understand them for roughly the first half of the story, we're almost ready to unravel the whole thing and really dig into the heart of Final Fantasy VII. I try to avoid going over things chronologically when possible. I'm not interested in providing a beat-by-beat plot recap, because those who already played the game already know what happens, and those who haven't should still have some reason to play the game for themselves after watching one of these videos. I also find the structure to be a crutch that can end up trapping the writer, rather than simply providing an easy shortcut to structuring their discussion, but that's a whole other conversation. However, because of the way Final Fantasy VII has structured its narrative, we need the context of earlier events in order to assess the big revelations, and there is perhaps no bigger event than the absolute showstopper that closes out Disc 1. Deep within the Temple of the Ancients, Cloud and the others learn exactly what Sephiroth plans to do. Using the black materia, he intends to call Meteor to deal catastrophic damage to the planet, causing it to muster up a massive amount of spirit energy in order to heal the wound and keep itself from dying. Sephiroth plans to absorb all of that energy and become one with the planet, effectively becoming God. After talking to the spirits around them, Aerith learns that the temple itself is the black materia, a clever trap that sees the temple continually shrink down as the puzzles inside are solved until it fits in the palm of your hand. They can only be solved from inside, and as such, anyone who desires the black materia would be crushed by it before they could even hold it. Knowing that Sephiroth has followers who would readily throw their lives away to do his bidding, those people in black coats with numbered tattoos, Cloud insists that they find a way to take the black materia for themselves in order to keep it away from him. This is accomplished easily by Cait Sith, since he's a plush toy robot being controlled from far away. His death would be entirely inconsequential. But in doing this, they just did Sephiroth a favor, and he seems to gain some sort of hold over Cloud, causing him to give him the Black Materia and attack Aerith, prompting the newly arrived Cait Sith No. 2 to knock him unconscious for their own safety. While he's out cold, Aerith visits Cloud in a dream, where she tells him that she feels compelled to go to the City of the Ancients, and that she's going to stop Sephiroth herself before he can call Meteor, assuring him that she'll be back when it's over. But Sephiroth also visits the dream, saying that they should stop Aerith before she becomes a problem. By the time Cloud wakes up, she's already gone. Cloud is afraid of what will happen if he gets near Sephiroth again, afraid he'll lose control. But he goes anyway for Aerith's sake. The City of the Ancients is a sight to behold, with organic-looking structures and pathways that wouldn't look out of place on the ocean floor. There's a certain tranquility that feels like it should be inherent to this place, but the circumstances and the soundtrack instill a sense of quiet uneasiness that keeps you on your toes. Deep within the massive structure is a secluded lake where the sun shines brightly on the water, and deep beneath it is what appears to be a modest castle with an altar above the water, where Cloud and the others find Aerith praying. It's not clear why she's doing this, but she's safe. They got to her before Sephiroth, but Cloud knows that he's skulking around here somewhere. As Cloud approaches Aerith, he begins to lose control again. He begins to draw his sword, with his and your resistance being utterly futile. He raises it above his head, ready to strike Aerith down with a decisive blow, until the others snap him out of it. Aerith finally opens her eyes. She didn't expect Cloud to come after her, but she's happy to see he did. She cares about him. He's more than just her bodyguard. Cloud has quickly become one of Aerith's closest friends. Possibly more, if Cait Sith No. 1's final fortune is to be believed. Maybe that fortune could come true. And then... she's gone. No heroic sacrifice, no goodbyes, no reassurances, no parting words. Aerith is just gone, leaving millions of players emotionally devastated. And that was the plan from the very beginning. Hironobu Sakaguchi wanted Final Fantasy VII to be a story about life, and you can't have a meaningful discussion of life without acknowledging its only certainty: death. Early in development, Yoshinori Kitase read a survey that asked children whether they believed people who had died can come back to life, with a lot of them answering yes. This spurred him to want to challenge that idea and depict death in a way which carried actual weight. In fact, Aerith's death would have a ripple effect on much of the rest of the game. Originally, the only 3 party members for the entire game were going to be Cloud, Aerith, and Barret, with one of them slated to die at some point during the story. They couldn't kill off Cloud because he's the hero, and Barret, in Tetsuya Nomura's words, was maybe too obvious. After a lengthy conversation with Kitase, they decided to kill off Aerith. Despite this, they still wanted there to be a female lead to stand by Cloud to the very end, leading to the creation of Tifa. And were it not for Nomura's insistence, the weight and impact of Aerith's death at the end of Disc 1 would have been diminished at the end of Disc 2, as both Yoshinori Kitase and Kazushige Nojima wanted everyone not in the active party when parachuting into Midgar to permanently die as well. Aerith's death is the focal point around which so much of the game is built. It's heartbreaking, tragic, and above all, just not fair. She was such a vibrant person and a great party member, and now she's dead. In hindsight, her getting her ultimate limit break so early was clearly a warning. They made her such a strong party member, mechanically speaking, that losing her ends up hurting that much more. Of course, this is far from the first time a party member died in this series. Yosef, Minwu, Rickard, Tella, Galuf, and Shadow, if you didn't wait for him, all died too. So what is it about Aerith's death that leaves such an impression? It's sudden. There is no closure. Your investment in her as a party member amounts to nothing. And there is absolutely nothing you can do about it. As far as deaths go in this series, it's the most grounded and realistic portrayal yet. And this impact is heightened by Cait Sith's non-sacrifice preceding it. As straight as it was played in the moment, a second Cait Sith rolling up to the party, however obvious it was that that was exactly what was going to happen, signals to the player that death isn't something to worry about or take seriously in this game. It instills a false sense of security, a belief that everyone is going to get through this alright. And then they pull the rug out from under you. It was Square's shot heard round the world, or stab if you prefer. For the past 27 years, this moment has been deeply ingrained in the general video gaming zeitgeist. Chances are, if you knew anything at all about Final Fantasy VII, it was likely this. I knew about it years before I actually got around to playing the game for myself. I had seen the FMV online. I knew it was coming. I even saw the lead up to it as being incredibly obvious that something big was going to happen. But it still hurt. And neither Cloud nor the player are allowed to grieve. Not immediately, anyway. Sephiroth gloats as Cloud tries to process what just happened, and he's quickly thrust into a battle against the monstrous Jenova Life. It's not a hard boss by any means, but the real punch to the gut is that Aerith's theme continues to play during it. Even when you're forced to fight for your life, you can't shake that sense of loss that burns like salt on an open wound, and the boss's name feels like a cruel and ironic joke. The battle doesn't even end with any victory poses either. It just isn't the time. No matter who you brought down here with Cloud, they take it hard. Words fail them. They are all on the same emotional wavelength as the player. Cloud scoops up Aerith, brings her to the lake outside, and lets her go. Her time in this world is over, and so she must return to the life stream with the rest of the Cetra. And no matter what rumors you hear down at the schoolyard or in Usenet posts, she cannot ever come back. You may have thought you saw her in the church when you come back to Midgar, but that's just a phantom, an echo, a memory. It's an incredibly bitter pill to swallow, but that's simply a part of life. People you know, people you love and care about, will eventually die. Their departure will leave a hole in you that can never really be filled. It's such a universal experience, crossing even the widest of cultural gaps, and Final Fantasy VII's deft handling of the subject is what makes it truly resonate. I'm thankful to have not had to experience the death of a close friend, but I have lost coworkers and many a relative. I lost my last grandparent a couple years ago, and said a few words at the funeral of my last blood-related grandparent only a few months before that. When they're gone, you realize just how much you really valued them, what they truly meant to you, and how unfair it is that now you have to go on without them. How many words were left unsaid? Experiences that can now never be had or shared. So many questions, none of which can be answered. Not anymore. All we can do is grieve, remember, and continue moving forward. Because even though there is death in the world, life still goes on. It's on this sobering note that Final Fantasy VII ends its first disc, prompting you to save your progress, solidifying Aerith's fate, and to please insert Disc 2. While that scene may be the one which stays with most players longer than any other, the surprising thing about it is that it has little to do with the effervescent mystery which pervades Final Fantasy VII's narrative. This doesn't lessen its weight or impact by any means, but the unraveling of this mystery introduces identity as a core theme of Final Fantasy VII, and it begins with our primary villain, Sephiroth. To briefly recap, Sephiroth was once a great hero who, upon learning about the Jenova project, broke bad. He had been told his mother's name was Jenova, and the revelation that Jenova was actually a Cetra led him to believe that he was the rightful heir to the planet, that all of humanity had betrayed his dear mother. The elucidation of his origins changed him forever. He resigned himself to a fate that seemed to have been preordained. Except the information Sephiroth read in the basement of the Shinra mansion wasn't entirely accurate. Jenova was discovered, preserved underground, by Shinra's former head of science and research, Professor Gast. Gast believed it to be one of the Cetra, and shortly after this discovery, the Jenova project was underway. The goal of the project was to imbue a normal human with the abilities of the Cetra so that they could find the Promised Land, with the first attempt being on Lucretia's unborn child, sired by Professor Hojo. They injected Jenova cells into the child while still in the womb, and Sephiroth was the result. At some point relatively early on, though, Gast learned that Jenova was not actually a Cetra. Jenova was actually an alien parasite, which could mimic the appearance of others. It infiltrated, infected, and nearly wiped out the Cetra and the planet millennia ago. This is where he got the misconception that the Cetra moved from planet to planet, the same misconception that Sephiroth read in the mansion and took as fact. Jenova, however, uses whatever remains of the planet it destroys to move on to the next one, and the cycle continues. The northern crater is actually the result of Jenova's arrival, and its presence prevented the planet from fully closing the wound. Additionally, the planet created the weapons specifically to deal with Jenova, but by the time they were ready, the Cetra had already sealed Jenova away, and so the weapons lay dormant, no longer needed. Gast left Shinra upon learning this, taking the captive Ifalna, the last real Cetra, with him. It was through her that he learned of Jenova's true nature, and would record conversations on the subject with her at the Icicle Inn far to the north. Meanwhile, Hojo would bide his time, waiting 2 years before hunting down Gast and Ifalna, who in that time would have a child together as Hojo anticipated. Hojo had Gast killed, and captured Ifalna and an infant Aerith for his research on the Cetra. Presumably, he found Gast's recordings about Jenova and the Cetra, and developed a new theory. If Jenova is able to reassemble itself upon dismemberment, what would happen to those who were injected with its cells? He believed that even these tiniest pieces of the parasite would seek to reunite with the greater whole, their minds influenced by Jenova. That's why those cloaked figures, the Sephiroth clones, are so hollow yet so dedicated to making their way to the northern crater. They seek their reunion. It took a while for Hojo to test his reunion theory, but it ultimately proved to be correct. Except, as far as the player knows, Jenova isn't at the northern crater. The remains of Sephiroth, however, are. He's little more than a torso, but as Hojo surmises, his will has overtaken Jenova's. Every time you see him before this, it isn't actually him. It's Jenova, which has transformed into a copy of him, making its way toward the definite article. Earlier drafts would have dispensed with the Sephiroth clones entirely, with Cloud and the others only encountering Jenova, which would be wearing a black cloak to conceal itself. Like in the final game, it would have taken Sephiroth's appearance at least once, and would have broken off pieces of itself gradually to slow the party down, but these earlier drafts put a bit more emphasis on it. Jenova would detach a hand, a thumb, a knee, a leg, until finally there would have been nothing left but its heart. While we're on the subject, I want to address the name for these guys, Sephiroth clones. This is a misnomer, since they're actually the people who survived the Nibelheim incident that were bathed in Mako and injected with Jenova cells like members of Soldier. In the Japanese script, however, they're called Sephiroth copies, which, while synonymous with clone, can carry a slightly broader connotation. The word clone infers a one-to-one reproduction down to the genetic level, while copy could mean either that or a facsimile of the thing it's copying. Considering that they were given the soldier treatment, the latter definition isn't far off the mark in terms of methodology. In isolation, it was an understandable decision to use the word clone, but in the context of the story, it can seem like a translation error. It kind of is, but it also kind of isn't. But I've still seen people get tripped up by the use of the word clone and interpreting it literally. Either way, the idea of referring to them as such, as well as Jenova's ability to change its shape and assume the forms and identities of others, could come from those anxieties concerning human cloning at the time in Japan. But there is significance to the names Sephiroth and Jenova. They weren't just picked out of a hat. Sephiroth's name, like one of the Warring Triad from Final Fantasy VI, was intentionally derived from the Sephiroth, which in Kabbalah are the 10 aspects through which God is able to manifest himself. The Sephiroth clones, as carriers of Jenova cells, can be seen as vessels for these aspects, even if they aren't specific to the individual Sephira in Kabbalah, returning to form a greater whole. The Black Materia could also be viewed as one of these aspects, as it allows Sephiroth to summon Meteor, which is crucial to his plan to become an almighty being that is reflective of his namesake. But what of Jenova? It'd be easy to note how similar its name is to Jehovah, one of the countless names for the Abrahamic God, and call it a day. But the significance runs much deeper than that. For example, in his contribution to the essay collection The World of Final Fantasy VII, Seskino Brooks DeVita makes an interesting case for Jenova being symbolic of the invasive nature of Christianity in Japan during the 17th century, leading to the faith being outlawed. It's an interesting read, and I recommend reading it and the collection as a whole. While I would like to discuss Brooks DeVita's analysis further and add on to it, however, I found myself falling down another rabbit hole that was rooted more in earlier story concepts. In earlier drafts of Final Fantasy VII's story, Jenova wasn't an extraterrestrial parasite, but a gene or an aspect of the brain which would have been home to awesome power, such as naturally being able to use magic, commune with the planet, and read people's thoughts. The people who would have awakened the Jenova inside of them, thaumaturges, would have also been drawn to one another. Aerith, like many of the ancients, would have been one of them. This concept of a power buried deep within every person, with a name that is both similar to a name for God as well as a portmanteau of gene and nova, new gene, loosely reflects the belief that, in Kabbalah, every human is born with a bit of the infinite light within them, which then returns to the greater infinite light upon their death. This concept is reflected by Final Fantasy VII's life stream, which Yoshinori Kitase came up with in order to more easily examine the concepts that Hironobu Sakaguchi wanted to explore, but couldn't be easily communicated in a visual sense. Like that infinite light, the life stream is where all life originates in Final Fantasy VII, and is where all life returns in the end to be reborn. Jenova, as it exists in the final game, as a being from beyond the stars with the potential to infect an entire planet with its will, can then be seen as a corruption of the idea of God. Its cells do not give life, but rather take away the autonomy of their inhabitants, turning them into puppets, extensions of Jenova's will, before ultimately returning to it, the reunion. Jenova subsumes the identities of its victims, whether through infection or replacement, for its own purposes. It may have attempted to do the same to Sephiroth as well, and while his will would ultimately overtake that of his dear mother, her influence, actively or not, did reshape his identity. Whether Sephiroth's fall from grace was entirely down to his own mental state or Jenova's influence is unclear, but it is also irrelevant. When confronted with the truth about his origins and information about Jenova and the Cetra that he was led to believe were true, he had a crisis of identity. Was he really human at all? Did the fact that his genetic donor was supposedly a Cetra who was supposedly betrayed by supposed traitors actually have any bearing on who he is? He seemed to think so. These revelations about his origins led to him adopting a new lot in life, and in the process a new identity. No longer was he Sephiroth, the great soldier and hero of Shinra. Now he was Sephiroth, son of Jenova, rightful heir to the planet, and humanity's reckoning. He discarded everything he once was, and even when his will surpasses Jenova's, he still abides by this new identity. This is what makes Sephiroth a tragic villain, and the reason it works is because of Cloud's flashback to the Nibelheim incident early on in Calm. We get to see him as a decent person, as well as a powerful warrior, and how it all came tumbling down. The scene of Sephiroth standing among the flames as Nibelheim burns to the ground is one of those images that you don't easily forget. Cloud certainly didn't, even if his memory has more holes in it than Swiss cheese. But as he and the others approach the northern crater, they're hit with a startling truth. While there was a second soldier who accompanied Sephiroth to Nibelheim, it wasn't Cloud. Despite his otherwise accurate recollection of those events, Cloud wasn't actually there at all. And from there, the core mystery of Final Fantasy VII, as well as Cloud's identity, begin to unravel. While soldiers are injected with Jenova cells in addition to being infused with Mako, the high physical requirements to join the program would end up weeding out those who would succumb to Jenova's influence, at least in theory. Cloud, however, does feel and at times even succumbs to that influence. It's through his perspective that we even get the parasite's sole line of dialogue in the entire game, typo and all. He's a sleeper agent of Sephiroth. He knows it. The rest of the party knows it. And that terrifies him. He can't trust himself because he knows that he could lose control of his actions at any time. And while he tries to take precautions to prevent disaster from happening as a result, such as handing off the black materia to someone else when they get it back from a piece of Jenova, in the end, it simply isn't enough. Further pouring fuel on the fire that is Cloud's anxiety are the revelations that come to light at the northern crater. The soldier that went to Nibelheim with Sephiroth 5 years ago, the one who bore witness to the fall of the great hero, wasn't him. It was another soldier, with slicked-back black hair reminiscent of an older design for Cloud. Sephiroth shows this to the whole party, Cloud included, and while he tries to shrug it off as an illusion, Tifa is suspiciously adamant in her suggestion that he ignores what Sephiroth is telling and showing them. Sephiroth tells him that he isn't really Cloud, that he's a failed Sephiroth clone that washed out so badly that Hojo didn't even bother giving him a number like the rest. He says the only reason he thinks he's Cloud is because the Jenova cells within him resonated with Tifa's memories of the real Cloud. Cloud stays defiant even in the face of photographic evidence. The soldier in the picture with Tifa and Sephiroth is that guy with the black hair. But once he starts thinking about how that mission was his first after reaching the rank of first class, he realizes he doesn't actually remember when he even joined Soldier. From there, Cloud's psyche truly begins to break. He hands the black materia over to Sephiroth, succumbing to the idea that he's nothing but a puppet, a failed experiment who shouldn't have any agency, because what else does he really have? As the weapons awaken around them, Cloud and the real Sephiroth are lost in the chaos as everyone else escapes on the Highwind. When Tifa wakes up in Junon about a week later, Meteor is already on a collision course with the planet, and Cloud is still MIA. I've heard discourse about Tifa hiding the truth from Cloud, and frankly, such criticism is either insincere or ignorant. Before Tifa wakes up, she reflects on why she never told him. She found him at the train station in the Sector 7 slums shortly before the events of the story began, and while at first he was barely coherent, he composed himself very quickly, and knew things he shouldn't have. From her point of view, they hadn't seen each other in 7 years, when he left home to join Soldier, but he thought it was 5 years, since the Nibelheim incident. Those who pay attention to the Calm flashback may have even picked up on the twist that Cloud wasn't there, as Tifa never refers to Cloud by name during those events. She knew something was off, but didn't want to risk something bad happening. She wasn't sure how he could possibly know these things, and may have thought that he was a bit mentally unstable based on his condition when she found him. She wanted to keep him around so she could be sure that he was okay, so she convinced him to stay in Midgar by asking him to do some mercenary work for Avalanche. Interestingly, this scene was actually one of 2 relating to Cloud's backstory and mental state, which was not in the original Japanese release. And while I appreciate its inclusion to help fill the player in on how the 2 reunited, Tifa's reasoning for not telling Cloud that something is wrong with his memories is still easily inferred through context. Again, not a bad scene, but not one that is absolutely necessary either. After escaping her and Barret's public execution in Junon, Tifa finds Cloud in the small village of Meteor, where the life stream is close to the surface. He washed up on the shore about a week ago and is even worse shape than when she found him in Midgar. Extreme Mako poisoning, according to the doctor. Tifa decides to stay with him while the others attempt to thwart Shinra's plan to gather the huge materia. When Cid comes back to check on Cloud later, one of the weapons descends upon the village, and while the party are able to fend it off, Medeal is ultimately destroyed by an earthquake, causing Tifa and Cloud to fall directly into the life stream. When Tifa comes to, she finds herself on a strange platform branching off in different directions, leading into Cloud's disparate memories. She figures that she's inside of his subconscious, and vows to help Cloud find and put himself back together. She walks through his fractured memories with him, confirming what's true and calling out the things that aren't based on her own recollection. Initially, it doesn't do much, but Tifa remains firm in her belief that this is the real Cloud. It's only after she asks him why he wanted to join Soldier in the first place that he begins to more readily open up. Except it's not the adult Cloud we've been following who takes us on this journey through his memories and psyche, but the child version. The 2 share the same dialogue at first, with the young Cloud's words being divorced from the dialogue boxes that the adult Cloud speaks through and appearing on screen just before the latter. The reason he joined Soldier was because he wanted to be so strong that Tifa would notice him, and from there the young Cloud takes charge. Because this isn't a representation of Cloud's inner child or his memories, it's his true self. Like the more reasonable voices Cloud heard on and off earlier in the game, this young Cloud's dialogue was conveyed through plain text without any dialogue boxes, and the first time Cloud lost control and handed the black materia over to Sephiroth, the player is in control of this child version of Cloud the whole time, trying to stop himself from doing it to no avail. While Cloud projected a confident persona throughout the story before now, his anxiety over Sephiroth being able to control him was the first glimmer of the real Cloud breaking through the facade. With his psyche now fractured, and the person he wanted to notice him now rummaging around within it to try to help put him back together, the real Cloud has revealed himself. A scared and sentimental child who yearned to be accepted by others, especially the girl next door, Tifa. The truth is that, despite growing up next door to each other, Cloud and Tifa were never all that close. She had her own small group of friends that Cloud wanted to be a part of, but they didn't really like him. So he told himself that he was better than them anyway, that they were too childish and immature. Yet he still admired Tifa from afar, even trying to save her from falling down the mountain when they were 8 years old, shortly after her mom died. She was having a hard time coming to terms with it, and had heard that when people die, they pass over Mount Nebel, hence her trek. She wanted to see her mama. Because the rest of her friends backed out by the time they got to the rickety rope bridge, Cloud was the only one with her when she was found. As such, he was the one blamed for the incident, one which put her in a week-long coma and nearly killed her, leaving her memories of that day a bit hazy. And because he was only 8 years old, he didn't know how to deal with the anger he was feeling. He bottled it up, blamed himself for what happened, and as he grew up, began lashing out and getting into fights. He wanted to prove to everyone that he was strong so that he would be admired. He wanted to prove to everyone that he was strong so that Tifa would notice him. He wanted to prove he was strong so that he could protect her. Then he heard about Sephiroth, the great hero and legendary soldier, and resolved to follow in his footsteps. This led to Cloud inviting Tifa to the water tower, an invitation he thought she wouldn't have accepted, and the flashback we saw towards the beginning of the game. As the child version of Cloud begins to recede and the adult Cloud becomes more lucid, Tifa suggests relitigating what happened in Nibelheim 5 years ago, specifically when Sephiroth returned to the reactor for Jenova. Cloud accepts that he wasn't the soldier who was there, and recalls the name of the one who was, Zack. Tifa confirms this, and we see one of the Shinra grunts who came to town with them take the Buster Sword from an unconscious Zack to strike down Sephiroth. That grunt, the same one who was suffering from motion sickness on the ride there, was Cloud. He was embarrassed that he didn't make Soldier, and didn't want anyone to see him as a lowly grunt when he was on this mission, so he kept his helmet on the whole time. In the end, he kept his promise to Tifa, who had waited all day for him to show up. He came to her rescue, even if she didn't know it at the time. But Sephiroth still hung on. He took Jenova's head and attempted to flee, piercing Cloud through the chest when he confronted him. But Cloud used the blade as a lever, mustering the strength to lift Sephiroth and throw him into the Mako below. In the end, Cloud was a hero, and it's only after accepting the truth of what happens that he's able to pull himself together properly. The real Cloud isn't an aloof stoic. He's a sentimental goofball, and that's who he is for the rest of the story, all thanks to Tifa's compassion and belief in him, reflecting the Sephira of beauty, Tiferet. There is, however, a missing piece of this story which isn't seen in the livestream sequence. It's a completely optional scene which can be triggered on a return trip to the basement of the Shinra mansion. After Cloud kills Sephiroth, he and Zack were captured and put into a couple of vats of Mako down here and injected with Jenova cells as part of the experiments to test Hojo's reunion theory. Zack, as a first-class soldier, had already undergone such a process and so was unfazed when he eventually escaped his tank. Cloud, however, was rendered catatonic, fading in and out of consciousness but never reaching true lucidity. Zack gave Cloud a spare soldier uniform and decided to bring him along on his journey to Midgar, where he was planning to crash with a girl he knows, which as we learned in Gongaga was Aerith, but rethinks this idea when he remembers that she still lives with her mother. He decides instead to become a mercenary, and says that he and Cloud should do it together, calling him his friend. But as they approach the city, they're ambushed by Shinra troops, who unceremoniously gun Zack down and leave Cloud to succumb to his own mental degradation. As the grunts leave, Cloud becomes just lucid enough to crawl over towards Zack's corpse, pick up his sword, and realize that his friend is dead. It was shortly after this when Tifa found him at the train station, and like that scene at the train station, this extended scene with Zack also wasn't in the original Japanese version of the game, which is unfortunate considering how significant it was to Cloud's retreat into his fantasies. This was the final breaking point for Cloud. The physical, mental, and emotional trauma he endured from the Nibelheim incident, Hojo's experiments, and Zack's death led him to subconsciously construct a false personality and backstory that was an amalgamation of his memories, stories Zack told him, and his own idea of the perfect, heroic soldier. He couldn't cope, and so he escaped into a fantasy, losing himself in it. It was this inability to accept who he really was, continuously rejecting or suppressing the truth, that made him weak. It's why he was susceptible to Sephiroth's control, and now that he's accepted and made peace with himself, Cloud is free from those shackles. He's more open and personable after his experience in the life stream. When Yuffie is experiencing her regular motion sickness, Cloud commiserates with her, saying that he also gets motion sick sometimes and even offers advice on how to mitigate it. When Cid gets pinned down on the rocket, Cloud says he isn't leaving his friends behind. And of course, when everyone takes a night to figure out what they're all fighting for, at Cloud's suggestion, he and Tifa spend it together, alone, beneath the Highwind. And if your affection with Tifa is high enough, which is very easy to do, she'll tell him that words aren't the only way to tell someone what you're thinking. The implication is that the two of them had intimate relations that night, but the original idea for the scene was less subtle about it, with Cloud and Tifa spending the night in the Chocobo stable on board the airship, and coyly checking that they weren't being watched as they emerged the next morning. Kitase rejected this, and the scene we ultimately got was written by the same person who wrote the script for Medeal and the whole livestream sequence, Masato Kato, the writer and original director for Chrono Trigger. He was brought in to help fill in these gaps in the script on short notice, as at the time he was also working on the script for Xenogears, which he included a reference to in Cloud's Mako-induced ramblings in Medeal, although the reference is slightly bungled in the localized script. Understandable, the game wasn't done yet. Of course, Kato's work on this part of the story was impossible without the work of Kazushige Nojima, not just because Nojima was responsible for crafting much of the scenario, but because he was the one who came up with the linchpin in the mystery surrounding Cloud. During most of the game's development, nobody knew how it was going to be resolved. It was towards the end when Nojima began drawing connections between what was already present to create Zack. Cloud reminding Aerith of the first person she had a crush on had been in place for quite a while, with an early idea being that this would have been Sephiroth, who used to buy flowers from her regularly. This is something Cloud would have picked up on over time, as she would talk about him and he would connect the dots between her stories and Sephiroth's actions, leading him to try and prevent her from realizing that Sephiroth had fallen from grace, so that her memories of him wouldn't be tainted. And before this idea was considered, Aerith and Sephiroth were supposed to be siblings, which is why Nomura drew them with similar hair fringes. But this idea didn't last long. Because the relationship between Aerith and Sephiroth was never fully decided, Nojima didn't see anything in the game files that followed up on the idea of Aerith's first love. And so he created Zack in order to tie off that loose end, as well as provide an explanation for what's wrong with Cloud. Bits of foreshadowing would then be sprinkled throughout the game in order to subtly lay the groundwork for this twist, such as Zack's parents in Gungaga and Aerith's subsequent confirmation that Zack was the name of the first guy she liked. In fact, Zack came about so late in Final Fantasy VII's development that the only two pieces of concept art that Nomura drew of the character never even got colored in. As for who Zack actually is as a character, there really isn't all that much to say. He's a good guy, standing up to Sephiroth when he broke bad and carrying a catatonic Cloud all the way to Midgar when he could have just left him in Nibelheim. He calls Cloud his friend even when his brain is out to lunch, and I'm inclined to believe him. Like the real Cloud, he seems like he can be a bit of a goof based on how he vocalizes his thoughts. But Zack isn't really a character as much as he is a plot device, which is fine. Who he was isn't nearly as important as what he meant to Cloud specifically, and we understand that in no time, which makes it all the sadder when we see his death. It's not as sudden as Aerith's, but it's just as quick, with no parting words or anything of the sort. The most we get is Cloud having a complete breakdown in the first moment of lucidity he's had in 5 years, and we all know what happened after that. All of this is a roundabout way of saying that Cloud is the perfect foil to Sephiroth. While Sephiroth gave in to the trauma born of his unstable mental and emotional state, believing himself to be the heir of the planet and developing a god complex, Cloud found the will to move past his. Not without help, of course, but that's what sets the two apart even before the Nibelheim incident. Sephiroth had no friends or family to speak of. He didn't know Hojo was his father and doesn't even like him. He never even knew about Lucretia, his actual mother, and while he's friendly with Cloud and presumably Zack, it's more pleasantries than anything. Cloud didn't have much. His relationship with Zack probably wasn't all that different than Sephiroth's, but he did have his mom, the other villagers, and most importantly, Tifa. Just as well, how his actualization was facilitated can be read as further supporting Final Fantasy VII's themes of environmentalism. In the world of man, Cloud was beat down and haggard, corrupted into something he wasn't, whether it be misunderstandings from his peers leading him to lash out and grow resentful, or Hojo and Shinra experimenting on him and killing the people he cares about. These things pushed him further away from his true self. It was only when he and Tifa were in the life stream, the very essence of the planet, that he was able to piece his true self back together and start moving past his trauma. It goes to show how much we grow as people is dependent on our environment and the people around us. Sephiroth never had a support system, so he clings to this twisted idea of a mother fairly quickly, even if it may not be of his own will, and loses himself to it. Cloud became an angry teenager who is blamed for an accident he tried to stop, fell into a fantasy born of trauma and denial when left to his own devices, and finally a hero who is true to himself when he's finally able to open up to the one person whose attention he wanted most. As a former angsty teenager myself, seeing the full scope of Cloud's development struck a chord with me. Growing up is far from a universal experience. Your family, friends, and broader environment all affect our formative years in different ways, which can have an indelible effect on who we become as adults. It's during this time when we figure out who we are and begin taking our first steps toward finding our place in the world. Hironobu Sakaguchi didn't seem to have this theme of identity in mind at the start of development, but the yarn that Yoshinori Kitase, Tetsuya Nomura, and Kazushige Nojima spun from his concepts and outlines ended up exploring it in a meaningful way that I don't think I've ever seen in a video game. We are the sum of our personal experiences, and through seeing which experiences Cloud holds most dear, we see why he's the person he becomes. While it has dissipated significantly in the decades since Final Fantasy VII's release, there is still a bit of a social stigma surrounding video games and those who play them. While the medium was on its way to being more socially acceptable by the late 90s, it was still largely seen as a pastime for socially awkward geeks. Where I went to high school in the early 2010s, this was still kind of the case. I didn't get bullied or anything for it, but my love of the medium didn't exactly make me many friends in school. For my freshman and sophomore years, I was an asocial and angry teenager who felt he was better than his peers, yet still craved their attention, admiration, and even affection. I lashed out. I got into the occasional fight. I didn't want to do group projects because I thought my ideas were already great and that everyone else's weren't worth my time. Over the course of my junior year, I started growing out of this mindset, thanks to a couple of particularly patient and supportive teachers and a strong support system outside of school. That was the year my parents told me that they were getting divorced after years of waking up late at night hearing them yelling at each other downstairs. It was a difficult time for all of us, but it was thanks to the friends that I had made outside of school that I didn't come out the other side even more bitter and resentful. And as we all grew up and settled into ourselves through college and beyond, we found comfort with ourselves and each other. Final Fantasy VII came out when I was 2 years old. I first played it when I was 18 years old. I finally finished a playthrough when I was 26 years old, and Cloud's story resonated with me on a level completely unlike any other character in the series before him. His journey of personal reflection and self-actualization is easily relatable to anybody who has struggled with any core aspect of their identity. It doesn't matter if you're Japanese or American, black or white, gay or straight, cis or trans. Cloud's story probably resonates with you in some way or another. If I had played this when I was in high school, it would have been life-changing. And I can imagine that it probably was for thousands, if not millions of people who did play it in their adolescence, especially in 1997 when the stigma still lingered heavily. This is an aspect of Final Fantasy VII that I rarely see discussed beyond its baseline narrative functions, how it explains what's been wrong with Cloud this whole time. But to me, it's the true emotional crux of the narrative, even more so than Aerith's death. Even if you find that the game isn't holding a mirror up to you like it did for me, it's still making you second-guess everything you thought you knew, because Cloud, the player character, the person you thought you could trust, turned out to be an unreliable narrator. If it doesn't hit you on an emotional level, it may end up landing on a psychological level. However, while this is the major turning point for Cloud's character, it is still a bit of a ways off from the game's ending, because when Cloud rejoins the fight, there are 2 plans to save the planet from Meteor in progress, one by Shinra, and the other from an old friend. While Cloud is out of commission, Shinra formulate a plan to destroy the incoming meteor with a set of huge materia, which are exactly what the name implies. Huge pieces of materia that were specially condensed in a Mako reactor. Scarlet, the head of Shinra's weapons division, even claims that they're 330 times more powerful than regular materia, which is why it's used to power the Junon cannon. They intend to put 4 of them on the Shinra No. 26 rocket to launch them all at Meteor, but the party sets out on a mission to stop them because... This is easily the weakest and messiest part of Final Fantasy VII to me. The party's motivations aren't readily apparent unless you recall that all materia carries the wisdom and knowledge of the Cetra, which could potentially be used to save the planet and defeat Sephiroth. Except the player was only given that information once, probably around 12 to 15 hours of playtime ago, during the flashback in Calm, and you aren't reminded of it until you're set to collect the last huge materia. So the idea is that by using the huge materia to try and destroy Meteor, the knowledge within them would be lost, which would be tragic in and of itself, and it may also become that much more difficult to save the world. There's a bit of a problem with this, though. The story will still play out the same way regardless of whether you successfully secure any of them. The only rewards for gathering the huge materia are conditional and purely mechanical. After bringing them back to Bugenhagen's observatory, each of them can grant you 1 materia as a reward. The red, green, and yellow huge materia will grant you their respective master materia, as we've discussed, but you would be a long way off from achieving them at this point. And the blue huge materia will give you a Bahamut Zero summon materia if you have the ones for Bahamut and Neo Bahamut. The huge materia subplot is a cul-de-sac that impedes the flow of a narrative, which had a terrific sense of narrative momentum. Sure, it's a nice, subtle nod to the elemental crystals of the earlier games, but aside from that, its implementation feels a bit haphazard and undercooked. I can see what the developers were going for with it, but the way it turned out leaves me feeling torn between feeling like they respected the player's intelligence and ability to retain information to understand why they were doing this, and not doing enough to get them on board with this from the off, and thus making it feel like a narratively superfluous endeavor. Thankfully, the story doesn't linger on this plot point after it's passed. Instead, we learn of another plan to save the planet, which is much more likely to succeed. When the party brings Bugenhagen to the City of the Ancients, they all learn why Aerith came here, and what she was doing when Sephiroth struck her down. She was calling Holy, the ultimate white magic, to save the planet. The materia her mother gave her wasn't as useless as she let on. It was, in fact, the white materia, and she was able to successfully use it before her death, as evidenced by its green glow when we saw it during that scene. Like with how the black materia calls Meteor, the ultimate black magic from past games, I admire how Holy is incorporated as a part of this game's plot. Unlike Meteor, Holy never had any kind of narrative spotlight in the series before now. Nobody gave their life to use it like Tella did with Meteor in Final Fantasy IV, for example. The closest the series had ever been to a powerful white magic spell having story significance was with Ultima in the second game, but it's an apples and oranges situation. In FF2, Ultima was functionally a spell like any other, setting aside Nazir-Gabelli's tampering with the mechanics and ciphering of the code to prevent anyone else from making it work as intended. When you unlocked the spell as part of the story, its importance faded into the background. There was no scene of Firion using it to defeat the Emperor once and for all. You didn't even have to teach the spell to anyone if you didn't want to. Meteor in FF4 was a little different, in that you couldn't use it as Tella despite its appearance in his spell list during battles. He didn't have enough MP to cast it. And when he did finally use it in a cutscene, the immense strain it put on his body ended up killing him, but the player can still use the spell later as Fusoya or Rydia, so it isn't solely tied to the narrative. In Final Fantasy VII, Holy and Meteor are only elements of the story. There is no way to cast either spell in battle, as their significance in this world is far greater than any other spell in the series up until now. The fact that the only materia that can be used to cast them seem to be unique further grounds this exclusion from your spell lists within the game's fiction. More to the point, their use in the story is evocative of the basic principles of their respective schools of magic. Meteor is destructive, and Holy is defensive. Thanks to Aerith, the planet still has a chance. Holy can push back Meteor, maybe even save humanity, except Sephiroth is preventing its release. If they can defeat him, then Holy can rise up from beneath the planet's surface to save them all. The barrier that protects the northern crater is destroyed by Shinra, who relocated the cannon from Junon to Midgar after their plan to destroy Meteor had failed. Without the huge materia, they power it with the city's Mako reactors, but as the cannon fires, one of the weapons fires a blast of its own at the city, with Rufus Shinra getting caught in the blast and seemingly killed, throwing Shinra into chaos. It's during this chaos that Hojo attempts to fire the cannon again to give Sephiroth even more Mako energy, as he wants to see just how far his little science project can go. Doing so would overload the reactors and destroy the city, and so it's up to Cloud and the others to stop him. It's during this confrontation that Hojo reveals that he's Sephiroth's father, but also acknowledges that, in the end, Cloud ended up being the most successful Sephiroth clone. Cloud, of course, rejects this notion, showing how much he's grown from groveling at Hojo's feet, begging to be given a number. Hojo injects himself with Jenova cells, and we get a 3-phase boss fight where the madman mutates into a horrific, fleshy monstrosity before settling on a form that is quietly serene in how inhumanly humanoid it is. There's an argument to be made that Hojo is the true villain of the story, and yet despite this, defeating him doesn't change anything. Sure, you stop him from potentially making Sephiroth even stronger and destroying Midgar in the process, but he's already done so much damage that he's practically already won. Stopping him doesn't undo that damage or make anything better. But once he's out of the picture, there's nothing left standing between you and Sephiroth. The fruit of Hojo's loins and labor, his greatest success, and the last living remnant of his twisted legacy. The end of the world is nigh. Ever since the events in the northern crater, Meteor has been descending upon the planet. With every step you've taken towards stopping Shinra and Sephiroth, it's gotten closer. The people of the world know that they have such little time left. Some mourn while others quietly accept the inevitable. It's a hauntingly vibrant detail, helping to show that these aren't simply nameless drones, but that they have their own lives beyond what you can see. Lives that will be tragically cut short. This is all emphasized by the new overworld theme that's been used since Tifa and the others escaped from Junon, the North Cave, which had previously been used during the final stretch of the journey north. The low droning sounds that persist throughout the whole piece, the sound of a distant impact or cannon firing, and the overall simple instrumentation help drive home the idea that this truly is the end. Deep in the bowels of the planet, he waits, biding his time as Meteor makes its final descent, preventing the world's salvation by blocking the power of Holy. It's only a matter of time now before Sephiroth's plans will be realized, and so we must make our final descent into the Northern Cave to face him at the planet's core. Like the rest of the game's dungeons, the Northern Cave isn't terribly complex, though there are some alternative pathways with their own loot to be found. The main split sees you separating the party and regrouping at the end, with everyone who split off from you finding items like stat boosters and materia. Like Final Fantasy V, there's one specific area towards the end which is full of enemies that reward you with a lot of AP, so this is your opportunity to max out what you can. While the dungeon does have the thematic framework of being a descent into hell, the aesthetics and framing instead focus on scale and implication of what could have been down here. The enemies you face along the way are strange and powerful, but there are remnants of bigger, more destructive forces as well. There's a section which is littered with what look like large, hatched eggs with no sign as to what could have emerged from them. Perhaps the weapons? You also traverse a massive spinal cord, which invites further speculation about what else could have been down here. There's a persistent green glow in a lot of these areas, the same glow as Mako, the life stream, and the white materia. It's a constant reminder of what's at stake, which is emphasized by the score recalling the secondary melody of Aerith's theme. She's the one who gave the planet a chance to survive this crisis, and the only member of the party who's no longer with us. By having part of her theme incorporated into the dungeon track, it feels like she's still with us in spirit, and since she did return to the livestream, that sentiment may be more literal than one would imagine. At the very end is a gaping maw leading directly into the end game. There is no music here, just the sound of the wind rising from below, blowing through the caverns you braved to get here. At the beginning of your descent, you opened a chest with a deployable save point inside of it. Maybe now is the time to use it before you mosey into the final battle. There is one last bit of character work before jumping down that I appreciate. Cloud confidently says, "Let's mosey," which is such a casual phrase, and him using it is further indicative of just how much of a dork he is. He had no problem saying it came naturally, and when Cid points out how ill-fitting it is, Cloud awkwardly backpedals and tries again with the captain's suggestion, "Move out." But it doesn't end there. More monsters are coming, and while Barret and Cid suggest Cloud and two others go on ahead while the rest hold them off, Cloud is ready to stay and fight alongside his friends. It's only when they tell him that all of them staying there would just waste time does he relent. It's a nice little microcosm of how everyone has grown to trust each other, and how, despite being positioned as their leader, Cloud still needs help and guidance. I haven't brought it up much before now, but it especially shows how much Cloud and Barret's friendship has developed. In the beginning, they were at each other's throats half the time, but the two of them have cultivated a bond that was forged in fire. They've been through the ringer. They each know what the other's been through and why they're here. Barret's willingness to stay behind is obviously a result of giving the player a choice in who to bring with them, but narratively, it's emblematic of his growth as a person and how much he trusts Cloud. Just as it started with Cloud, Barret, and Tifa, I decided to end it with them too. This last stretch is composed of a series of floating platforms surrounded by the life stream, each leap bringing with it a chance of encountering a powerful enemy. All the while, Jenova's theme, which had been heard during the fights with the parasite's independently mutated pieces, plays you off. This fades away when you reach the large platform at the bottom, where you encounter one final form of Jenova, Jenova Synthesis. I just blew it up with Bahamut a few times, but if you summon Knights of the Round here, then the last two bosses will have tens of thousands more HP as punishment. After finally, hopefully defeating Jenova once and for all, everyone is dragged down to the planet's core, where Holy is being contained by Sephiroth. He restrains the party with little effort, but they're all prepared to stand and fight. Sephiroth, wordlessly, transforms into Bizarro Sephiroth, and depending on your party's average level, how the battle with Jenova Synthesis went, and whether you recruited Yuffie and Vincent, you'll be fighting him with up to 3 separate parties. The more parties you control, the more complicated the fight, requiring you to defeat certain sections of Sephiroth's flanks to expose his main core. His boss theme, Birth of a God, is an up-tempo piece which captures the frenetic nature of this multifaceted fight well enough. The integration of those chosen by the planet is also a nice touch. But this isn't the end of Sephiroth. As his monstrous form falls and the screen fades to black, his boss theme gives way to strange noises and an ominous rustling. And just after it stops, Sephiroth descends for the final confrontation. This time, however, It's his real body that we are facing, with his missing limbs being replaced by massive angelic wings. The only exception is the one where his right arm once was, which instead is demonic and bat-like. This is safer Sephiroth, or perhaps more accurately, given the number of wings in place of his legs, Seraph Sephiroth. In Abrahamic religions, Seraph, or the Burning Ones, are celestial beings with 2 to 3 pairs of wings that guard the throne of God. This form of Sephiroth is the final guardian in the way of Cloud and the others' mission to thwart Sephiroth's aspirations of godhood. That alone is thematically cogent, but the Seraphim are also alluded to in the lyrics of the final boss theme, One-Winged Angel, the very first musical piece in the entire series to have a proper vocal track, though it's entirely in Latin. The lyrics are almost entirely derived from the various movements of Karl Orff's Carmina Burana, based on a collection of 11th to 13th century poems of the same name, though the tone is a great departure from Orff's work, which was incredibly crude and salacious compared to the operatic and fantastical nature of the battle with Sephiroth. The opening lyrics describe a violent rage burning or boiling inside, which in the context of this battle can be seen as both a nod to the Seraph, which inspired this particular design for Sephiroth, as well as anger over the party's attempts to undermine him. The whole song waffles between this rage, beckoning them to come closer, and a desperation not to die. Unlike in Orff's work, which used these ideas in a sexual context in a slightly more metaphorical manner, for Sephiroth they can be read more literally. He is angry. Angry for what they did to his mother. Angry that Cloud, a mere puppet, would defy his and Mother's will. Come closer, Cloud. Feel my and Mother's glory, her generosity in giving you divine purpose. If you free wholly, you will kill me and Mother. You wouldn't want that, would you? The composition of One-Winged Angel was unique compared to other tracks in the series, with its disparate parts being composed in isolation before later being assembled like a puzzle. It was specifically influenced by Russian composer Igor Stravinsky's The Rite of Spring, Bernard Herrmann's iconic score for Alfred Hitchcock's seminal film Psycho, and Jimi Hendrix's Purple Haze to give it a bit of a rock edge. All of these influences can be heard in the bombastic introductory segment. And the Purple Haze inspiration can be heard even further in the track, with the brass taking a similar shape to Hendrix's guitar. It is an eclectic set of works from which to pull inspiration, but it came together brilliantly, usurping those chosen by the planet as Sephiroth's theme in the minds of countless players. And that's in spite of the prog rock-esque composition of its first minute, which flutters through various musical ideas before finally building to that iconic chorus. On a purely technical level, it's far beyond what was possible on the Super Famicom thanks to the live vocal recording. As far as presentation goes, it's fantastic. Latin choirs tend to be associated with angels and demons, God and Satan, depending on the context. The bright visuals of the environment and the seraph wings that have taken the place of Sephiroth's legs invoke the former, while his right arm and the narrative context invoke the latter. These angelic and celestial motifs are further extended to the techniques he uses in battle. Not only does he carry over Kefka's Heartless Angel attack from Final Fantasy VI, bringing the entire party down to a single hit point, but there's also his ultra-powerful Supernova, which in the Japanese version only did something in the area of 2,000 damage. But in the international versions of the game, everything about the attack has been changed. It now deals damage roughly equal to 94% of the party's current HP, can confuse, silence, and slow them, and has had its animation extended tremendously to roughly 2 minutes, depicting a meteor hurtling through the Milky Way galaxy, destroying most of the planets along the way, before colliding with the sun and destroying most, if not every planet in the process. This animation is even longer than that of Knights of the Round, and the celestial imagery echoes Jenova's extraterrestrial origins and ultimate goal, even if the attack itself can't actually defeat anyone in any version but the original Japanese release. It can be a tough battle, but not ruthlessly so. If you use Knights of the Round during the last Jenova fight, his maximum HP is increased by 80,000. For every party member that's level 99, he gets another 30,000 HP and a bevy of stat boosts, mostly defensive. And every time you defeat the head of Bizarro Sephiroth, Safer Sephiroth's max HP is decreased by a mere 100 points, capping out at a reduction of 24,900 points. Ultimately, his max HP will fall anywhere between 55,100 and 400,000. Thankfully, I hadn't even begun working towards getting Knights of the Round until later, and a casual playthrough won't bring you anywhere close to level 99 on any character, so his HP will usually be around the 80,000 range for most players. It's interesting to know that grinding to the level cap won't just make the battle a complete joke, but if you already know this, then you could just go up to level 98 and not trigger those stat boosts. In any case, Sephiroth follows a set attack pattern in this battle, making his moves fairly predictable. Very few of his attacks can actually defeat you, but the ones that do fractional damage leave you very vulnerable, and he spends half of his cycle out of melee range. This creates a lot of tension, since you'll want to patch yourself up before anything that could actually finish you off comes around in his rotation, but you also want to keep up the damage. This is why I'm glad I had Barret in my party and had given Cloud the long range and double cut materia, so he could strike twice even when Sephiroth was out of reach. Before too long, the nightmare was finally over. After a long, exhausting battle, everyone takes a moment to catch their breath. Sephiroth has been defeated. They've done all they can. The rest is up to the planet. But as everyone makes their way back to the Highwind, Cloud drops to his knees and clutches his head. Sephiroth is still there, calling to him, as he had before. Cloud's spirit leaves his body, hurtling through the life stream, until finally coming face to face with Sephiroth for one final bout. Your only option here is Cloud's ultimate limit break, the Omni Slash, a flurry of 15 strikes that the fallen soldier is hopeless to counter. Bloodied and beaten, Sephiroth's spirit finally disperses into the life stream for good. As grandiose as the battle with his previous form was, I actually prefer this as the final battle. Sure, it's just a glorified cutscene. Your interaction is by no means required, as my friends over at Super RPG Friends learned during their stream last year.
No, I think
wait, what?
You countered him.
No, wait, I wanted to do it! Did it just take it from me?
I countered it.
It just took it from me, no!
But thematically, this confrontation works better as the end of Cloud's character arc. Throughout this whole ordeal, he's struggled to define himself. Sephiroth always had this hold over him, even when he wasn't asserting direct control. How much of his drive to track down Sephiroth over the course of Disc 1 was his own desire versus the influence brought about through his Jenova cells? His time in the life stream with Tifa saw him rediscover himself and begin to come to terms with who he really is and face his trauma. By defeating Sephiroth here, with the two of them stripped down just to their own natural abilities, without any materia or monstrous transformations, Cloud asserts himself as the master of his own destiny. Sephiroth no longer holds any power over him. He is no longer somebody who inspires Cloud, like when he was a child. He is no longer a phantom robbing him of his autonomy. Cloud has, in every way, grown beyond Sephiroth, and it's only fitting that he be the one to put the original soldier to rest, once and for all. As the light of the life stream glows around him, a hand reaches down toward Cloud. The implication, based on the score, is that this is Aerith, who seems to bring Cloud's spirit back to his body in the northern cave. He knows now that Aerith has found her promised land in the life stream, and he and Tifa resolve to meet her there when their time comes. The cavern begins to collapse, bringing the Highwind down to them. Everyone manages to get aboard just as Holy begins to emerge, launching the ship back to the surface. But it's already too late, as Holy doesn't appear to be strong enough to stop Meteor as it begins tearing Midgar asunder. It's just when all seems lost that the life stream itself emerges from beneath the planet's surface to push Meteor back, and Marlene, who Reeve had relocated to calm, can feel who's responsible for it. Aerith, whose face is the last thing we see before the credits roll. After the credits, we are treated to a scene set 500 years after the ending. An aged Red 13 brings his two cubs to a cliffside overlooking the remains of Midgar, long reclaimed by nature. The game's logo is accompanied by the laughter of children, echoing in the distance. Whether humanity actually survived Meteor in the end is left ambiguous. These children could be alive, or they could be within the life stream, hence the reverb. This has been a topic of debate for some time, and while Kitase himself has weighed in on this, I think the question of whether or not humanity survived is irrelevant to the actual point of the scene. That life continued to flourish after Meteor, regardless of humanity's survival. By this point, Cloud and the others have joined Aerith in the life stream, and as for the Promised Land, well, as the last shot communicates, so long as there's life, anywhere can be a promised land. As I've gone through the Final Fantasy series for this retrospective, each game has left some kind of indelible mark on me. I've enjoyed each and every one of them for what they brought to the table and how they stood out from their predecessors. But Final Fantasy VII was the first time in the series where I felt truly in sync with the protagonist, both emotionally and psychologically. My empathy for Cloud came not just from the strength of his character and story, but from my own experiences growing up. Experiences which may be unique in the fine details, but the broad strokes of which are shared with countless other people as they grew up. There's obviously much more to my enjoyment of FF7 than that, but this resonance puts it on a different level for me than Final Fantasy VI, lateral though it may be. Final Fantasy VII's world feels rich and lived in. Its characters all have history and are drawn together by a shared animosity for a seemingly omnipresent evil corporation. It's tragic and dramatic, but also just a bit silly when levity is most needed. The materia system is an interesting and well-executed idea for character building, remedying the homogenization issue of its predecessor in a roundabout way, despite each character being a mostly blank canvas in terms of gameplay. Limit breaks, the one inherent element that sets them all apart, are also a welcome addition, even if they do replace your basic attacks when they're available. Throughout Disc 1, the story has consistently strong forward momentum. This slows down at the start of Disc 2, and the huge materia subplot feels a bit undercooked, but there's never a moment when you don't know what you're trying to accomplish, whether it be in the short or long term. It's a story about life, in more ways than one. The life of society, the life of the environment, the lives and identities we cultivate, and how they all feed into each other. Sure, the message can be a bit muddled in spots, but never to the extent where the ultimate point is diluted. That life is precious and fleeting, and we should do our best to be true to ourselves and others with the time we have. It's a theme which is easy to interpret across cultural boundaries, and one which continues to remain relevant on a humanistic level. I love Final Fantasy VII, and playing the original PlayStation version on original PlayStation hardware has helped to cement that. Because while this was the first version of the game I played, having picked up a loose copy at a flea market right out of high school, it wouldn't be the first version of the game that I finished. Unlike the first 6 games, Final Fantasy VII never got a traditional remake. But as I've discussed intermittently thus far, the version of the game that was released outside of Japan would feature numerous changes and additions to the original Japanese release, such as a lower encounter rate, additional bosses, and new and extended scenes. However, Japanese players wouldn't have to miss out on this extended cut of the game for long, as Famitsu would reveal shortly after the game's North American release that this version would be backported to Japan under the name Final Fantasy VII International on October 2nd, 1997. To accommodate those players who may not have yet finished the original release, this version of the game would allow them to load their original save data into the updated game, and experience the new changes from that point forward. International version save data, however, could not be loaded by the original version. It also included a bonus disc with video interviews, the ability to watch cutscenes, and view the in-game models. Other than that, and the Japanese text, this was the same version that players in North America received on September 7th, and those in PAL regions on November 17th. However, Final Fantasy VII's longevity would lie not in the versions released for the PlayStation, but in a Windows PC port. 2 weeks before E3 1997, Eidos Interactive President Keith Boski received a phone call from Square USA's Executive Vice President, Yoshihiro Maruyama, who wanted to set up a meeting at the expo to discuss a publishing deal for the game. As it turned out, Eidos would ultimately be the only Western publisher who showed genuine interest in the idea. This interest was mutual, as Maruyama was impressed with Eidos' marketing strategies at the time, particularly for Tomb Raider, which had been one of the biggest hits of 1996. Within 6 months, an agreement was reached, and Eidos secured the publishing rights for a PC port of Final Fantasy VII for a lump sum of $1.8 million. Boski and the other heads of Eidos, European President Mike McGarvey and Chief Financial Officer Rob Stannett, didn't dwell on the decision. If they could sell 100,000 units and move on, then all would be well. The PC port would mostly be worked on in-house at Square's offices in Costa Mesa, California, over the course of a year. But because of the wide gulf in hardware between the PlayStation and PCs, most of the game's code had to be completely rewritten, and it was only partway through development that one of the original programmers for the game, Kazuma Fuseya, joined the PC team. Before Fuseya's arrival, the team had to rely on a translator who was unfamiliar with programming to translate the documentation that was laden throughout the game's code. With Fuseya on the team, they could instead ask him directly, and because he was part of the original team, he was able to get in contact with others back in Japan who may have known more than he did. Among the team was a single artist, Jason Greenberg, who was tasked with doubling the resolution of the original 2D assets from 320 by 240 to 640 by 480 by hand in Photoshop. However, due to a lack of access to the original source files, some of the larger and more densely packed backgrounds were left untouched, and the pre-rendered FMVs had to be compressed even further to be able to fit on the discs. Notably, this version did introduce new shaders for all of the characters, as well as enable the mouths which were turned off in the original PlayStation version. The reason why they were turned off for their original release hasn't been directly stated, though considering the game's original resolution, it may have been because they would have hardly been visible, and their big eyes and general physicality would have been enough to allow them to emote. If this is the reason, then it must have been made well before launch, since a fair number of the mouths are, well, gaping holes. There were also changes made to the script, with various errors being corrected and new ones being introduced. Nothing that fundamentally changes anything of great importance, but these changes are notable for what's to come in the future. The Xenogears reference was translated correctly though, which is nice. Now little Timbly knows to convince his parents to get him Xenogears for Christmas. And this is all to say nothing of how the music was changed for this version as a result of how sound hardware worked on contemporary PCs. Depending on your setup, you could have simple MIDI recreations of the soundtrack, or a mostly accurate but still distinct version. Of course, the noticeable change was in performance and frame rate. The 60 FPS battle menus are gone, now refreshing at 15 FPS like the battles themselves. In an email with PC Gamer's Wes Fenlon, one of the programmers for the PC port, Jay Fong, had this to say about it. Quote, I recall the UI programmer had some unique challenges, because the original battle system UI was hooked up directly to the VSync, which would update just the UI portion of the screen, something the PS hardware allowed you to do. This enabled the original UI portion of the screen to be updated at refresh rate, making interaction feel very responsive, while the rest of the battle system screen refreshed at a much lower rate. End quote. This results not just in choppier menus, but less responsive ones, which is especially noticeable when trying to execute Tifa's limit break. The slot reels don't scroll smoothly, thus making it more difficult to select the right stopping points. I'm speaking more about the technical side here for two reasons. First, it's still functionally the same game, and second, the original 1998 PC release isn't playable on modern PCs without a little help from mods. Specifically, a special driver developed by a modder with the handle Ali that was released in 2009. It was this driver that would facilitate the modern commercial re-releases of Final Fantasy VII, though whether .mu, the company Square Enix contracted to develop these ports, employed Ali to work on it, or simply stole their work, is unclear. These modern versions support native resolutions up to 1080p, and the console versions have boosters which allow players to turn off random encounters, turn the game speed up to 300%, and have the HP, MP, and limit gauges continuously refill. The original PlayStation soundtrack has been restored. The game's FMVs have been replaced with higher quality versions than what was in previous releases, although the jump from pre-rendered backgrounds to videos is still noticeable. But rather than touching up those backgrounds, they've instead had a simple bilinear filter applied to them, making them appear blurry and low quality compared to the sharp character models. Now more than ever, they feel like they're not part of their environment, the artifice becoming more apparent than it ever had been before as a result of the high resolution on a modern display. Although it's never been outright confirmed, it's been speculated for some time that the reason the PC version was ported with various assets not being properly restored is because Square Enix no longer has the source code or original assets for Final Fantasy VII. Considering that former company president Yosuke Matsuda has gone on the record to say that they no longer have the source code for many of their games, and Keith Boski was asked directly whether he still had the gold masker for Eidos's original PC release when Square Enix was looking to do their re-release in the early 2010s, despite Boski not having been at Eidos since 1999, I think it's fair to say that, yes, the source code has been lost. It's been theorized that even the original PC version was developed using an older build of the PlayStation version as a base, but I couldn't definitively confirm this. However, this doesn't change the fact that this modern release is effectively still the same thing that was released on the PlayStation back in 1997, made more accessible by being released on modern platforms and having in-game boosters to make the game more approachable to newcomers. Is it exactly the same as the PlayStation version? No. Some may even argue that it's a lesser version for this or that reason, but at its core, yeah, it's the same game. The differences are mostly minor details. It was with this version of the game, on the Nintendo Switch, that I finished Final Fantasy VII for the very first time. But there are many people who suggest picking up the PC version for one simple reason: mods. There's a strong sentiment that FF7's visuals are horribly dated, and with mods you can play a more ideal-looking version of the game. Of course, this is all a matter of personal opinion, so I can only speak for myself. And to be frank, I find a fair amount of the popular mods that are meant to make the game look better to be kind of jarring and ugly. 60 FPS in battle or the field is fine, as are upscaled backgrounds, but the mods which replace the character models with ones that have more natural proportions and greater detail clash with the animations which were made with those chunkier proportions in mind. Interpolating the FMVs to have higher frame rates makes them feel more awkward and stilted for the same reasons. Perhaps there are other mods out there which work in tandem with others to solve some of these issues I personally have. Some of you are probably already typing out detailed comments about exactly that, and while I appreciate the passion that goes into a lot of this, it's just not for me personally. It's not that I have anything against mods, but sometimes I just prefer to experience some things as they were originally. Final Fantasy VII's visuals, as I've said before, are extremely charming to me. I like the blocky-looking characters with toasters for hands. I like the simple yet exaggerated animations made for these models. Of course, there are more than just visual mods. I'm aware of the new threat mod, for example, and like FF6, I'm willing to indulge in some of these someday, but not anytime soon. I love Final Fantasy VII as it is, and I don't think any of the love and care being put into these mods would be there if those developing them didn't already love the original game too.
Beyond the edge of reality lies a story of ultimate conquest, a story of war and friendship, a story of a love that can never be, and a hatred that always was. And now, the most anticipated epic adventure of the year will never come to a theater near you. Final Fantasy VII.
PlayStation.
Between the announcement of Final Fantasy VII in early 1996 and its domestic release on January 31st, 1997, the number of PlayStations sold in Japan had more than doubled, from 2 million units to 5 million. Anticipation had been mounting, and Square were confident in the game's success, with sales projections of approximately 4 million units. Eager fans lined up outside of toy stores and convenience stores on launch day, while others opted to stay home and wait for copies they had mail-ordered directly from Square. Some feared the possibility that the game's first shipment, rumored to be 2 million copies at most, would not be enough, and that there would be a shortage. These fears would ultimately turn out to be for naught. Final Fantasy VII would sell 2 million copies in its first 2 days, but it would continue to move off of store shelves for months to come. It would stay at the top of the nation's sales charts through early March, and wouldn't drop out of the top 30 until late July, by which point it had already sold over 3.2 million units, far surpassing every other game in the series and becoming Square's newest best-selling title. The game's popularity may have even spurred more people into adopting Sony's console, as PlayStation sales in Japan had increased to 8.5 million units by the end of August. These new sales heights were accompanied by new peaks in critical reception, with Famitsu scoring it a 38 out of 40, citing the game's graphics, presentation, and story as its strongest points. But this excitement wouldn't be exclusive to the domestic market, as the tens of millions of dollars Sony had been putting into marketing the game in North America were beginning to bear fruit. Western players were more excited than they had ever been for not just Final Fantasy, but for an RPG. The demand was so intense, in fact, that games retailer Electronics Boutique would begin selling copies ahead of the official September 7th release date. Though to pin this all on Sony's marketing would be a bit disingenuous, as anime was beginning to grow in popularity in the region at the time, which helped prime the target demographic for the game. In its first weekend, Final Fantasy VII would sell over 330,000 copies in North America, grossing over $5 million more than Ridley Scott's G.I. Jane had in its opening weekend mere weeks earlier. By the end of September, it would sell over 500,000 copies, and by December, it would cross the coveted 1 million unit mark that Square had pined for in the territory throughout the 90s. The hype surrounding Final Fantasy VII was reflected in the sales of the PlayStation itself in the region, which had jumped from 6.4 million units as of August 20th to 10.35 million by December 31st. Critical reception was just as strong in North America as it had been in Japan. Perfect and near-perfect scores adorned the pages of magazines like GamePro, Electronic Gaming Monthly, and GameFan, as well as on websites like IGN and GameSpot, with the most consistent praise being given to the game's visual presentation. But perhaps contemporary reviews were merely a formality. As one of the panelists in GameFan's review put it, quote, "I've little left to say about Final Fantasy VII. Really, what can I write here that will have any effect on you? You're going to buy it. Everybody's going to buy it. It's the best game ever made." End quote. This sentiment was not exclusive to GameFan either, as Greg Kasavin noted in his review of the game for GameSpot. But his review also highlighted that Final Fantasy VII, being a Japanese RPG, lacked the mass appeal that Sony's omnipresent marketing suggested. And yet, it kept selling. By March 31st, 2003, Final Fantasy VII had sold more than 9.3 million units worldwide between both PlayStation and PC, with 3.9 million sales in Japan and over 5.4 million abroad. The PC version would end up quickly blowing past Eidos's initial 100,000 unit projections and moving over 1 million copies fairly quickly. It was the second best-selling game in Japan in 1997, only being beaten by the seemingly unstoppable wave of excitement over Game Freak's Pocket Monsters games on the Game Boy. Even when accounting for the additional 200,000 or so sales of Final Fantasy VII International, which had a slightly lower score of 37 out of 40 from Famitsu, on account of it being largely the same game, Final Fantasy VII still fell short of the collective sales of Pocket Monsters' red, green, and blue versions. But as time wore on and the game gradually released to more platforms, its sales would continue to grow. By December 2005, with global sales of 9.8 million units, it would officially become the second best-selling game on the original PlayStation, being surpassed only by the original Gran Turismo, which had sold 10.85 million units. And as of September 2023, Final Fantasy VII has sold over 14.4 million units across all platforms. The success of Final Fantasy VII would lead Square to inject its characters and iconography into other games, such as their PlayStation port of Dream Factory and Namco's 3D fighting game Ehrgeiz God Bless the Ring in 1998, and most notably Kingdom Hearts. But after merging with Enix to form Square Enix in 2003, they would endeavor to turn Final Fantasy VII into a franchise unto itself. In 2003, it would be announced that a feature film sequel, Final Fantasy VII Advent Children, was in production. Shortly after, Square Enix would announce that Advent Children was merely the first installment of their franchising efforts for the original game, collectively dubbed the compilation of Final Fantasy VII. The other three main pillars of the compilation would consist of a Japanese-exclusive mobile phone game centered on the Turks, taking place 6 years before the events of the original game, titled Before Crisis, a third-person shooter for the PlayStation 2 featuring Vincent, Dirge of Cerberus, and an action RPG for the PSP exploring the backstory of the mysterious Zack, Crisis Core. Several members of the creative team behind the original game would return for the compilation, with the notable exception of Hironobu Sakaguchi, who had left Square Enix in 2003. The reception to the compilation projects was fairly mixed, criticized for incoherence, retcons, tonal inconsistency with the original, and, perhaps above all else, not really understanding why the original was a success in the first place. What many fans wanted wasn't an extended universe, but something much grander. A complete remake with modern graphics and full voice acting. Each successive Final Fantasy after VII would get some fans pining for a version of FF7 with this or that element in it. And while Square Enix would announce in 2001 that Final Fantasy VII, VIII, and IX would each be remade for the PlayStation 2 with enhanced audio and visuals, this ultimately never happened. The appetite for a remake would only intensify after Sony's E3 2005 press conference, where to show the power of the then upcoming PlayStation 3, Square Enix had produced a tech demo which recreated the introductory FMV of Final Fantasy VII in real time using PlayStation 3 hardware. Unfortunately, this was only a tech demo, and there were no plans to produce a remake. Instead, the team that produced this tech demo would return to the project they had been working on before, Final Fantasy XIII. But this did not quell the demand for a remake. On the day of Final Fantasy XII's Japanese release, March 16, 2006, after Square Enix president Yoichi Wada presented the first person in line to buy it with a copy of the game and a microphone to address the crowd, that customer stoically said, "Please remake Final Fantasy VII for the PlayStation 3. Thank you." Mind you, this was all happening as the various parts of the compilation were still rolling out. Final Fantasy VII's success was a tremendous achievement for Square, but over time, it had become something of an albatross, casting a long shadow over the company for years. Domestic sales of later entries wouldn't measure up. Every Final Fantasy to follow would inevitably be compared to VII, and as creatives came and went, the demand for a remake of their most successful title continued to persist. Some of those creatives who joined Square Enix would do so explicitly because they loved Final Fantasy VII and wanted to help work on a remake. Incidentally, many of those creatives would end up working on Final Fantasy XIII, the earliest portions of which would echo aspects of VII's opening mission. And Motomu Toriyama, the director of Final Fantasy XIII, who had also been an event planner on VII, had specifically requested that Tetsuya Nomura design XIII's lead character as though she were a female version of Cloud. For years, Square Enix tried chasing the lightning-in-a-bottle success of Final Fantasy VII. The compilation would act as a testbed for franchising further entries in the Final Fantasy series, notably through the Ivalice Alliance for Final Fantasy XII and Fabula Nova Crystallis for Final Fantasy XIII. But they would both wither on the vine, while the demand for a remake of VII never wavered. So much so that when Shinji Hashimoto announced at the PlayStation Experience in 2014 that Final Fantasy VII was coming to the PlayStation 4, the crowd hooted and hollered with excitement, only to be disappointed when it turned out to be a port of the PC version that had recently been re-released. But in the background, work had already begun on the first of what would become a trilogy of games in the Final Fantasy VII Remake project, the first installment of which would be released for PlayStation 4 in spring 2020, and the second, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, in early 2024 for the PlayStation 5. They both would be met with immediate critical and commercial success, though some fans bemoan how the story has been expanded and altered. I have my own thoughts, but they're beyond the scope of this video. Let me tell you, the existence of all of this extended media for Final Fantasy VII, especially while Rebirth is still fairly fresh, combined with Google search becoming less and less useful as the service degrades itself in the pursuit of profits, made researching and fact-checking for this video significantly more difficult than it had to be. The compilation and the remake trilogy expanded upon or retconned so many aspects of the original game's world, story, and characters that I couldn't trust fan sites or wikis when double-checking this or that part of the game. Some of you may be upset that I completely ignored any information or revelations from them, but as always, my goal was to discuss the original game in its original context. The compilation and the remake do not factor into that. Moreover, the former is a transmedia franchise unto itself with a handful of games, a feature film, short stories, and a couple of OVAs, while the latter is a trilogy of which only the first two parts have been released. The compilation of Final Fantasy VII is a significant part of not only the history of FF7, not just the Final Fantasy franchise, but the history of Square Enix as a company. And while I won't explore that here, I'm not opposed to doing so in the future. In fact, I'll make you all a deal. I'll do a video on the entire compilation of Final Fantasy VII, every part of it, when I hit 50,000 subscribers. And if you want a preview of what such a video may entail, I have a review of Advent Children up as a bonus video on my Patreon. All of this is to say that Final Fantasy VII is well remembered and cherished by millions of players, and other developers and publishers across the industry took notice of the game's unprecedented success. Not only did it break the glass ceiling for RPGs in North America, making the genre more palatable in the region, but Sony's marketing and the strong emphasis on cinematic storytelling would act as the impetus for the entire medium to go down the same path. Without Final Fantasy VII's impact here in North America, would the medium be nearly as socially acceptable or respected as it is today? Would Western games still strive to tell stories in the same way as a film? Probably, but Final Fantasy VII was the first time such a notion was considered here beyond the niche RPG market. And with that consideration and influence, especially when it's spurred by the 7th entry in a long-running series, come particular schisms in how that entry is viewed by pre-existing fans at the time, and by newcomers who look to engage with it years after its influence has seeped into the very fabric of the medium. Final Fantasy VII is still considered a classic today, nearly 3 decades after its original release, but there's a lingering sentiment among longtime fans from the 8 and 16-bit eras that Final Fantasy VII is a marked step down from Final Fantasy VI, and that its greatest virtue isn't its characters, story, gameplay, visuals, or presentation, but rather its marketing. It wasn't just the first game in the series to get a massive marketing push outside Japan, but the first RPG to receive such treatment. I tried to avoid making too many direct comparisons to Final Fantasy VI in this video. I still made a decent amount, but I wanted to save the bulk of them until we got to this part. To keep it brief, I noticed that FF6 and 7 have a fair number of similarities in the broad strokes. Both have a fascistic empire slowly gaining control over the whole world with a special ancient power fueling their conquest. One just happens to be a corporation. Both have a specially enhanced super soldier who defects from the evil empire. Both of them had their earliest experiments in that super soldier program go mad and become villains with aspirations of godhood. Both games feature a female character who's a descendant of a race of ancient beings with special powers. Both of them have character building systems revolving around empowering party members with special crystals. Aerith's theme also seems to be based on Celeste's theme, which I find more interesting than anything. It's the details and execution that set these games apart, however. Simply sharing concepts and archetypes doesn't make these games the same, especially considering that these concepts go way back in the series. More to the point, they both have different goals in mind with the stories they're telling, and the archetypes being used. Cloud and Celeste have little in common aside from the initial premise of a rogue super soldier. The latter's arc sees her learning to open up and trust people, while the former has to grapple with his own insecurities, self-worth, and his very identity. Terra seeks to understand what it means to be human, while Aerith wants to better understand her Cetra heritage. Gestal's empire is very traditional in its methods, whereas Shinra's conquest of the world lies not just in its military, but in economic and political power. And then there's the great debate between Sephiroth and Kefka, the man who would be God versus the mad clown who actually became God and incited the apocalypse. Some place the latter above the former for that reason alone, but succeeding in their goals and laying waste to the world do not inherently make a compelling villain. What made Kefka interesting was what he represented: pessimistic nihilism, the belief that life has no meaning and thus there is no reason to care about anything. This is in stark contrast to the party, who believe that life's inherent lack of meaning should be the reason why we care about anything. Our time is fleeting, so let's find our own meaning in it. It's something Kefka simply cannot comprehend. Take that away, and Kefka is just a clown that blew up the world. Sephiroth, meanwhile, is a much more personal antagonist. Yes, he aspires to godhood, and he's a tragic character in his own right, but he's also the specter that haunts Cloud, manipulating him, directly and indirectly, into doing what he wants. Cloud's trauma is rooted in Sephiroth's fall from grace, and until he comes to terms with who he is, he can't overcome Sephiroth's hold over him. I just don't find these two types of villains to be all that comparable when you break down how they're actually used in their respective stories. Both are great for different reasons, as are the games from which they originate. Needless to say, I find any squabbling over which of the two is better to be uninteresting. I love them both. But then there are those detractors who play the game years later, after having been steeped in more modern games that learned from Final Fantasy VII's success, and either copied or built on top of it. Obviously, not everyone who plays it under such conditions is guaranteed to feel this way. I'm living proof of that. But there is a growing sentiment that Final Fantasy VII is overrated, hasn't aged well, or was never good to begin with. This was always inevitable, not because of anything inherent to the game itself, but because it tends to happen to any landmark or influential works on this scale. There was always going to be some kind of resistance to its status as time, culture, and the medium march on. And yet, it's still common to see it ranked among not just the best Final Fantasy games, but as one of the greatest games of all time. And with the popularity of the remake, I've seen more people give the original a shot than ever before. And as time has gone on, its themes of identity, environmentalism, and anti-corporatism have become more relevant than ever. Going into this, I was anxious about whether I could even expand the conversation that surrounded Final Fantasy VII for the past 27 years. There are countless videos, essays, analyses, and think pieces about practically every aspect of this game, approaching it from any angle you can think of. I'm not sure if anything I've said in these past several hours has provided anything new for fans to chew on, or simply seems like regurgitated trivia or musings that others have opined for years. And I think that's the real testament to this game's legacy. How even nearly 30 years later, people from all walks of life continue to critically examine it in new ways. Final Fantasy VII is a true landmark in the medium of video games, a bona fide classic if there ever was one, becoming the poster child for Japanese role-playing games, with its story, characters, and iconography penetrating the mainstream. Some aspects haven't aged all that gracefully, but the actual content, the substance of the game, is timeless. And I firmly believe that it's one of those games that everyone should play. The tremendous new heights of success Final Fantasy VII saw both at home and abroad would begin to set the franchise down a new path. No longer did those working on the series see themselves as being in competition with Enix and Dragon Quest, but with Western titles. And the executives were already talking about how to expand the company's reach in the realm of digital entertainment. Before Final Fantasy VII had even finished development, Hironobu Sakaguchi saw a path forward. With the amount of resources they had poured into building a 3D rendering pipeline for the game's FMVs, he rationalized that Square could move into the realm of feature films. And so, in early 1997, Square would establish a new branch in Hawaii for the purpose of pursuing the production of a Final Fantasy feature film, with Sakaguchi returning to the director's chair for the project. His departure would coincide with both the earliest days of Final Fantasy VII's English localization and development of the next entry in the series. Sakaguchi would tell Yoshinori Kitase, who would stay on to direct Final Fantasy VIII, that the team were free to do as they pleased for this installment, and he would act as a distant producer. Having been handed the reins from his mentor, Yoshinori Kitase was ready to charge headlong into the series' future. And after the introspective and heavy narrative of Final Fantasy VII, he was ready to dial things back a bit with a comparatively lighter story. And what better way to facilitate a lighter story than by having it center on a younger group of heroes who were still in high school?